Bonjour, bonjour, bonjour. Bonjour et bienvenue à NorthSec 2025. Welcome to NorthSec 2025. So I'm Hugo, I'm the VP of the conference with Andréane, Jean-Yves, who helped me with the conference and the workshops, and Etienne of the community room. So we're just gonna walk through the event. But just, I wanted to start by saying this is not only us, there's more than 30 all year round volunteers, and during the event I think we're 150 volunteers. This is all volunteering work. Thanks to the community, thanks to you for being here, and thanks to our sponsors. Without you, it wouldn't be possible. And as we know, it can get pretty hard to do. So thanks to everyone. So for the first logistics, we have socials. Social networking is a bit more problematic now. So we're on Mastodon, Blue Sky, and LinkedIn. But also we have a Discord. We're trying to be more active there. There's going to be announcement there. If you're part of the workshops, you can do some chatting with the presenters on Discord. If you want to support us, please go talk to our sponsors. It's the room just before this one. Talk to us, talk about us on social media. Try to involve yourself with the conference. We're always looking for new speakers, for new workshops, for new activities in the community room. Come talk to us, and we'll be excited to talk about your ideas. And also, we always need volunteers, so we'll always welcome helping hands. And for the Wi-Fi, we have NorthSec. The password is NorthSec 2025. Last year was NorthSec 2024. So if you wanted some good Wi-Fi, connect to that. And I'll hand over to Andréane for the rest. Apparently it's me. So the schedule might change. This year we're lucky we didn't get any cancellation. But if you want the real truth of what's going on, the schedule is online on our website. There's also a version of pre-talks. So go there, look for the different activities. There's some talks, some workshops, activities in the community room, and all sorts of interesting stuff. This year we also have 4 theme blocks. So we have AppSec this morning, Red Team, and Malware this afternoon, and AI tomorrow. So we'll do a Q&A panel at the end of those. We'll look for your questions. All the talks will have a question sections at the end, so you have time to ask your questions. It'll be moderated on Slido, so you can look for the QR codes. Not this one, but there's going to be another QR code for, this one for your questions. We are streaming all of the event on YouTube, so if there's anything or you want to look back into the event, you're missing something, every year, I'm like, oh, I have so much stuff to do. I would have loved to be at that workshop, and I'm looking at YouTube after the event. So it should be all live stream, all available right after the event. Tonight, there's a big party. There's some other activities as well before that. So please come. It'll be a lot of fun. So now, for real, Andréane Bergeron.
Sorry, I let you down. Also, there will be lightning talks at 6 p.m. in La Salle de Bal, in the other room. Those are 5-minute presentation about all kinds of subjects. And if you want to present, it's not too late. You just have to register, just see our social for the link. But it's the perfect way to introduce something you're passionate about without the pressure of a full-length presentation. So it's 5-minute presentation, and it's a lot of fun. Then we also want to tell you that you have to wear your bracelet at all time. We need to know who belongs here and who does not. And we ask you to pick up your trash. There's only so much we can do, even if we are 150 volunteers. Please put them where they belong. And alcohol and coffee will be served in eco cups. If you can please identify them and reuse them, so it helps us keeping this event eco-friendly. And also no alcohol outside of the rooms. Also, we ask you to not stand before in front of doors so we can keep them clear. And now, so we are in La Salle Ville-Marie here. The Salle de Bal is on the other way of the stairs area, on the same floor. And we also have the community room, which is 2 floors down. So you go back where you registered, and you take the stairs there, and 1 floor down again, and you will find the community room with a lot of activities, which will be described by Etienne.
Okay, good morning. So we're pretty excited to have new activities in the community room this year. We'll have the Soldering Village as usual. We have a brand new RF village. We have new hands-on exploration activities. We will also have a tinfoil hat contest, as well as a basic amateur radio exam if you want to get your license on Friday. So make sure to check our schedule and get your ticket if you want to register for that. We also are really excited to have a Blackathon this year hosted by Equality. That's a mini CTF where you can find ways to bypass censored networks. So that's pretty exciting, and hope you check that out. We'll also have a podcast tonight at 5 p.m. in Salle de Bal. So if you want to attend the recording and ask your questions, you're very welcome. And we also have much more activities, so check out our website to learn more. And yeah, come see us downstairs. Thank you. And yeah, one last thing. You can pick up your T-shirt and badge at 10 in the community room, but there's no need to rush at 10 to be there and just to line up. We'll be open till 4 p.m. tonight and tomorrow as well. So thank you and enjoy.
So to present the code of conduct, please help me in welcoming Mona.
Thank you. Okay. Hey everyone, thank you. Welcome to NorthSec 2025. So I'm going to get straight to the point. We have a code of conduct. It's on the website. If you bought a ticket, if you're here, you probably should have read it by now. If you have not, please do. If I have to remove you from the space, not knowing the rules is not going to be an excuse, right? So I'm going to go through a TLDR version. So please be friendly and welcoming. There's a lot of volunteer hours that went into making this an amazing event for you guys. So please pass on that energy. Be patient and constructive. There's a diversity of people here. Everyone has a different background and knowledge. So be mindful when you're talking to people. Everyone has the opportunity to learn and grow. Be respectful and collaborative. So folks might have a diversity of opinions, so please be respectful of that. Assume any mistakes are made in good faith, and please be responsible. There is alcohol that will be served at the event, so please be mindful of your own limits and of those of others. If you ever notice anyone who's maybe had a bit too much and struggling, please let an organizer know. We'll help them out. And please ensure you always respect consent. If you harass someone, I will remove you from the event. And if you see something, say something, please. Come to the staff, come to me. There's a number that you can call if there's any violations of code of conduct. It will be available during the event. It's on the bottom. Can you guys see that? So it's 438-476-0835. It's also on the website at the Code of Conduct page. So thank you very much and have a great NorthSec.
So this year we also have a badge, so please help me in welcoming Patrick, who's going to present the 2025 badge.
Good morning, everyone. We had a lot of fun designing the badge this year. For those that have been around for previous editions of NorthSec, you're probably familiar with the synchronization, getting to know your fellow participants and getting a little bit of a social score. Happy to say that has returned. It is a little bit different. I won't spoil it, so enjoy figuring out how that works. But as you get your higher social score, you'll start unlocking new LED patterns and a little bit fun mechanics that come around with that. It was mentioned a little bit earlier, the soldering village. We've got an awesome supply of SAOs this year. There's a lot of good designs, a lot of good customization opportunities. And if you're interested in hardware and you don't know where to start, the crew at the soldering village will absolutely help you just figure it out. It's a great opportunity. Please take advantage. What is new this year? I was waiting for this particular point. We've introduced a docking mechanism. So I think we're rolling it out now. It may or may not be available. It will be soon. Each vendor booth will have a dock. Take your badge, plug it in. I will leave it the surprise to you. Needless to say, let's hope you're lucky. I'll leave it that. And for those that are participating in the CTF, keep an eye out on those docks. Learn how they work. That's all I'll say. That information might come in handy. We had a lot of fun designing it this year. It's very immersive. It's very interactive. Hope you guys all enjoy the experience as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Patrick. And by the way, this is like a PCI port. Do not plug in a real computer. We had some issues when we tried it. And now the president, Olivier Bilodeau, will talk to you about the event.
Merci. So for the PCI port regarding the badge, I was told like it was meant that power should not be there and that it was meant to be designed to be safe. So someone tried it and they forgot about something else. I'm not sure which thing exactly, but it did interact badly with the computer. So don't plug it on a computer you care about, honestly. And they'll have more details than I do. But so, organizing NorthSec is hard, but now we are at the start of it, and I'm super excited about this edition. The team is mobilized. I've been very hard on them for the past couple of weeks. Yesterday, I'm losing my patience, not a lot of sleep, and everything is not up to the quality of what I would like. But then someone yesterday told me, Olivier, do we really care that deeply about this thing you're complaining about? And I realized, you know what? He's right. We're putting our energy into this, but we need to have perspective of how great this is, considering that it's all volunteer work done out of hours for all of the staff. 80 full-time members that are on our Slack, so year-long collaborating with us, 150 during the event. This is amazing. A round of applause for them, please. So there's one thing I want to say, though. Sorry about the coffee, okay? I made a complaint formally to the one brewing it, and I said it needs to be at least twice stronger. So we'll have that fixed by later today. But there's also one announcement that I have to do, and it's the fact that this is my last NorthSec as the president. I am done. I also lost all my sympathy to many of the staff, so I cannot do this any longer. They'll not listen to me anymore. But I wanted to say that I am glad that I know my successor, and he's here, and I'll have him come up on stage. So Maxime Vout is going to be the next president.
Thanks, Olivier. So thanks for your trust and your leadership. As you can hear, my accent is not better than Olivier's. NorthSec is built for the community, by the community, and it won't change, trust me. So hope to see all of you next year. So enjoy.
Thanks, Maxime. All right, and now a partner of ours that is very important, that evolved, our partnership evolved throughout the years. We've been using their local facilities. Thank you, Pascal. We've been using their facilities a lot this year, so they're really a very important sponsor for us. Let's have our opening speech by Pascal Fortin from CyberEcho.
Thank you. I don't see any minister from the Quebec government, so I'll take advantage and speak English this year. So for those of you who have known me or known of me for a while, you know that I've been there since the very beginning. Used to be through the company that I owned, and now, as you know, it's been difficult fundraising, getting money to do activities that aren't centered on commercial success. Whereas this is very much a community success, an academic success, an awakening success. You know, we decided to step up with CyberEcho to coerce, I'm going to say coerce and not convince our members that this is what was the best use of our funds. So we're very, very happy to be back with that. As some of you may know, CyberEcho is all about community, co-development, collaboration, mutualization of services. That's the core reason why we exist. I hear S's as I speak. It's very, I don't know if it's the microphone. So one of the things about community is how do we help people that put their personal time in events like this, but also all the things that happen throughout the year. So one decision that I made was that everybody could live at CyberEcho for free. So I think everybody's seen a resurgence of OWASP in Montreal, for example. So they are hosted at CyberEcho for free. We take care of everything we can, provide logistics, provide money for the cocktails and the sandwiches and everything that's required for that. We provide them with an address, a legal address that they can use. They can use our facilities also for their member meetings. Anything that they need to do administratively is taken care of. And that's just one of the 12 organizations that we're supporting. So we really care. If you are representing a corporation and your corporation is not a member of CyberEcho, think of us, talk to their C-suite about us, because it's important that we have as many people as possible so that we can support as many things as possible. There's obviously a bunch of other things that we do, but that's not what we're here for today. So without further ado, I will pass it back to Olivier.
Merci beaucoup, Pascal. So I'm going to go quickly through our sponsors because they make this possible. Without money, this would not happen. So Diamond sponsors, CyberEcho, thank you again, Pascal. And we have sustaining sponsors, partenaires de soutien, long time sponsoring us, Okiok and Devolution. We have Google as a platinum sponsor this year. Gold sponsor, Wiz and Run Zero. So Run Zero is our Keynotes, a new company where he is CEO. It's like, we're not paying him as a keynote, which is unusual, because usually we pay for keynote. Sorry if you hear it right now. But so on top of that, I had the audacity of asking them to sponsor us, and they said yes. So, oh my God, that's like amazing partners right there. And then we have a ton of silver sponsor that I won't go through. All of them, and supporting sponsors as well. So they sponsor various elements during the event. Make sure to give them attention, talk to them. And as we said, we have badge interaction with the sponsor booth. They're not aware of it yet. We didn't train them on it yet, but by this afternoon, they'll be up to speed. So without further ado, okay, so HD, I met HD at CypherCon last year at the speaker dinner, and then we talked about our presentation, talk about mine, and then the next day, he was front row in my presentation, which I was super humbled for, and then I had like technological problems, but like heavy-duty technological problems with my laptop, like completely unable to present. And the AV team, they were volunteers. They didn't know, like they rebooted the devices twice and they couldn't fix it. So they were like, you cannot present with this laptop. And I'm like, well, I need my PowerPoint. How is this gonna work? And then HD said, oh, you can use my laptop. And I was like, what? And oh, and you can plug a USB key in it with your slides. I was like, what? A cybersecurity expert allowing me to use his laptop to present and use a USB key, a foreign USB key to put on my slide. I was like, this guy now is my soulmate. He's helped me so much. And so I managed to do my presentation with like 10 minutes late. And you know, if you know me, you know I packed my presentation very densely. So it was a ride, but like for me, this guy was a gem, right? A true member of our community. And so for the millennials out there, you know, HD is OG cybersecurity, creator of Metasploit, which was first written in Perl, a language I love and I should always mention when I have the opportunity of mentioning. Transition to Ruby, a controversial choice, I'm sure. But so without further ado, I'm super thrilled to have HD come up on stage, and I hope you won't have too much technological problems. You want this one? Let's talk about, yeah, HDMI. This way. Oh, yeah,
I might have to trade the favor back.
what's that?
Might have to trade the favor back here if this doesn't work, so we'll find out. Let's see if I can actually present in presenter mode. Where is it?
Do you see two screens?
See if this will show up. Not yet.
Not sure about the Mac. So is
It's
this
showing
the
this
other
one here.
one?
Yeah, it looks like it's showing both.
Okay.
And they are mirrored or
1080p. Is this just a matter of dragging the
could be.
window to it?
maybe. Ah,
yeah.
you're smart.
F full screen.
I don't know what is in the Mac anymore. Close enough.
F11.
F11? Okay.
Or view and
That goes back. Let me see if I can find
can
it.
you do like the function and this?
Oh, sure.
Whoops.
Maybe not.
No.
Let me try it. I'll just maximize the screen. That'll work.
View full screen.
That'll probably do it. There you go.
Okay. That. And then back here.
Yeah, it should be good.
Whoops. The other way. Whoop. Oh, it's because.
Just bring it back here. I should be able to swap slides from the screen.
No, it's the mouse pointer that I'm trying to bring back.
Oh, okay.
Oh. Is it on top or bottom?
I have no idea. I'll find it. I can grab it. Let's see. Where?
Or maybe Alt tab back to.
Yeah, good point. Oh, there it goes. Nope, almost. And where are we?
Can you maybe? That's Brave.
Yeah.
Can you like in between windows? Okay, so you have focus there,
Yeah.
but you want to make it full screen, right?
It's fine as it is.
fine?
We can just go, yeah. That's one more time. Okay. All right, I can see it. All right, so I think we just traded the favor back there. So thanks again.
You're okay?
Yeah, it should be all good. So you'll see a little bit of stuff in the edge, but hopefully you can still read it. So thank you, Olivier. I think we're now even as far as tech debt goes, so thank you very much. And thanks to everyone here who joined today. This is really exciting. It's my first time at NorthSec. I talked to Olivier about it last year at CypherCon. I was like, what? It's this big and it's where? That sounds amazing. And you have amazing bagels. So the bagels are about like 49% of the reason I'm here and 51% is Sophie Olivier. So I'm very excited about the bagels though. Welcome aboard the CUSS Bond Secure. Our first stop is to be the island of vulnerability management, a wild place first settled by hackers, now congested by warring tribes, each selling magic ointments and what that they claim will protect your ship from ghosts, whirlpools, termites, and giant squids. So we're going to visit these tribes, compare their wares, identify their products, and figure out which ones just leave you greasy and poor. So it's a little bit critical of the vulnerability management industry, if you can't tell. So I spent most of my life doing vulnerability research in some form, doing pen test work, breaking into stuff, writing security tools, writing exploits. I created the Metasploit project back in 2003. Probably wrote 300 or 400 exploits then, and I've just written tons of vuln checks and things like that since then. So this is an area I've spent a whole too much of my life caring about, and I feel like it's not in a great state today, and I wanted to kind of show you the how and why. But the end goal of all this is for you to be able to benchmark your own tools. So I want you to take a hard look at the tools you use for vulnerability management, vulnerability scanning, and be able to kind of call the BS where you see it and get a sense for where the gaps are in your own environment. So I like to imagine, like, you know, my organization's security is like a battleship. And not in a fun way, but more as you're in the middle of a rough sea, and if you're not constantly maintaining it, you will drown immediately. Why? Because the internet is effectively a very hostile place. If you just put a system on the internet, whether it's a device, whether it's software, and you just leave it alone for 5 years, it won't be there anymore in 4 years. Like, one way or another, it's getting hijacked, broken into, taken over, destroyed. It's a constant environment full of stress. Things are constantly trying to attack it. All the software you're using is constantly being taken apart. It's falling apart. New vulnerabilities are being found. But effectively, if you do nothing at all, your default is to die on the internet. And that means that if you're not doing a lot of work every day, you're falling behind. So if you are in a huge, large funded organization with a massive security budget and like 30 different security tools, the battleship analogy may not work as well. Instead, you tend to have a little bit of a smaller boat. And you tend to not really see all the threats that you hear about in the news. You kind of hear about these APTs with spooky names and see these like 20-foot transformers at security conferences. You hear all this, you know, ridiculous news about these different actors and salty typhoons and caramel delicious typhoons and everything else in between. And you have to kind of do your best with what you have. So how, you know, it's really hard to tell, like, do those threats affect you? Are you even in the same league as a target as these firms who are in the news all the time? And do you have to care about the same sets of vulnerabilities? But like, end of the day, like, your job is not to just do security all day long. Your job is to enable your company or organization to do whatever its job is, right? Do you make donuts? Do you make bagels? Do you run a school? Whatever it is you do, that needs to be your focus, and your job as a security person is to help support that focus in the safest way possible. So we can't just spend all of our time chasing ghosts. So if you're looking for building out some tooling and building out a vulnerability management program, you look around, you figure out what budget you have, you find a vendor, you look at it, you make sure it seems to do the thing it does, and then you deploy it. And then hopefully it works the way you're supposed to. Now the challenge is you may do a good job of testing out the tool on day one, but you're not going to go retest the entire tool from scratch every 3 days. If the vendor says, hey, we added vulnerability coverage for, Log4j or something like that, you kind of have to take their word for it. You can't basically go through and double check all the work all the time. That's an incredible amount of overhead all by itself. So this kind of gets us to where we are today, which is we all use lots of tools. We don't necessarily know how they work. They might have been good once when we bought them. We probably had to make some trade-offs when we bought them. We may not make the same trade-offs today. And these tools may not be the best thing we could be doing. So if you ask the security companies what they build, they all tell you the same thing. We sell you the best thing. We sell you security. We sell you a secure organization, peace of mind, a single pane of glass, compliance with this, compliance with that. Everything is comprehensive. Everything is lightweight. Like, you hear the same words from every vendor, no matter what they're selling you. They could be selling you a toaster, and it's probably still your single pane of glass at this point. So the challenge, though, is the risk of making a bad decision in your security purchasing is really high. These tools are not cheap. You pay between $1 and $250 per year per asset. And some of our customers have something like 30 assets or 30 devices per employee, especially if you're in manufacturing, that number's a really high ratio. And so you're looking at spending quite a lot of money on tooling every single year. And your options are the $1 an asset are free, or the top end from something like an EDR. But if you get that wrong, you're typically stuck with that product for a very long time. And if your counterpart on the sales side is very smart, you may be locked into like a 5-year contract with a fixed rate that you have to use it no matter what. So effectively, a lot of vendors assume that once they get you the first time, you're kind of stuck with that product long enough to make it work. So they don't really care about ease of use. They care about ease of onboarding, and that because you'll be stuck in a terrible position afterwards for a while, you'll have to fight really hard to make it work for your organization anyways. So that's my skeptical vendor hat on this stuff. But so how do you know that the thing you're buying is actually effective, not just as a tool in general, but effective for your environment specifically? And that's what we want to talk about today. So in a normal market, you'd have extensive independent benchmarks. You'd be able to go to consumers' vuln scan reports, and you get a list of all the vuln scanners, how they work, and which ones have an Amazon affiliate link. And you'd be able to go through and figure out, okay, these ones work well for this, these work for that. But we don't have that. There's no independent benchmark firms that have survived that have done vulnerability management testing, and there's a reason for that. But instead, what we have right now are advisory firms like Gartner, Forrester, IDC, GigaOM, et cetera. They all have their own different evaluation criteria, but I can tell you that criteria does not include determining how well your vulnerability coverage works. They're not testing to see, are you detecting this CVE, not that CVE, or are you detecting in this way and not that way. That is completely off the radar. What they're doing instead is talking to all your peers and asking them, how do you think it worked? Like, what does it work well for you? The challenge is if you're using either the analyst model or the peer model, and nobody's doing a benchmark of it, nobody has the right answer. You don't have any ability to answer the question, does this tool effectively find the vulnerabilities in this scenario that I have? Can it do unauthenticated scanning for the majority of vulnerabilities that affect my environment? And that's the hard part. And you also have a million different overlapping tools. So oftentimes you're sold a web app scanner focused tool as your everything vuln scanner. Or you're sold an EDR-based vuln management tool that effectively all it does is enumerate software and tell you what's installed without actually looking for any network-based vulnerabilities. So we all call these tools all the same thing, but they all work entirely differently, and they all have huge gaps in different parts. So, if you're looking at this, why don't these tools have public benchmarks? The short version is read the EULA. So read the terms of service for every tool you've bought, and there'll be a very clear anti-benchmarking clause in every product you buy in security, because they don't like being embarrassed because they suck, so they put it in the contract. There's actually an antivirus vendor, or EDR vendor that they call themselves now, that is so bad at this that if you post a screenshot of their product into a public forum saying, hey, I need help using this product, they'll send you a legal cease and desist telling you to take down the screenshot. And their EULA says you must not post screenshots of the product. That's how bad their UI is. They don't even want you to admit using it. Like, it's terrible. And that's kind of normal for security. So I did run across a fun website called pentesttools.com. I have no idea who they are, what they do, but they did have a public benchmark for vulnerability scanners, and one of the very few I've seen in a long time. So they took a list of 167, something like that, containers from a project called VulHub on GitHub, and they put them in a lab, and then they ran 7 common vulnerability scanners through it, and they said these ones worked, these ones didn't, here's what they found. And if you look at the results, obviously they look best, because that's why you build a benchmark, is to make yourself look best. But one thing you'll notice right away is that if the total number of vulnerabilities is like 167, and the winner here is 80, even winning only gets you halfway there. And if you look at the difference between, let's say, Nmap, which is not really a vuln scanner at all, unless you add some NACs, even that's fairly light, and some of the bigger commercial tools, the gap just isn't that big. So if you had, you're going to go buy a vulnerability scanning tool, and you look at this chart, you're like, well, for $0, I can buy Nmap, Nuclei, and OpenVAS, and I'll do a better job combined than anything else out here I can pay for. And that's probably not the right outcome. There's probably other problems with this benchmark, but I mean, it's really hard to compare these tools, especially if you don't go to a realistic enterprise environment. You can't just run a test against a test lab and be like, that's good enough, because that doesn't account for all the crazy stuff you see out there with your Windows laptops, your endpoints, your AS400s, your tape libraries, everything in between. So let's see. Let's try something a little more direct. So since there's not really a comprehensive public benchmark, let's just build our own real quick. Let's go through and just use publicly available data. We don't need any secret sauce or to go reverse engineering your products or break any EULAs. Let's just look at the data that's available on the internet to figure out how well these things actually work. What do they measure? How do they measure it? How quickly do they respond? How many unique CVEs do they cover? Things like that. So the first thing I want to talk about is response time. So there's this great report from Qualys. The True Risk team did this great report in 2024, which covers 2023's vulnerabilities. And they've got a lot of really interesting stats about number of vulns versus how often they were exploited. And we can argue about whether these are the correct stats, but at least it's something they published in the report. And their take is, only about 2% of all the vulnerabilities that were published ended up getting actively exploited in some form, but 25% of those were exploited on day 1, and the rest within 19 days. The other interesting part here is that there's a lag time of 23 days from when an exploit became public and when it actually got a CVE. So if you're not familiar with CVE, it's kind of this sort of industry standard way to identify a unique vulnerability. The challenge, though, is if a vulnerability does not have a CVE, there's products that literally cannot support testing for it. So there's a lot of EDR-based products that will only show you vulnerabilities that have a CVE. So obviously, if you have that situation, you're not even seeing the vulnerability for 23 days. Now, roll forward a little bit and say, okay, even after the CVE assigned, it often takes people about 9 days to roll out the patches. And if you look at the most critical vulnerabilities across the board, only 15% of the CISA-KEV critical list are patched within 30 days at all, and then 50 by day 55, 80% by day 80, or 180. So it's a pretty large window of exposure there. But just on average, if there's a new vulnerability, you've got almost half a year to use it for most organizations. So let's look at some different real data instead. So Mandiant put out, Mandiant now part of Google, which is part of Wiz, which is part of, I think they're called Google's, Wizzle, Woogle, I don't know. But whatever the new company, thank you for sponsoring. But whatever the company name is now, they now ship a report called M-Trends. M-Trends is the results of their incident response work over a period of a year, where they highlight, here's the different vulnerabilities that were used to actually break into real companies. And so in the M-Trends report this year, one thing they called out is about 30% of all breaches started off with an exploit. And the funny thing is the top 4 exploits are going to be a little familiar to a lot of people in this room. So 4 specific vulnerabilities drove almost all exploits that Mandiant had to respond to last year. And these were the Palo Alto Networks Global Protect SL VPN. These were 2 different vulnerabilities in Avanti Connect Secure and Policy Secure, which is a VPN product, and then the FortiClient endpoint management system appliance. So effectively, if you are using any of these 3 security products that were sold to you as being the security product you should use to secure your organization, these were the #1 way in that people use to break into your organization. So it's a little ironic that the easiest path into most organizations is to break into their security products, because the whole idea of a security product is it defends you from this stuff, not that it enables attack. But the challenge is all the stuff is edge-facing. These are all the equipment that's sitting right at the network edge that has more than one connection, can talk to internally, can talk externally. These devices typically also have credentials on them. So you can, once you break into one of these devices, you can then sniff credentials, watch traffic, do whatever. They're a really great entry point to the environment, because they're the kind of the bridge between the outside and the inside. So it's no doubt that attackers like to go after these. The problem is they should not be able to get into them this easily, and yet we still see these same vendors showing up in vulnerability reports every day, all week. I think there's 2 different Avanti vulnerabilities, like 0-day vulnerabilities, that were found just this week alone. So depending on the company you're using, you probably don't want to have any of these vendors at the edge of your network at this point, given the concerns and risk. But the takeaway from all this is that your edge-facing equipment are really the most likely entry point for your organization. So if we want to take a look at, okay, how did the top vulnerability management tools respond to these specific 4 vulnerabilities? So just like these top 4 that were in the mandate report, we're going to look at Tenable Nessus, Rapid7 Insight VM/Nexpose, Qualys VMDB or VMDR, OpenVAS with Greenbone, and Project Discovery's open source nuclei. And we're going to track each date that they added coverage for it, and coverage not just for authenticated scans, but also for unauthenticated scans, and compare that against the public release date and when it was added to the Cisco KEV. So the CISA KEV. So what's interesting about these dates here is you see the public release date being 04/12, 04/12, 01/10, 01/10, et cetera, with the exception of the Fortinet one, the KEV date was the same as the public release date. Now, for anyone who knows how the CISA KEV program works, there's usually a 2 or 3 week gap from when they see the first indication of exploitation and when it gets added to the CISA KEV. So the public date that you're seeing here is after at least 2 weeks of exploitation and it had already occurred. So folks are already getting popped for 2 weeks straight before it even shows up on the map here. Now we're starting at basically -2 weeks. So if you look at like Tenable, for example, they covered the Palo Alto Networks 2024 3400 CE unauthenticated on 5/21. So more than a month after it was released. So I consider that late. Like if you're more than a couple weeks out from a vulnerability this important, that again already had 2 weeks of time even before you start tracking it, that's probably a failure. So in this case, unauthenticated coverage 2 weeks after it's out for a really easy bug, that doesn't really count as coverage. And if you go all the way down the line there kind of vertically for unauthenticated coverage of Tenable, you'll see the last line there is red. They did not ship any authenticated coverage whatsoever for the Fortinet vulnerability that doesn't require authentication. Now, if we go look at the next column over, that's Tenable's authenticated coverage. This means you can actually log into the computer, you can use SSH, you can use SMI, API, whatever. And if you have credentialed access to the machine, they covered the first one on 4/12, which is what you'd expect. Then they covered the other 2, basically they didn't have to ship coverage for the other 2 at all because they had unauthenticated checks for it. And then lastly, they did have a coverage for Fortinet within about 2 days. But again, it was authenticated coverage only. So unless you happen to have the right credentials for the right appliance, those scanners wouldn't have reported it. So I'm picking on Tenable here, but if you look across the board, it's all pretty consistent. Funny enough, the most responsive tools here are the free ones. So Nuclei did almost the best job across the board, and you don't have to pay $1 for it. They were also really late with the very last vulnerability. They covered that in, November 30th there, when the bug was found in March 23rd. So you got about 8 months gap right now. But you also see about a 7 or 8 month gap, actually longer than that, sorry, 9 month gap with Qualys' unauthenticated coverage. So on the flip side, the commercial tools that charge you an arm and a leg are not necessarily doing better than the open source free projects. at least for these critical 4 vulnerabilities. So this looks pretty horrible. Like, you would think that the 4 most exploited vulnerabilities that were in the Mandiant report were going to be treated a lot more seriously by your top of the industry vulnerability management products. Instead, what we see is that the open source tools did a pretty good job, and there's some pretty big gaps across the board on the commercial side for what they actually covered. So the question is, like, okay, is there something just about these particular vulnerabilities that are different? Like, or were these just outliers? Let's go pick a random new one for fun. Let's go look back a little bit, well, just a little bit more of a clarify here. But if you look at the teal columns, those are the ones we really care about. That's unauthenticated coverage and the timeframes that were required for it. So Qualys and Nuclei actually got coverage for all of them, but they were a little bit late at that coverage. That's why it's not a perfect score here. So let's go look at a different vulnerability that's more recent, something from the last couple months, and see whether these results here are just an outlier for some reason or another. So you'll notice that a lot of the devices we're talking about tend to be a 1U appliance sitting in a shelf someplace with a whole bunch of network ports on it, and that's a reason for that, right? Those are your edge devices, VPN concentrators. In this case, we're talking about a SonicWall firewall, kind of same difference. It's got an outside port, it's got some inside ports, it's got some VPN functionality. It was also exploited through a zero-day vulnerability for quite some time before any public notice was come up. So in this case, what happened is the Microsoft Threat Intelligence Center noticed someone actively exploiting SonicWall appliances. So they're just watching people just tear these up, go through this stuff. They eventually figured out what's going on. They reach out to SonicWall. SonicWall says, oh, crap, let's go fix it. Some amount of time goes by. They eventually release a patch and advisory on January 22nd. And then CISA adds it to the known exploit list on January 24th. So this timeline seems okay, except for we have no idea how long it took to go from steps 1, 2, and 3 until we got to the ones below that. Now, knowing both Microsoft and SonicWall, these were probably multiple months. There were likely at least 2 or 3 months from when Microsoft saw people getting exploited and when they even told SonicWall about it, and it probably took SonicWall at least a month or 2 to get a patch out. So just because you see an advisory coming out on 122 with here's all your stuff, doesn't mean that that vulnerability hasn't been out there for 3 or 4 months being rapidly exploited in the wild. So now that it's on the CISA KEV list, now more people have to care about it. And this was a little bit interesting because there's about 3,500 machines on the internet that look like they're affected, but because this vulnerability only affected the secondary management interface that's typically not exposed to the internet, it's on port 84043 instead, there's only about 90 of them on the internet that are actually exposed. So it's a relatively small number of exposures, but I thought it'd be a good example of this type of vulnerability, mostly because it's really recent too. So if we dig around a little bit, okay, how did the different products respond to this SonicWall zero-day? Tenable created a technology-based query. They say, we can't find the vulnerability, but we can give you a query in the current product to find you all instances of your SonicWall appliance. So that's okay. Similar, we did something similar at Run Zero. We said, here's how you can find all your AMCs, CMCs really quickly so you can get ahead of it and start mitigating it, even when there's not really a patch available yet. Just we want people to get running with it. Greenbone put a checkout for OpenVAS. That was great, so nice to see that. Tenable put a direct checkout, and then Rap7 put a direct checkout. So you may notice there's a vendor missing on this list. So if we look into a little bit, so what's missing? Well, one, Qualys just totally skipped it. Qualys said, nah, I'm good. So Qualys, weirdly enough, had covered every other SonicWall vulnerability up to date with a reasonable amount of time and decided they just didn't care about this one. So this is one that's been actively exploited for possibly months. That's on the CISA KEV list that just completely fell off the radar. No one bothered covering it even today. So it's been, 3, 4 months now since this came out, and there's still no coverage from Qualys. Tenable's check is funny because even though they were really fast to get a checkout, it's not on by default. So if you just have your normal Tenable scan, you click go and scan, it's not going to find the bug. Or you're going to say, oh, it didn't find it, therefore I'm not vulnerable. In reality, you have to turn on the thorough and paranoid checks if you want it to run at all. So the non-default setting issue here sucks because it means even if your product has coverage for something, you're not just going to get that coverage unless you go look at every specific check and turn on the exact field for it. So if you're using these tools as part of your vulnerability assessment or your pen testing or just part of your vuln management, you need to keep a really close eye on it because a vendor can say, yes, we've covered this thing, and in reality not deliver that coverage because it requires enabling a secondary feature, a different flag, et cetera. And it could be that if you enable the paranoid and thorough checks that it melts your whole network. You have no idea. So there's some inherent risk in enabling these features to enable these other types of checks too. Greenbone, even though they did a fantastic job of getting coverage out quickly, they only gave it to their pro enterprise feed customers. So if you're relying on the free version of OpenVAS, for example, you are not getting coverage for this. You need to go give them a bunch of money per year if you want to get this stuff covered. Now, it's great, but they should tell you that, right? That should be pretty clear. Nuclei did not have coverage either. So Nuclei was a great example of a great open source. Previously, we saw that being one of the better tools out there for covering these types of vulnerabilities. Also completely missed this one, didn't cover it. The really downside of that is a lot of different companies also use Nuclei behind the hood. So if you see a company saying, hey, we've got a great web app scanner, we do this, we do that, more than likely they're using OpenVAS and Nuclei behind the scenes, especially if they're a cloud provider, because that's the cheapest way for them to deliver that service with a whole lot of checks. There's not that many people writing vuln scanners these days, so they typically all use these existing commercial and open source tools to do so. So Wiz, who's a sponsor here, they use Nuclei. Nuclei is one of the core tools they use. So if you're using Wiz's product, for example, to test for this sonic wall bug, well, they probably wouldn't have it because it's probably not in Nuclei yet, right? Or at least if they have it, it would have to be done through a different mechanism than the way that Nuclei scans for it. So just to make things worse, I started digging into it. Like, okay, not only are there 90 of these things vulnerable on the internet a couple months ago, but there are actually more of them on the internet that are vulnerable now than they were at the beginning of it. So how do we get to a situation where like not only has the problem been exploited for months, poorly covered by vuln scanners, and then still getting worse over time? Ends up, if you download the brand new installer for an SMA 8200V, the virtual appliance edition of the Sonic Wall, it's still the unpatched version. There is no virtual machine you can download with a patch. You have to first download the virtual machine, go through half an hour of setup, and then somehow still remember that you need to go back into the website, scroll through this tiny little release notes, find this button to the far right, download the new firmware update patch, then manually upload that and apply it. And there is no auto update in the product. So because of the way the product is delivered, it's almost guaranteed to always be vulnerable because no one's going to get, going to realize they're missing the patch or go do the work for it. And again, the thing that drives me crazy about this bug in particular is that it was publicly exploited for months. It got all this press. It was covered by all these vuln scanners. There's still not even a public exploit for it. So it just blows me away that like the attackers have the exploits, not the good guys here. So when I was working on the Metasploit project, a lot of folks said, well, aren't you just giving machine guns to kids? I'm like, no, not quite. I mean, a little bit sometimes, but generally not arming children. In this case, though, my take usually was, hey, the defenders actually need copies of these tools because otherwise they're not going to get them. This is a great example of that. The attackers have had the tools for months and months and months. Defenders still don't have a single example of an exploit they can defend against. There's just some crappy IOCs from the vendor. So sorry for the little long-winded rant on this one, but just to give you an idea, like the type of coverage problems we found with these Mandiant M-Trends top 4, they seem to apply pretty consistently to all the new burning tire fire edge device vulnerabilities. We're just not doing a good job as an industry, either on the open source side or on the commercial side, of responding to these things correctly. So if you're trying to win the race, and every new 0 day on the internet is a race, basically. You're racing against the attacker to fix your system before they compromise your stuff. And once they've compromised your stuff, you're now racing the attacker to detect that they got into your stuff and start your response and investigation before they finish stealing all your things and sending you a 3 a.m. email saying, would you like to negotiate for your data, right? So the challenge with this stuff is you have to know about the issue in the first place. So who's going to tell you first thing in the morning that here's a new burning fire tire vulnerability that you need to care about? And we all have our different favorite sources, social media, things like that. But having that source is really important. You need to find all your stuff that's affected. How are you going to quickly identify everything running that product? Even if you don't know if there's a vulnerability, just knowing the product is there is step one. So especially on these 0 day vulnerabilities, like there's no patch on day one. Therefore, if you have the product, it is vulnerable by default unless you've gone and done something specific to mitigate that particular issue. And lastly, you got to mitigate that before the attackers get around to exploiting it. And so, a lot of times we joke about, you don't have to run faster than the bear, you just have to run faster than your friend. Some of that applies to security, unfortunately. Everyone assumes that, they're going to go after IBM before they're going to go after me. But exploits are cheap. Exploits are easy. You can spray exploits across the entire internet really quickly. You don't need to, you can throw all the bears you want to at it. Like, you don't have to go after every hiker individually. So the analogy of the bears don't really carry weight here because attackers have time to go after everybody simultaneously. So, and this is another good example of how this has gone wrong. So this vulnerability, this is back in 2023 in the Cisco iOS XE, which they're Linux-based routers, and the web UI for it. So out of nowhere, Cisco TAC, which is their technical investigation team, they identified exploits in the wild going all the way back to, I think, September 18th in this case in 2023. On the 16th of October, they released an advisory. And the one thing you never want to see from your vendor when they give you an advisory is a list of IOCs. They're saying, here's the advisory. Also, if you've been hacked, look for these things in your system. Oh, by the way, there's no patch yet. And that was okay. They just literally left their customers like that. So let's go look at what happened afterwards. So on the 16th, the IOC's advisory go out. The 17th, 30,000 machines are compromised out of about 145,000 that were on the internet. The next day, 35, then 40K, then 60,000. And then on the 21st, weirdly enough, the number of compromised, confirmed backdoored machines on the internet running Cisco IOS XE drops to 102. And everyone's like, what the hell just happened? Why did they go from like 60K to 102? Well, the attackers added authentication to their backdoors. You couldn't detect it anymore. So finally, Cisco's like, you know what, guys? We got an update for you. But at this point, like, almost everything that can be backdoored has already been backdoored on the internet. Cisco finally releases the patch on the 22nd. The next day after the patch goes out, there's still 38,000 devices confirmed still backdoored with the new authentication. So we didn't make a lot of progress there. So this is I would wish to say this is like an exception, not the rule, but this is kind of what happens these days, especially for these edge-facing devices. Like, your vendor's not going to save you. Your vuln scanning tools may or may not tell you about it, and it's just kind of one big trash pit. So when you're looking at kind of how fast you have to respond, keep in mind that it takes a while for defenders to even know about these exploits in the first place, to talk about them, for them to bubble up in MSIP forums, for whoever's doing the investigation to tell the rest of the world about it. And that can be weeks to months sometimes, depending on the firm. The people who are building the security products to help you detect this stuff, whether it's on the detection side, the response side, or on the vulnerability side, they need time to go figure it out, build it out, test it, make sure that their test doesn't destroy your server, break things, turn things off. So there's a little bit of like R&D time that goes into this. You need to be able to get the update to your security tool, run that update, whether it's to apply signatures, vulnerability checks, whatever. Wait for a rescan if it's a scanning tool. The scan could take a long time if it's a big network. You have to figure out how to get the report you want back out of the tool that tells you what stuff is affected. And then you have to get it remediated, which can take even longer, right? So this whole cycle is going on in the background, and in the meantime, attackers are just like funneling all your data out for the next few weeks. So if you can't remediate a vulnerability within about 24 hours of hearing about it, like, you're going to be behind the curve in terms of where these attacks tend to land. So if you're looking for how do you evaluate a vulnerability management product for coverage, I wanted to give you some quick stats. Now, these are all just pulled out of public data sets. Like, I did not RE anything. I just looked at some public search queries and got clever with different web portals to get this stuff. But effectively, if we want to look at what does the overall coverage of these products look like, we're going to look at Qualys, VMDR, Tenable Nessus, ROP7 Insight VM, Greenbone with the OpenVAS with a Pro Greenbone feed, and then Nuclei, which is open source. So right off the bat, you can see that Qualys has 217,000 checks, Nessus has 211,000, Rapid7 233,000, Greenbone 206,000. So just in terms of like order of magnitude of number of individual checks for vulnerabilities, these products are all fairly similar. Nuclei has only 11K because it's a somewhat new open source project. Now, if you look at the number of unique CVEs, though, these do not match the check number at all. These are way all over the map, right? So over 217,000 checks in Qualys, you're only getting 111,000 unique CVEs. You're getting 99,000 in Nessus, 79,000 in Rep7, et cetera. So it's usually some ratio here of checks to CVEs. And typically a single, you may need multiple checks to cover a single CVE. One unauthenticated, one for every different flavor of Linux, one that's done one particular way, one done a separate way. So depending on how they're implemented, you could have multiple flavors for each CVE. What's interesting, though, is you look at the unique number of CVEs for each product, and the NA is here just because I couldn't get that particular stat out of the search backend at the website. But you look at how many CVEs, unique CVEs were covered in 2024 for Qualys. It's 13,000. That's a really large portion of the whole. So of 111,000 checks, 13,000 were just last year. Qualys has checks going back to 1999, 1998. So out of these 30 years, 1 year made up more than 10%, which is a wild number. So this kind of points to the trajectory of coverage being a little bit like that going forward. We're going to be looking at a whole lot more checks, a whole lot more coverage, and probably a whole lot more problems. What's also interesting is the number of no CVE checks. So checks that do not actually report a CVE at all, but report a vulnerability you should care about. And that's a whole different topic that we need to dig into, which is like, if it doesn't have a CVE, is it still important? And yes, actually some of the most important vulnerabilities do not have a CVE at all. And then lastly, how many checks report a vulnerability with a CVE that are unauthenticated only? And this is really the number you care about. So if you're running a blind scan on a network, you go into a brand new organization, you let your vuln scanner rip, and you don't have authentication to talk to most of the machines in your network, which will be true most of the time, how many of these checks will actually be useful for you at all? and ends up the useful number is column here and column here. Like these two on the Vend, that's basically all you get. Out of your 211,000, 217,000 checks here, you're really only going to get about 26,000 that get run on a machine that you can't authenticate to. So the coverage numbers are much, much lower than they look like at first glance. So diving into here a little bit, we talked about this before, but effectively for total unique CVEs versus total check coverage, a lot of these checks, even though there's hundreds of thousands of them, are actually automatically generated. And they're generated to look for a particular CVE or dead package, things like that. We talked about that already. Let's see, basically for a given CVE, you may have to check it multiple ways. And on this chart, we're looking at unique CVEs versus 2024 unique CVEs. And the ratios are crazy. The fact that 12% of all the CVE covered checks in Qualys were from last year is absolutely mind-blowing because it's a 30-year run of that product. 9% for Rapid7 and 13% for Nuclei. So these are not outliers. This is not one tool being weirdly different. All the tools last year had a huge percentage of all their checks being tied to vulnerabilities that start with CVE 2024. Now, if you look at the ones that are total checks versus no CVE checks, a lot of vulns don't get a CVE for a bunch of reasons. They don't get a CVE because it's not a patchable vulnerability. It's something like a default credential. It's something like a misconfiguration where you left your Mongo database open to the world, or you don't have authentication around your Zookeeper or your vaults, or you get an open file share. Like, these type of exposures are the bread and butter of breaking into stuff, but they don't actually have CVEs associated with them, but they're also very important to have. So these no CVE checks tend to be the most valuable thing you can run, especially when you have auto update across the network. So if your environment has auto update on all the machines you care about, then what you're really going to get value from these tools is the no CVE side. Those are going to be all your configuration level vulnerabilities, ways someone can still break into your company even if you have applied every possible patch. Let's see, I think we covered most of that. But so examples of this would be like older protocols like SSL2, SMBv1. And keep in mind that mTrends report from Google points to 30% of all the initial access was done through exploits. But only 30%. So that other 60% included things without CVEs, that included misconfigurations, default passwords, credential stuffing, phishing, et cetera. So when you start getting down to how many of these checks work when they're unauthenticated, this is where it starts getting depressing. Is that depending on which product you're looking at, it's somewhere between 5 and 15% of all the mature products. That's how much of their coverage actually works if you can't authenticate. Now keep in mind that in many environments, about 60% of all the assets in the network do not accept authentication. They will not accept your domain credentials. They will not accept your SNP. They will not accept something else. That's because they're an HVAC controller. They're a type of switch or product that doesn't have authenticated enumeration. It could be a Windows device that's managed by a vendor. Therefore, it's not part of your domain, so you don't have a domain trust for it. These are all reasons why your authenticated checks will not work on these products. Now, the biggest problem with vulnerability management products that do authenticated scanning is when they cannot authenticate to the system, they don't tell you that very well. They may tell you as a little informational vulnerability at the very bottom saying, this product, I couldn't log in. They're not saying, we missed these 10,000 vulnerabilities because we couldn't log in. They just say we couldn't log in. So that's the challenge. These don't stick out like a bright thumb when they're not doing their job correctly. The only kind of shining example here is Nuclei. Nuclei is really built for unauthenticated first. And so you can see 10K of their 11K don't require any kind of authentication or local access to run. So if you really like vulnerability stats and you want to argue about how they're scored and stuff, Todd Beardsley is here. He's doing a talk tomorrow at 11:30 in the same room. And you can yell at him and argue with him about what a CVSS score is or EPSS and how predictive it is, things like that. But I'm not going to go into it too much here because we've got much better speakers for that stuff. So instead, I want to talk a little bit about the different methods of detection and why they matter. I'm actually a little over on time, so I'll go a little bit quick here. But let's see, the short version is you got a bunch of ways to detect stuff. You can detect things through agents. You install an agent, then query it. You can detect it through authenticated connections like WMI, SMB, SSH. You can do things like dissolvable agents where you upload a binary through PSExec and you run that binary that returns some vulns. And then you've got unauthenticated network scans at different levels of safety. And then finally, you got passive traffic analysis. Now, the really short version is your agents are great, except for they can only look at the things on the device itself, and they don't tell you about the network context. So you probably want an agent on everything you possibly can, but you probably also want a network scanner because you need to figure out, are those things that you found on that agent actually reachable from elsewhere? Are there other security controls that are mitigating that particular vulnerability, should you care about it, et cetera? So the thing you really don't want to see in a agent-based report is that it's only reporting out-of-date software. If it's only reporting missing patches, it means your local agent-based scanner is not particularly very good. It's not looking for configuration vulnerabilities. It's only looking for missing software updates, in which case it's almost useless. If we start looking at authenticated scans, the scary thing about authenticated scans is that, one, they spray your password across the network everywhere. So one of my favorite things to do as a pen tester is start responder.py, run that in the background, then do all my stuff, and then collect all the passwords for the vuln scanners in the meantime, and use that to own all the boxes. And there's different mitigations you can use for that, but people screw it up all the time. It is very common to be able to steal your vuln scanner's credentials from an active vuln scan and then use it against the entire environment as part of your pen test. And I love that trick. It works great. But the scariest part about running these tools is when you get the could not authenticate or the end of life warning. Either one of those means that the scanner was entirely blind. It could not figure out what to report. If you look at the unauthenticated scans, the scariest result there is that you do a scan, the first one comes back with 100 machines. You do a second scan, it comes back with 75 machines. You go, well, crap, we just lost 25 machines somewhere. We just killed an entire switch or part of the network or whatnot. So that's usually what you keep an eye out for in unauthenticated. In the case of passive analysis, I mean, passive is great in that it's really safe. The downside is it just doesn't do anything. You have to wait for those devices to speak the protocol that would indicate the vulnerability, and there's almost no traffic that a device will speak by default can be useful for fingerprinting vulnerabilities across the board. Unless you're seeing east to west traffic in OT and it happens to include the firmware version, there's really not what you can do there. So passive traffic-based vuln analysis, it's just, you kind of have to wait months to get good results out of it, and that's why it's not particularly effective. So with passive, the scariest thing is not seeing certain hosts, because it means you're missing a span port, and therefore you don't see the traffic. So, wrapping this up real quick, you kind of need to know the strengths and weaknesses of all the tools in your arsenal. You really want to have at least one agent-based vuln management source in every device wherever you can get away with it. You also want to have at least one network-based source to be able to say, is that service reachable? Can I actually get to it? Is it a configuration bug? Is there an open file share? You want to know which machines do not have an agent or do not accept your authentication. Those are going to be the big gaps in your environment. You need to keep track of this really closely. Depending on what scanner you use, they report that status differently. Typically, you search for a certain QID or plugin ID indicating it could not authenticate, and that's your most critical thing to go respond to, is make that work. Verify that the default settings actually cover the vulns you think they do. There's some great ways to do that. If you go to the Tenable website, click on plugins, click the settings, it'll give you a list of all the ones that are on by default, not on by default, so you can get a sense for that pretty quickly. And lastly, doing a tabletop exercise helps. Like, okay, new vulnerability comes in for product X on our edge. How are we going to respond to it? Historically, how well has this vendor responded to that? What do we do internally? If you like tabletop stuff, I definitely recommend checking out Wendy's keynote tomorrow. She'll do a fantastic job of walking through all the cool things and doing tabletops. And with that, thank you very much.
Thanks, HG. So we'll take a short 5-minute break and we'll try to get back on schedule. The other stage is opening. The community room is opening as well. So come look at the activities. See you.
Yep, yep. Check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. Hello, hello, hello. Check, check. Good, good, good.
Test. All right, so we're going to resume our AppSec block. Welcome Olivier Artaud, a local security researcher, challenge designer, and overall volunteer at NorthSec. So welcome, Olivier.
Yes. Hello, everyone. So welcome to the AppSec section that is going to be starting. The first talk that we'll be introducing is the talk called Living Off the Pipeline that will be presented by François Proux. So François Proux is currently a VP of Security Research at Boost Security. He leads the supply chain research team, and he has over 10 years of experience in application security. So everyone, please welcome on stage François Proux.
All right, mic check. Okay. All right. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for coming. I'm François Proux, VP of Security Research at Boost Security. Boost Security is a Montreal-based startup building an application security product, and my team focuses on software supply chain threats. Let me start with a hot take. 2025's build pipelines look like the average 2005 PHP web app in terms of secure coding. What do I mean by that? It's a real dumpster fire. Web app security has improved tremendously over the past 2 decades, but when it comes to the build pipeline, it still lags far behind. Let me clarify what I mean by build pipeline. The modern world depends on software. We all know that. Developers write code, they mix it with open source code, everything is packaged, shipped by CI/CD. CI/CD runs with high privilege, that is, with secrets, tokens, signing keys that are in memory. It's often the bastard child, neglected by both security teams and dev teams. Up until recently, most pen testers did not even look at those targets, even though they're very juicy targets. Even if your CI/CD is hardened with strong authentication, in order to do its job, it has to accept a lot of untrusted inputs. So much so that I'd like to rename CI/CD RCE as a service. And that's because those systems run with high privilege. They're waiting to receive triggers over the network to process data and then execute code before uploading the results somewhere else. Let me fix the slide. That's more clear. In March of this year, you might have heard about a very popular GitHub action being compromised, TJ Actions change files. It's a pretty long story, but the crazy part is that based on our independent forensics that we did in parallel of other larger teams, such as Wiz and Palo Alto, we came to the same conclusion, that in fact, the final intended target was Coinbase. And since the attacker was not allowed to finish the job, as they got caught very close to the end goal, they got mad and they just put a simple memory dump snippet that logged all secrets in plain text for anyone to grab on the internet looking at workflow run logs. I equated it to nuclear fallout. Let's stop for a moment and picture where the build pipeline sits within the software supply chain. There's this amazing framework called Salle, which stands for Supply Chain Levels for Software Artifacts. On the left-hand side, you have what they call the producer, but really I prefer to call it the developer, sitting on their laptop, writing code, using Git to commit and push to a shared repo, most often GitHub. Then they open a pull request so that other developers can code review. And in most cases, just the mere fact of opening the pull request will automatically trigger the build pipeline to run tests, linting, and other automated actions. Then this build step will, in many cases, end up pushing a final artifact to some kind of registry. In the case of open source, the registry could be NPM, PyPy, Docker Hub, but there are many more registries you could think of, including for Terraform, Terraform modules, Terraform providers, Helm charts. So now let's turn up the heat on this salsa. because there are a lot of threats that we need to consider when we look at the build pipeline, and since it's such a critical part of the supply chain as it sits between the source code and the final artifact. And also, if you remember, I renamed CI/CD RCE as a service. It's even more important to consider it when you model the supply chain. Let's walk through a typical attack sequence. We have an open source project hosted on GitHub in a public GitHub repo. It's using GitHub Actions. That's really the most popular kind of CI/CD because it comes for free. You don't need to pay for the compute. It's built in. Typically, those GitHub Actions will be used to build, package, and then distribute signed artifacts. In the case of the attack, you need a workflow that triggers on a so-called risky event. That could be pull request target, workflow run, issues, issue comment, and there are some more. And the real reason why it would be considered risky is that those expose secrets in the memory at runtime, even when executing against untrusted code from a fork. So then that workflow needs some kind of vulnerability. More on that in a moment. Ultimately, the attacker's goal is going to be to dump the memory of the runner so that they can exfiltrate all secrets that are in memory during the execution. And the reason is that most of those runners are effectively just VMs that were spun up on demand for the given job. And they typically grant sudo access to the code that runs. And most of the time, those exploits can be zero-click and leave few traces. This might look like a subway map to you, but it's actually the full attack tree for GitHub Actions. There are many possible mitigations and many ways to route around some of them. What kind of vulnerabilities are we talking about here? First, we have the so-called pwn request, which is really when there are files contained in a pull request that would modify the behavior of existing tools present in that build pipeline. That's why we came up with the term living off the pipeline. More on that in a moment. Second, we have template injection, those mustache expressions with the curly braces. But really, we should just say it's command injection or script injection, depending on the context where the expression is interpolated. Third, we have bot-mediated confused deputy. That's a very fancy way of saying that if the pipeline already trusts certain non-human identities, for instance, dependabot, to run certain high-privileged action, for instance, automatically merging the dependency updates to the main branch, sometimes, and really depending on the authorization logic as part of that pipeline, there may be ways to game the system and effectively bypass those authorization checks. Finally, we have self-hosted runners that are not ephemeral. If you recall, earlier I renamed CI/CD RCE as a service. And keep that in mind when you consider that a runner is just a VM, as I said, which typically is going to be a hosted runner, which the VM is just spun up for that exact moment and then trashed. But if you decide to self-host, for some reason you might need a more powerful CPU, some GPUs, or other access to other resources, then you're responsible for hardening and ensuring that the RCE is not going to allow to pivot laterally to other systems, or just extract the secrets from other jobs. What does a vulnerable workflow actually look like? Well, let's look at it together. This one is running on a risky trigger, as I said, pull request target. That's only one of them. Also, it's not explicitly setting the permissions of the GitHub token. So it may end up, depending on the configuration, to have the default read-write permissions. Also, because that pull request target is not specifying a filter on the branches, there may be options to revive from the dead this kind of vulnerability, and I'll give a concrete example in a moment. Then we have a container in that case, so some jobs might be configured to run based on a Docker container, and that container might have other vulnerabilities that we cannot see by just looking at the pipeline file. Then the workflow is checking out the untrusted code from the fork. It's also using another secret, not the default secret, that appears based on the name to have read-write access to other repos than the one that's being targeted. Finally, we have make, which is going to be using the make file that, in this case, the attacker has full control of. Then they have RCE. On the right-hand side, you have a bonus Git branch name injection. So when you open the PR, you have your fork, you give it the name of the branch that you want, and that will be injected as the mustache expression at the bottom. So then that's another way to get remote code execution. So does this only happen on GitHub? Absolutely not. All modern CI platforms that trigger on events from source control systems, such as GitHub, may be vulnerable. So that's also the case on GitLab, ADO, Circle CI, OpenShift, Pipeline as Code, Travis CI, Jenkins. Basically, all modern CI that will trigger on those events, when the PR opens, for instance, and depending on the configuration, they may expose secrets even on more risky contexts, such as untrusted code from a fork. Basically, the devil is in the details. So last year at NorthSec, we told you all about our package supply project. In the months that followed, we rewrote it from scratch in Go. The reason is that we could benefit from our own open source scanner called Poutine as a core building block. And that makes it more scalable and extensible so that we can optimize the detection rules with custom rules and rescan in just about an hour the entire data set. Also, we shifted our focus from simply gathering as many GitHub repos as we could find to first manually curating a list of known entities. Entities being corporations, governments, universities, nonprofit organizations, large open source foundations such as Linux Foundation, so that we would first have an entity and then find associated GitHub organizations. In the case of Google, for instance, we found over 100 GitHub organizations owned, managed by Google. In the case of Red Hat, 120. US government, federal and state entities, 340. For each of those organizations, we can often see hundreds, if not thousands, of public GitHub repos. So you can start to see the number of pipelines we can find across all of those repos. The advantage is that now we have a central entity that is potentially the right point of contact to perform responsible disclosure. I mentioned Poutine. So what is Poutine anyway? Poutine is our open source scanner that is specialized in finding vulnerabilities in build pipelines. It's very efficient. You give it a read-only token to GitLab or GitHub. It will automatically discover repos, index them, and scan to find vulnerabilities. Under the hood, it's using Rego. Rego is a language that is very easy to extend, and in this case, we create a domain-specific language that allows you to write your own rules to detect certain patterns. So it's very easy for you to clone the existing rules, adapt them to your own needs. One cool and very unique feature we added pretty recently is the ability to scan just as efficiently on remote stale branches. The idea is that when it comes to workflows that trigger on pull request target, because you can effectively open the pull request against any remote stale branch that may contain an old version of the workflow, you can basically revive from the dead vulnerabilities that have been fixed in the main branch but have been forgotten. You may wonder how prevalent this vulnerability class really is. Well, based on a recent snapshot of package supply, we had over 200,000 findings. Most of those are low confidence, basically what comes out of the open source version of Poutine. Then we have our own internal rules, which are more precise, and that's what we would call like high confidence. So we have about 10,000 findings out of that. And the idea is that we focus not just on vulnerable workflows, but we try to validate as many exploitability criteria as we can, as well as ensuring that there's an interesting secret to exfiltrate. So, for instance, if the secret would just have a read-only access, we would ignore such a vulnerability. After that, we triage those 10,000 and find about 24% are easily exploitable, and we need to report them. Then there's some more, about 42%, that are just as easily exploitable, but there's an environmental condition that prevents it from being exploited at this moment. For instance, if the workflow is present, vulnerable, but has been disabled. So if someone were to re-enable it, or we've also seen cases where there's a dependency that makes the workflow crash. So if something gets updated, it might suddenly make it exploitable. Now, let me tell you a story. Picture this. It's mid-August 2024. We spin up the first working version of Package Supply v3. Just a week later, it catches a regression in a very popular Python library. In fact, a GitHub action associated with it. It's called Ultralytics. So in the Ultralytics GitHub action, I had seen a very similar vulnerability a couple of months before. It had been reported, fixed. In that case, it was basically a regression, a very similar vulnerability. And I kind of ignored it because there was something much more interesting that we had just found. Around the same time, we found vulnerability in several workflows on 22 repos owned by Google. We reported those vulnerabilities to the Google Bug Bounty, their VRP program. A couple of weeks later, they report that it's been fixed. We check, indeed, it's been fixed. We're waiting to know how much they will pay out. And in the meantime, our system catches a regression in Google's workflows. We report it yet again, they accept, fix, and then they paid twice the bounty. Fast forward to December 2024, news breaks that Ultralytics, if you remember, was compromised by adding a Monero crypto miner. And it was done using the exact vulnerability that we had discovered and forgotten in August. So we got very frustrated about this, that we had missed it and kind of forgot, being swamped with other things. Every quarter we have hackathons, and this time we used it to kickstart a new project called Package Threat Hunter. The big idea is that now we not only scan for vulnerable workflows, but we ingest the entire fire hose of GitHub's public events in near real time. So it's about delayed by 5 minutes if you, that's a constraint based that GitHub gives. We process the events, we cross it with various data sets, and then we can hopefully catch build pipelines exploits as they happen. Barely 10 days after the hackathon concluded, it's Christmas holidays. Another hack happens on Kong Kubernetes Ingress Controller. Because it's the holidays, basically no one notices, even the maintainers of Kong, until we come back in January. We all see the news, then we look at our own data that we had in Threat Hunter, and we could see that we had all the data to make a forensics timeline, also even more detailed than many other folks could do because we have extra data. A couple of weeks later, I get the idea to use a dark web threat intel tool by this startup in Montreal called Flare. I think they're right here. So pretty quickly, I find a couple of very interesting forum posts on a cybercrime forum called Breach Forums. In early December, a new user creates an account on Breach Forums. They start by talking about how to remain anonymous online. And here's the real nugget. 12 hours before the Ultralytics hack, they dropped the exact 0-day, copy-paste the snippet with the line of code that's the actual vulnerability, with links to Poutine and the living of the pipeline resource on our website. Then, based on the forensic timeline, we know at the exact moment when the attack happened. 24 hours after the hack, the same Breach Forum user comes back and is starting to brag about it, by saying someone used PRs to leak secrets from pipelines. They used it to drop a Monero miner, which yielded very little, but it caused chaos around the world. And then the user is never used again and never posts again up until this day. I'm not here to give this person any more attention than they deserve, but I would say that the timeline of events is rather strange to me. End of the story. Let's shift gears back to Package Threat Hunter. On the left-hand side, you have the architecture for Package Supply v3, which is all about finding vulnerable pipelines, triaging them so that we can responsibly disclose. On the right-hand side, you have Package Threat Hunter, which is all about ingesting the GitHub firehose of public events. It's also designed to ingest our customers' enterprise audit logs. Then everything gets fed to a microservices architecture, which enriches with other data sets, such as the vulnerabilities from package supply. There we have a bunch of detection rules, and the events and detections go to a data lake, in this case, BigQuery. That's where we also build organically personas of the different users we see interacting with different projects on GitHub. More importantly, we tag those different personas with various criteria, and of course, the goal being to tag if they appear to be exploiting pipelines. Of course, that requires putting a lot of pieces together to make that call before we can send it for internal review. Now, this funnel chart really puts things into perspective in terms of signal-to-noise ratio. We start with about 5.5 million public events daily. The vast majority of them are push and pull request events. Then we trim along the way as we determine if it's a critical open source project or someone's personal pet project that doesn't even have a build pipeline, for instance. We still have about 500,000 events to deal with at that moment. Then we enrich with other data sets and various signals so that we can flag about 46 events on average daily. Once we have the events and we triage them as being noteworthy, we can import them to a visual timeline tool so that we can build a forensics timeline. As we discovered more and more vulnerable pipelines, we needed to start to attribute a risk rating. First, of course, we thought about CVSS. Very timely here. And in fact, we started by basically forking the CVSS 3.1 calculator. We adapted the base metrics to be more relevant for pipeline. And we built, instead of CVSS, we built the PVSS, so which is the Pipeline Vulnerability Scoring System. So the reason is that, yeah, like build pipelines have certain criteria that don't apply very well to normal CVSS. But as we added more real-world data into the calculator, we realized that the formula behind CVSS 4.0 would be even better. So it's not quite ready for prime time, but hopefully we plan on open sourcing the calculator in the next couple of weeks. Now let's jump to the blue team section. Most of you are familiar with MITRE's attack framework, but there's also this supply chain alternative variant of attack that's called OSCAR, which stands for Open Software Supply Chain Attack Reference. We did not come up with this resource, but what we did is that we took it and created a profile to focus just on the TTPs that are relevant for exploiting build pipelines. Already, we narrowed it down quite significantly from the original OSCAR matrix, but we can further simplify it and focus our attention on the TTPs that are most common. So really, the common scenario of a vulnerable pipeline that can be exploited using LOTP with the end goal to backdoor the final artifact. Throughout this talk, I mentioned multiple times living off the pipeline, or LOTP for short. Let me add a couple of more details about that. A LOTP tool is one that is already present and being executed by the existing legitimate pipeline. And since the attacker is not allowed to modify the pipeline and trigger their own version, and that's a core defense mechanism by design of GitHub Actions, for instance. Of course, that would be too easy if you were able to just modify the pipeline. You have to live with the existing tools, the existing pipeline. So, sorry. You have to live with it. So the gotcha is that in most cases, command line tools expect to find a configuration file in the current working directory. You can find our LOTP catalog at this address. We've already documented about 45 tools already, and it contains all POC payloads to really make it easy for you to understand how it can be used. We have about 25 more tools just waiting to be fully documented as GitHub issues. So if you want to help out, you can go and pick a GitHub issue and add the extra documentation. Let's look at two very representative examples. First, we have mkdocs, which expects to find a configuration file, namely mkdocs YAML. In that YAML, you can specify hooks that point to arbitrary Python code. Also, here we have Trivy. Trivy is a security scanner that scans containers, for instance. But you can, in the configuration file, you can specify the template so that the output is custom. And that template is using Go template syntax. That gives you a limited form of RCE, but still enough to exfiltrate secrets, which could contain sensitive tokens, and exfiltrate them via DNS-based techniques. Another variant is tools that don't expect a configuration file, simply don't have a configuration file. But they might behave differently if an environment variable is present. Obviously, because the attacker cannot simply modify environment variables externally, that may still be used as a second-order RCE. In fact, we've seen real-world examples where poisoning bash before another job is started might be useful. So you might effectively change the behavior of bash that is about to run, and that can be kind of second order. Time to wrap up. Can we actually use these techniques to predict the next attack? Maybe. It's not going to be easy. Attackers appear to have only just started to use some of those techniques, so we might be ahead of the curve on this time. Or maybe we missed a whole lot. Either way, it's clear that when you think that CI/CD is more like RCE as a service, you can understand why it became red teamers' favorite soft spot. If you want to learn more, check out our blog. We have different projects hosted on GitHub. We have a couple of positions open in the research team, as well as internships. And there's a few quick shout-outs to other fellow great researchers that made amazing talks at DEF CON last year. Thank you.
So we're gonna take a 5-minute break and be back at 11.
Hello. Oh. Hello, everybody. If you want to join this talk, please take a seat. This will be starting in just a moment. So today, for this next talk, we will have Jessa that will be presenting on Salesforce Snafu, unveiling and exploiting security misconfiguration using commonly used widget. Hold on a second. They are an information security testing analyst at SureScript LCC, and they will be presenting themselves a bit more in the presentation. So please welcome on stage Jessa.
Nice. Hi. Thanks, everyone, for coming to my talk today. We're going to be talking about Salesforce and all the different vulnerabilities that you can find when you go and look in all the nooks and crannies in the application. So thanks, everyone, for coming today. Let's get started. A little who am I? My name's Jessa. I'm a penetration tester at a healthcare company in Minneapolis, Minnesota. I've been in this position for about 3 years, but prior to that, I was in school. I studied computer science and environment and natural resources, and then I think at some point my senior year, I realized I was better at breaking code than actually coding. So I kind of shifted to the security space after that. I'm a badge life enthusiast, so if you see me at DEF CON, I usually have all the big electronic badges. Love it, really into that. In my free time, I'm a yoga instructor and runner, and I'm also a dog parent, so I didn't want to mention having a dog and not including a picture of him. So this is my dog, Atlas. He's a 3-year-old Cavapoo. He's not a security professional, but he is my best friend, and that says a lot for me. So let's get started. And if you like my talk, feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn. The agenda today, we're going to just talk about a little bit about the background. What exactly is Salesforce, and how does it differ from other applications? It's a big tool, so specifically I'll be talking about Flow Builder, page layout, widgets and chatter, and digital experience sites. Going into some of the security concerns and misconfigurations, specifically around improper access to objects and elevated user privileges, the attacks in Salesforce that you can do, and what exactly insecurities they reveal. And then kind of closing it off with remediation, detection, and prevention techniques that you can use in your own Salesforce environment or penetration tests, and then closing with a QA and future work. But sometimes easy means riskier security, and you're going to kind of see that later on. Wanting to start off with an advisory of 2 things. So I am not a Salesforce engineer. I'm a penetration tester. So a lot of the things I'm going to be talking about today kind of come from that red team perspective and not the usual dev perspective. Another thing is, I don't know, who here has used Salesforce before? Cool. So you probably know it's super complicated and complex. So this talk, since I really only have 30 minutes, is going to be a really high-level overview just for you to get started if you're interested in pen testing Salesforce applications. So with that being said, I'm not a Salesforce engineer, but I do know how to hack these applications. So kind of what is Salesforce? The TLDR, companies tend to have tons of customer data, and Salesforce, like other CRM tools, kind of help those support teams manage that data. So you can kind of think about some applications for Salesforce is you can create flows that allow customers to submit cases to your support team. You can use it for marketing or e-commerce websites, customer service portals, and community pages for customers to share and ask questions. This talk today is going to focus on 4 different features. So that's going to be Flow Builder, which kind of modifies these Salesforce objects, page layouts, which determine visibility, chatter widgets, which display the different information that you might want to see, and then digital experience sites that kind of wrap it all together and render these widgets. So just kind of what you can guess, what are the main issues here compared to the usual web app? Can anyone take a wild guess? Maybe? All right, well, the answer's in the meme. So default configurations are very common within Salesforce applications. Usually when you're testing a web app, you'll kind of think of the OWASP top 10, cross-site scripting, CSRF attacks. But in this case, it's really all about misconfigurations. In this case, Salesforce has something called objects, and these represent business data. So you can think of like customer contacts, site users, groups, case records, and they're often very lax by default. And you'll kind of see a little bit later how that occurs. And when you start to use Salesforce features, you'll begin to like enable different things that might leak this data to your customers or other people in the environment. And it's not really super obvious. So there's tons of cool, unique things you can do, but if you don't really know what you're doing, security issues come up. And another interesting thing I kind of want to call out here is Salesforce is starting to migrate to this kind of approach called point-and-click programming. So in the past, a customer support team might have like hired out a third-party developer to build out these Salesforce applications, but now someone can go in and just kind of drag and drop what they want to do, which makes things super easy. But again, if you're a non-technical person or someone without a security background, a lot of issues can come up. So we're going to kind of see that next. This is a flow builder. So when you look to the left, you'll see that's kind of like the back end of how you can build these processes. And basically what Flow Builder is, it's a feature within Salesforce that lets you automate really common tasks. So for example, you want a customer to be able to like update their contact information. A Flow Builder will be a really great way to do that. Kind of the main security issues here is they work directly with those Salesforce objects. So you are modifying, editing, and viewing data when you create these flows. But yeah, to the left here, you'll see this is kind of how it looks. And this is just a very simple flow. But as you see that like point-and-click, drag-and-drop programming, you don't really have to code anything. It's very easy. And then to the right, that's just kind of how it would look in the UI to the user. I think another thing I want to touch on that's a little bit confusing in Salesforce is oftentimes I think in the security space, we think of like user permissions or user roles as user permissions. But in Salesforce, those actually aren't security related at all. That just shows like the business purpose. So in Salesforce, when you're dealing with like different user permissions and roles and all of that, those are actually called profiles. And when I learned that, it was just kind of confusing. So I kind of want to just like say it because it's a fun security fact, I guess. But here, you can kind of start to think about what are the potential security issues. Well, now you have these non-technical support teams creating automated processes that change and manipulate data. And you can kind of ask yourself, how do privileges and user rights come into play when you start modifying these different objects and their records within them? The next feature I want to talk about is page layouts. And basically what page layouts are is they kind of determine the visibility for these Salesforce objects. In these Salesforce objects, they come with records. That's basically just like the information about the said object. But what page layouts kind of do is they determine what record information users can see, edit, delete, or create. If you're like a Salesforce customer, you can adjust page layouts to add and remove user interface elements. And you'll kind of see how this gets configured on the back end here, and leading into our first vulnerability or common finding that I oftentimes see. So in Salesforce, there's something called Salesforce Classic, which is the older version, and then Salesforce Lightning, which is the newer version. Both exist within an environment, and you can configure both. I think oftentimes a customer support team will say, like, well, I'm only dealing with Lightning. I don't really have to worry about the configurations in Salesforce Classic. I'm just going to kind of ignore that. And you'll see the issue that comes up. So in this case, the I guess like top toggle for Salesforce Classic has more features enabled that a user could see. And then below it, the Lightning Experience Actions, which is the more modern version, has a lot less that you can see. And in the next screenshot, you'll kind of see what you can do. So this is a Salesforce Lightning UI application. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to insert a payload into the URL that will break it into that classic version that has more features enabled. So you can see I kind of added that payload, and now I'm broken into Salesforce Classic. And what's like a feature that you see that wasn't in the previous slide? Well, now there's a recycle bin. So it's like, oh, what can I see here with this feature? And you click it, and now you can see like any data that might have not been visible before, which is kind of interesting, I think. And again, a lot of the screenshots you'll see, it's from a test environment I created. And any data or PII that you see, it's also all fake data. So no one's information is actually being leaked here. Now, the last thing I want to talk about are chatter and widgets. So in Salesforce, chatter is a commonly used feature that allows users and their customers to connect, engage, and collaborate across the organization in real time. Kind of think of it as something like Slack or Teams, basically just a way to talk. And I want to note, it is enabled by default for Salesforce customers. So keeping that in mind, some common use cases for chatter are posting status updates, using Feed to post industry-relevant articles, and then also sending and receiving files. A really interesting thing about the file sending is Salesforce actually doesn't do any checking. So you could upload an executable and send it to someone, and it's not going to stop you, which is just very interesting and another medium finding I come across. But specifically, what I want to talk about is the Logga call, which is a commonly used widget. And basically, it's a button that creates a completed task or activity record for objects. And it basically allows users to view and document various communications that they have with their customers and with one another. So with chatter enabled, and if an object is misconfigured, what kind of information do you think could accidentally be made available? And I'll kind of show that here. Again, this is a test environment. I'm logged in as just a public internet user. But since these contact objects have a misconfiguration where anyone on the internet basically can view them, now I can go in and type, say, John, and all the Johns in that Salesforce environment are coming up along with their account name, number, and address, and you can kind of see the issue here. So that kind of gets into that broken access control finding that I see a lot. Now, finally, I want to talk about digital experience sites. So digital experience sites, you can kind of think about it as this ribbon that ties all these other features together for customers to see and experience some data in your Salesforce environment. Once digital experience is enabled, it allows external users to access some of your company's data. Big red flag if you don't know what you're doing. And again, setting up a digital experience site can be done purely through point-and-click measures, so these customer support teams can go and build whatever they want. So now, thinking about what could go wrong here in the next slides. So I created a fake digital experience site, and since these account objects are able to be viewable to anyone, and I made this digital experience site public to the internet, I can actually go in, and now I see all this cool random information. For example, this account object, I can see names, who's in charge, emails, all of that, and that's really weird. I did kind of want to touch on how this happened and how I configured it to be insecure in this way, just so people can kind of understand what goes on in the back end. So the top screenshot here is that's making this digital experience site public to the internet. So in Salesforce, guest users, you can kind of just think about them as any random internet user. They don't need credentials. And what I'm doing here is I'm just enabling my site to be public. The second thing I do is I'm making those account objects readable in the bottom screenshot in the profiles. And then finally, I do really think Salesforce does do a good job at making it difficult for customer data to be completely public. But again, since this was a test environment, I didn't have all the different user roles and all that. So this is just something I had to do. But I created an additional role that basically made those account names viewable to guest users or public internet users. Now, another interesting thing about Salesforce is the different objects are assigned a ID. I know it looks random, but it actually isn't. Unfortunately, I haven't figured out how it all works, but if someone here knows how the IDs are assigned, I would be very interested, because that would make something like enumerating the URL very easy, or much easier. But yeah, in this case, you kind of know you're dealing with a Salesforce application when you look at the URL and you see a screen. When you see an ID kind of looking like this, you're like, okay, yeah, this is probably Salesforce. And these object records ID are oftentimes exposed by default. So kind of keeping that in mind, what can you do with that? And I'll show you right here. So I'm using something called Burp Suite. Burp Suite is just a very common attack proxy where you can like capture requests and then modify them and then send them back. So what I did is I captured that URL GET request to that specific object. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to send it to Burp Intruder, which is basically just a feature within Burp Suite that lets you send a bunch of requests very quickly, very easily to like enumerate and do fuzzing and all of that. So that's what I'm going to do. And I do want to say, like, Salesforce doesn't implement, or in the tests I've seen, Salesforce doesn't implement rate limiting. So you can basically fuzz this request as many times as you want, and it's not going to lock you out. So brute force, it's pretty easy. And this is just an example of that. I think I sent like over 20,000 requests, and it didn't stop me. So yeah, but when you're doing this enumeration, you can kind of know when you find a valid object. When you can kind of just look at the results. So all the invalid IDs, they have a length of like a little over 2,000, but a valid one has a length of like a much bigger length. And from doing this, I found another object, contact object that was viewable. So in this case, it was Josh Ortiz, and you can kind of see in the URL, that was the ID I found. But now I'm able to like enumerate and find all this additional information just by knowing that in the URL, objects are exposed with their ID. And those are kind of a lot of my big security findings that I find in Salesforce tests. And now I kind of want to wrap it up with some remediation, prevention, and detection techniques. So for remediation, definitely make sure that you're locking down your objects, implementing the idea of least privilege. Inspect all your user roles with the knowledge that they can oftentimes be insecure by default. Be very aware of what you enable, so understanding that if you create something like a digital experience site, you may be enabling it to the public internet, which is very scary. Detection, it's pretty hard to detect these vulnerabilities because Salesforce doesn't really offer, to my knowledge, anything that will show like, hey, you're making these objects very viewable, you might want to check in on that. So I would say, test your Salesforce applications. I feel like there's this very common misconception that if you're using a commonly used tool like Salesforce or whatever, it's automatically secure. But that's not true. Like as you see, like you can still configure it in a way that's insecure or that leaks data. So keeping that in your mind, and as a security person, making sure that you're communicating with your Salesforce support teams at your company so they do know this, because it's kind of one of those things that goes unnoticed unless someone says so. And then also just evaluate your different object permissions and pages. Like with the page layout, like I had the classic that had more features toggled than the lightning. So just being very aware that there's a lot of nooks and crannies that can go wrong. And then remediation, not much for now, but you'll kind of see in my future work what I hope to do about that. So in my future work, I'd love to kind of figure out what kind of default configuration shows up in flows, since that is automating a lot of processes and dealing with objects and other data. Digital experience site shenanigans, I would love to find a way to find these sites that were accidentally made public by companies and seeing what kind of data I can grab there. And then kind of asking myself, can we automate finding these security misconfigurations? So like creating a tool that you can run in your environment that kind of helps find these misconfigurations for you, since I don't really know if there's a public tool available yet. So kind of closing out, a lot of this seems like common sense, but again, I see these findings quite frequently when I'm doing real-world tests, so kind of seeing this as like a cautionary tale, that this seems obvious, but it still happens. So with that being said, I'll kind of move on to the Q&A portion, right? Or later?
Maybe a few minutes pauses.
Oh, okay, perfect. Cool. Well, thanks all.
It's like 10 minutes.
Oh, okay, perfect. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2. Oh, c'est bon.
Test. 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 Hello.
All right. I think we can start this panel. This is going to be something that's going to be a bit more informal than just a regular presentation. So we have here again François, we have Jessa, and we have HD Moore on stage with us, and with me, Olivier. So to kick off the Q&A panel, I'll be starting with just a few more specific questions towards the talk that were the excellent talks that were presented previously. And I'll start from left to right with François. You've talked a lot about pipeline security, and I think one of the challenges sometimes companies face even more is that we've started automating more things in all departments, which means there's more user using now pipelines that have direct or indirect access to pipeline security. And this makes the insider threat something that is more significant than before. So I was curious on your thoughts about this.
Yeah. So if you saw my talk, you saw that it was all about open source build pipelines. So you might think, well, on my company I work at, we don't make anything open source. It's all commercial, internal, private repos. But as I said, if you look at your pipelines, it's most likely depends on open source tools. So it's relevant indirectly, right? Like compromising any tools you use in your pipelines, or not just dependencies that you use in your application, is definitely relevant. So definitely, it's not going to be this kind of sniper shot, like 0 day that I can find where it will attack directly. But if it's not noticed, maybe a couple of hours or days later, you will run a compromised version because you auto-update, right? And it's a 0 day that no one even knows about because there's no CVE for what I work on. So it's definitely a problem to be considered. But when it comes to insider threat per se, like if we just focus on the insider threat, build pipelines were simply not designed to be resilient against insider threat, especially not modern, like GitHub Actions, Circle CI, Jenkins file, like basically where the pipeline definition is part of the repo that it builds the code for, right? So it's literally just a file in a special folder with a special name that has very special meaning. It will automatically run arbitrary code. So you can imagine that unless you use more modern features of GitHub, like push rule sets, that will prevent someone from pushing in a specific directory, like .github workflows. I mean, it's even worse than what you saw me talk about.
Yeah, and maybe we can continue with a question for Jessa. I think there's two good questions that I had when I saw your talk. The first thing that interested me is you mentioned at the end that you were working on some automations. So I was kind of curious if you could give us some sneak peeks of the ideas on how to make the detections for this type of vulnerability, because the vulnerabilities themselves are technically code in some sense, but not necessarily code in the sense that this is code that sits in GitHub that can run easily on a CI pipelines. So I was kind of curious on the approaches that you had on this.
Yeah, thanks. So this has kind of been an idea of mine since I've been doing Salesforce penetration tests. So I kind of started doing this about a year ago with my first application. And when I was doing research, I kind of noticed like there's not really that much out there when it comes to like security in Salesforce. So I believe, and I might be wrong, but Salesforce has some options for security, but I believe it's like an additional cost add-on. Maybe wrong about that, but for a tool for me, it would kind of be something like open source that you can grab off of GitHub and run in your environment. It's still pretty new, so I wish I had more information on that or like more technical details. But I would want to focus on definitely like object permissions and maybe something that shows like, oh, just so you know, you have this enabled and this is a potential issue here. So those are probably two of my big things with it that I would want to do. And also maybe just some advisories like, oh, just so you know, like you can upload a file that can be any kind of extension. So kind of smaller things like that too, just to point it out for you. So.
Yeah. Thank you for the answer. And one of the other things that I found really interesting with the type of volunteer that you're bringing is that sometimes the line between something is the responsibility of the user of understanding and knowing the technology, what they do, and sometimes it's also a bit the responsibility of the vendor to kind of highlight that some of the settings that you're doing are going to be dangerous, that maybe things by default should be more secure. So I was kind of curious on your thoughts on where is the line of something is the responsibility of the user that's using the technology, whereas something is the responsibility of the vendor of building a better environment for people not to shoot themselves too much in the foot.
Yeah, and that's a great question because I do think the whole customer versus vendor responsibility is such a big topic. And I think there's such a big gray area where people get confused, where it's like, oh, well, I was using a secure, well-known application, like now there's all these vulnerabilities, why is it my fault? And I think that's just like a very common conversation between these kind of tools. So I would say like it's a very big discussion, but as a customer, you can talk and collaborate with these like customer support teams, say at Salesforce, that can kind of help you engineer something that's as like secure as possible, because it's like, it's possible to have a secure environment, but you just have to be like aware. And Salesforce does have kind of like a training platform where you can learn more about security too. So I would say like definitely it's the customer's responsibility to like educate themselves and have that collaboration and communication with the company. And I would also say it would be the company's responsibility to like also say like, hey, there can still be security issues and you need to be aware of it. So
yeah. Thank you very much. For AG, one of the questions that I had is, you talked a lot about building metrics to make a product more comparable or more easier. And I think a lot of the issues that we've had in the past with kind of building benchmarks and things like that is that vendor, they see a metric that people are going to be using and they're going to be sometimes optimizing, if we can say that very softly, their software so that they perform well on those benchmarks. But sometimes their performance on the benchmark and the performance in the real world doesn't match because of these hyper-optimizations. So I was kind of curious if you had ideas on how we can build benchmarks that don't necessarily have those issues.
It's definitely a challenge. The biggest problem is getting access to the products requires usually signing a EULA, and the EULA says you will not do any of these things to the product. So almost by default, the vendors are fighting against it. What you typically have to do is find a third-party independent lab willing to buy the products under different names, and it ends up being kind of like skunk works in the back end as a result. But you're right, like in a lot of parts of tech and security, it's been captured by the industry. Like the industry controls the benchmarks, the industry controls what counts as success. I just think we've gotten far enough down that line now that even our end users have no idea what to expect anymore. Like typically if you're using a vuln scanner and you don't get the result you expect, like the vendor's gonna say, oh, you're holding it wrong. It's like, how is that my fault? Like you should make your product work out of the box for me, right? So, I mean, there's kind of two threads to it. One is hold your vendors accountable for when they're not doing what they've sold you. If they sold you a thing and it doesn't do that thing, scream bloody murder until it does. The other hand is we also need more independent test labs that are, given licenses by the vendors to do the stuff. Unfortunately, every time we've seen an independent test lab in the security space, they've usually gone down in flames, usually with some sort of like corruption or lawsuits or whatever, because it's so attractive for a test lab to take more money from one vendor to give them a better rating. And it just turns into a whole thing because there's so much money in this space.
Yeah, that's a very good perspective, and I'm kind of curious on your take on who would it be the responsibility to kind of maintain those benchmarks and metrics.
I mean, we would love it to be like public sector because you can get like funding from the government to so and so on. The challenge there, though, is then the vendors cry foul and say, oh, you don't let us show our particular feature the right way, or you're not treating us fairly. And so the government tends to be almost the worst option because they have to take so much of the feedback by the vendors. They're the most at risk of being sandbagged by the vendor in various ways. You look at that with even basic things like federal pricing, where you have to list your prices in the GSA and so on. And that is such a horrible game people play to make sure they create a separate product for each listing that's different so they can give you a different price. So, I mean, the vendors are going to play games however they can, and they're especially good at manipulating federal regulators, federal portals to get what they want. So we really need an independent that can't be sued out of existence, and hopefully like a large nonprofit, something that actually has some money to back it up if they do end up in a lawsuit. They're not just going to roll over because they can't afford a defense.
Okay. That's very, very interesting take, because I know sometimes the government involvement is sometimes something people push for, but it's interesting to see your perspective that government may not necessarily be the best solution to this. Yeah, Hugo. Yeah. We're going to be looking very quickly at some of the questions from the audience. I'll be taking a first look at them. I'll take the first one. Regarding vulnerable CI/CD, where do you believe the lines needs to be drawn between flexibility of tooling and rigidity of security? And how can vendor improve this kind of relationship?
Let me think. The flexibility of
yeah, but because basically right now, like the CI/CD pipeline, you can basically do whatever you want on it. And maybe, as you've shown, it's maybe a bit too much. But sometimes going all the way to the opposite, where you cannot do almost anything, brings in too much hurdle for developer to use them and be efficient with it.
Yeah. Well, let's take GitHub Actions. I don't want to pick so much on GitHub Actions, but because my research is always mostly focused on open source, and everyone uses GitHub Actions for free, like, as they have to. So GitHub, they have this thing where you can kind of harden your configuration of GitHub Actions and specify only authorized GitHub action so that people cannot like use any action that is not approved. That's obviously not the default. Like, you need to specify that allow list. I've seen organizations use that. In fact, internally, like we do that, and it works quite well. But I would say in our case, it's easy because we're like a smart startup, and I know everyone, and I can kind of put my foot and say, okay, that's what we are using now. I approve it, and that's it, right? Going forward, if you want to add something, like let's vet it and add it. But of course, in a larger organization, when you start to do that after the fact, it's very hard. Like, it's the Far West. So yeah, I think it's hard to do in practice to start to kind of like tighten it down. typically engineering teams will be very angry at security teams that when we slow them down and whatnot. So if we start to slow down the CI/CD, which allows them to ship continuously, that's a kind of an area that is a bit tough to touch. But I would say if you're an early stage startup, do it well from the get-go, right? Like best practice. If you work at a larger organization, it's tough. So I don't know. I feel that if that person, the person asking the question, I don't know.
Yeah. And it's a very good point that you're bringing, that it's easier to make things less restrictive than doing the opposite, because anytime you kind of make things more restricted, well, there's people that may have used this loosened state, and they're going to cry foul, and they're going to say, oh, why is security always in our ways, and things like that. Yeah. Other question that I found really interesting, it's going to be more of a generic question for the three of you, is what metrics should we be collecting in AppSec to make sure that we're doing the right things to reduce risk and provide value? Basically how should we be running our AppSec team in a way that's kind of efficient?
Yeah, sure. So I'm a big fan on communication and developing relationships with other teams. So I'm an internal red teamer, and I'm constantly communicating with devs on different teams, like all the time. And I've kind of realized how important it is to have that relationship and trust with them, because if they know, like, oh, I can talk to someone about security, or someone on the security team about an issue I'm seeing, and if they feel safe and trust me to have a good kind of collaborative response, that makes like the biggest difference in the world. So I would say just like customer or relationships with like your developers and others that you work with is really important. So
I'll probably take a different approach, which is assume you can't trust anybody. Log everything you possibly can in terms of like everything about every request or reaction. Keep in mind if something hits the fan, someone's able to see data they shouldn't be able to in the products, you need to know everything that they saw. You need to go back and say, for this GET request, which other customer data was visible? How did they see it? Who do you have to notify? Like your goal during a breach is to hopefully, reduce the notification down to just the people who are impacted and not like, 100,000 customers, right? So anything you can do to identify what was actually impacted by a breach, a permission issue, or whatever in your logging, in your observability really helps later down the line. So even if you can't secure the application up front, at least know who you have to notify afterwards.
Yeah, from my perspective, I try to be as much proactive. So I like to start with like threat modeling so that we can prioritize really where to put our efforts, like know really where the crown jewels is, and really kind of put more attention on auditing and like scanning and all that, and that given service in the bigger architecture, and yeah, definitely building relationship with the teams, and as you said, like more like monitoring, telemetry, and all that is key. But I think to have a good kind of sense of what is being built and keep it like continuously updated, like as a threat modeling based on the real architecture as it evolves, is a challenge. But I think it's important to keep the big picture and not just look at a given line of code that the scanner is reporting.
Yeah, that's a very interesting question. And to piggyback a bit on this question, what I think is really, really interesting in like modern AppSec is if you were to ask people working in them, what is the relationship between the size of their team and the task that they have, they will almost always tell you that their team is way too small. So I feel like often the challenge in working in AppSec is that you're working on a very limited resource. And I'm kind of curious on your take on how can we best manage what we can do with the small teams and sometimes a huge scope in the team that we're working with.
Yeah, I'll keep coming back to threat modeling. I think it's important to keep the big picture. Like people need to have a mental model that is easy to keep in mind, and whenever you think about the data flow, like anything that is internet facing versus what is just purely internal, you just have a different risk rating. Of course, like when you think about SSRF and things like that, then there's typical mitigations you want to put in place for that type of stuff. So, yeah, like everyone is swamped, like teams are small, and adding more tools, just like scanners, as you said, like that, like the more coverage they may have, just more noise. So that's, you know, I liked your talk, but yeah, the challenge, like the more CVEs are covered, the more like things to probably mark as false positives. So it's always the challenge.
Okay, I think I can. That was okay. So my company has something called like a security champions program. So what that is, on each dev team, we kind of like nominate a security champ, and like every month or so, all these security champs get together, and we kind of just have a conversation about security and like the common findings that we have. So we're kind of starting to like educate these teams to be security aware, and again, like improving that relationship. So you're kind of like getting these people interested in security, and there's always like a couple that are like, wait, this is really cool. Another thing that my company does is we run like a CTF every year for the Cybersecurity Awareness Month, and that gets people really interested because now you're like gamifying learning about security for people who may not have a security background and who just want to learn. And I think that's really cool because now it's like your company's becoming security aware, not just the security team. So I would say that's would kind of be my approach.
One thing I think is helpful, I work on a dev team as well, and anytime we have a security failure of some sort, like we have a SQL injection bug, we've got some other thing we screw up, how do we add a test case for it to catch it in the future that'll cover it more generically? And it's always fun when like you write a test case for a one-off instance and then 6 months later it fires when the new employee does something silly, right? Like that stuff is really good, and kind of, you know, if you have a unit test-driven development team anyways, having them do unit tests for the security failures is also a great way to help them keep on top of it.
Yeah, and from what I'm seeing from the questions, hold on, I'm just trying to type it in. What the hell? There was also another question from a topic that you kind of talked about doing CTFs and just trying to raise the technical level of developer in general. And sometimes there's like good engagement with CTFs for people that find this useful. Sometimes people find this overwhelming to do in a corporate environment. So I was kind of curious if there was other ways than CTFs to level up the technical knowledge of people working inside the company.
Yeah, so again, that kind of like security champions program where we're educating the developers and just doing like a talk, like a 1-hour meeting every couple months of like, these are the trending topics, these are kind of what to look out for. I think that's really helpful because you start getting people just interested, and then usually afterwards they'll come and like just ask questions and just kind of want to learn more. So again, I would just say like continuing that like collaboration. I would say maybe something you could also do is send like a, I don't know, monthly security email of like tips and tricks of how to be more security aware, like setting a good password or making sure you're not using the same password for everything. So I would say, again, that's kind of like an additional approach or things you could do. So.
One thing I like to do, we use a thing called Bonusly internally, which does like, you do little peer-to-peer bonuses, like $1 or $2 from team members. And whenever somebody finds a security bug during code review, usually whoever's code it is, they give that person a bonus. Saying, hey, thanks, here's $5, you found a thing that didn't ship. So incentivizing people to like actually look for security bugs and rewarding them when they do helps a little bit too.
That's really interesting, up until people start involuntarily introducing vulnerability. Yeah, but I get the idea of like reinforcing the idea of this is something you should really look out. There's going to be bonuses. There's going to be good things that come out of it. There's like one question from the audience that was about the Salesforce talk. It was, do people configure Salesforce via infrastructure as code, like Terraform, or is it mostly like ClickUps that is the way that it's configured?
Yeah, that's a good question. So Salesforce does have options of like providing custom code still, but it's starting to migrate kind of away from that to make it more accessible to these like non-technical teams. So I think there is still like that option, but I think as Salesforce like changes, that kind of point and click, moving away from custom code is becoming more common. So.
Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, I have really issues of getting it on my phone to have like the question list. I'll figure this out after. I think there was one question. Yeah. Come to the mic.
So, François, it's a question for you about CI/CD. When you check out code, regardless of branch, it's always untrusted. So there could be a unit test, opening a socket and doing whatever. So, I mean, that will always be the case. I don't see, or else you're monitoring the code that you're monitoring and it'll never end. So how do you go? Do you like sandbox your unit test inside the VM? What do you do about that?
Yeah, exactly. So I think it's very important if you have the mental model of this is RC as a service, as you said, like code, like a test, like we run tests, like automated tests. It's just code, arbitrary from someone on the team. Like, of course, what I focus on is like open source, it's internet facing, anyone can contribute. If you're talking about internal, it's also just as valid, right? It's like arbitrary. So yeah, sandboxing, you want those VMs to be ephemeral, right? Like they're trashed after the thing. What secrets? It's really about, okay, you have arbitrary code, but what do you do with it, right? If it's a VM that's not reused for the next round of tests, okay, like you're gonna pop the VM. Okay, if the hypervisor there's a 0 day, sure, but let's ignore that. Then it's really about what secrets are exposed during the run of the tests. You expose mostly read-only secrets, like if you want to limit the damage, so that it cannot kind of go modify the database. For instance, you give it like the credentials to SQL database. You're not going to give it like ability to truncate the tables, right? Unless you need to. So it's really about taking as a core assumption, it's RCE. What's the worst thing that can happen? Like pivoting and all that, you want like to jail it and whatnot.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think we have time for one more question. Yeah. There's a question from the audience. Yeah, sure.
I wanted to ask a follow-up to the previous questions that you answered about like threat modeling, building relationships, and I think logging and monitoring to improve like visibility. I wanted to know, like, do you have data that shows that that actually works?
This is, can you build a dashboard that shows what you're doing actually works?
I mean, you could say, like, in one example, we had a developer check in a secret almost by accident. It was obfuscated slightly, and then we added a rule for it, and it never happened again, and it alerted every time afterwards. So that kind of stuff, it's pretty easy to verify. You add the rule, it then triggers on your CI/CD scan. So I think you can definitely measure this stuff, but it's basically like you have to screw it up once before, and then wait for it to hit again and be like, yeah, look, we at least avoided that one.
I don't know if I have data, but I do have like stories of like success stories. I think one of my biggest ones is having a good relationship with a team, and they're like, hey, we created this application, we think it's fine, but can you give it a pen test for it? And then we found all these like really bad issues. So I guess I have like a bunch of stories, like kind of similar to that, but not like collective data, I would say.
Yeah, and for threat modeling, yeah, it would be hard to, because it's such a subjective thing, right? It's not something that's quantitative, but does it raise the overall awareness of the teams and all that? It could be quantified. In my experience, it's definitely good to involve the team and not make it just is the security team's responsibility to build a threat model. Like, it's really collaborative. You bring the actual architects in front of a whiteboard, and that's how I like to do it. It's like ask them question. Like, and then they start to fight between themselves. Like, no, that's not how it's built, you know. So it's all about collaboration and make like to make it make them feel like we all care about security. So do I have data about that? No, but my experience tells me that the more you do it, the more people feel good about talking about those topics, and it's not just like, oh, it's the security team doing that, you know?
Yeah, and my experience of like building metrics inside company is that it's a really, really complex topics because sometimes you're going to be measuring things, and sometimes things are going to be dropping in a way that might indicate things are bad, but it's sometimes because there's something else that does a good thing. For example, if we're trying to measure how many findings pentester find at the end to see how good the pentester are, well, if they find less vulnerability, maybe it's because we're doing better training or better upfront work, or maybe it's the pentester that are less good. So sometimes when you're building metric, I find that the difficulty is sometimes of getting to know is if the value goes up or down, what does it mean? Because you can have data, but if it's hard to reach a purposeful meaning with it, it's very difficult. Yeah, and I think we can wrap this up. I think we're at 12 now. So I hope you enjoyed the Q&A and that you have a great lunch today. And there's going to be more great talk later this afternoon. So come back.
Le Slido, on va améliorer. J'ai juste, on a commencé.
Hello, hello, hello. So welcome to our red team block. We have a local legend, Laurent Desaulniers, a challenge designer, involved in everything touching NorthSec. So please help me in welcoming him to the stage.
Hello, everybody. It's a real pleasure today to announce the Red Team panel and all the conferences today. We're going to talk about EDR and driver bypasses. We're going to get a brand new technique for .NET exploitation. There's going to be talks about ethics. So please stay for the whole thing. We're going to have questions in the end. It's going to be amazing. We're very lucky to have great speaker. Speaking of great speaker, it's an honor to have first-time speaker at NorthSec, Jake. So Jake Mayhew is an experienced information security professional who currently serves as a technical lead for the offensive security team at UPMC. Before serving on the individual red team, he spent several years in consulting, delivering security tests for clients in finance, healthcare, retail, critical infrastructure, including nuclear energy, and law. He held the OSC3 certification, that's for people who know offensive security, OSCD, OSWE, and OSEP, OSCP, CRTO, and OSDA certification, and he loves to assist others in their cybersecurity learning path. Furthermore, Jack is one of the founding members of the Applied Technology Academy Asymmetric Training Group, the ATG, and has a passion for sharing real-world knowledge and cutting-edge solutions with his students. Jake has also led and co-led offensive security trainings, including the PEN 200 OSCP training at Black Hat. Please give a warm welcome to Jake Mayhew.
Hello, everybody. So just a quick update. Since I applied this talk or submitted this talk, I've actually changed jobs. So that's why you see White Knight Labs here. So it originally said that I was the red team lead at UPMC. I'm actually the offensive security director of offensive operations at White Knight Labs. So that's why you see all the White Knight Labs branding and the T-shirt and everything there. So, anyways, my talk today is on weaponizing vulnerable drivers to attack EDRs. And so, like many of us in the network penetration testing realm or red teaming realm, I kind of started off my career with OffSec and the OSCP. And in the OSCP labs, at least in the mid-2010s when I started my journey, you would be in a lab with like Windows 2000 and like some Debian system from 2008 and so forth. And there were old systems and there was absolutely zero defensive measures or AV or anything like that on the systems. Passed my OCP, got into the real world, and got my butt kicked by CrowdStrike and Cortex and SentinelOne and so forth, because you start loading Mimikatz on a system and you're going to get scrubbed really quickly and you're going to get a lot of alerts from the blue team. And so that caused me to dive deeper and deeper and deeper down the rabbit hole. And so a couple years ago, I saw a talk. I wish I could remember who it was, but it was some guy from Australia, and he was talking about kernel notification callbacks that EDRs leverage, and he showed removing them and the impact on the system, and I was mesmerized by the power of that. And so that led me into a journey of kernel and driver vulnerability research and exploit development for the purpose of red team operations and attacking EDRs. So basically, all I want as an administrator on a local system is complete and utter unfettered access to it, right? I don't want these pesky EDRs stopping me from doing what I want to do, right? If I want a payload on there, I just want the payload to run. And so we got to attack the EDR to do that without having to make a custom payload for every single instance. So it's not just me. Attackers have had a lot of difficulty as well, right? And they've been resorting to kernel land attacks through vulnerable drivers. You see a lot of articles from CrowdStrike, SentinelOne, ESET, and so forth. Here's just a quick sampling here. Really quick, before I go any further, I actually thought this was a 40 or 45-minute talk, and so last week I was like, oh, I've got to cut out like half the slides, so you'll see me blitz through a couple of these slides, and that's why. But anyways, the attackers are resorting to vulnerable drivers to accomplish the same goals. Instead of my purposes as a red teamer, they're wanting to spread ransomware and there are other more destructive forms of malware. And so disabling and attacking the EDR and kernel level is a really good way to spread ransomware unfettered. And just like any good, just like any new wave of techniques and attacks, the blue teamers do what blue teamers do, and they have an LOL project for it. So there's LOL drivers, which is essentially a database of vulnerable or potentially vulnerable or known exploited third-party drivers, and sometimes native drivers as well. And so basically it's just a database online that you can reference, and it's a really great resource for kernel or driver exploit development and research as well. So just a quick who am I already said my job title and so forth. So I do a lot of research and development, which is this kind of stuff, right? And then I do operations with red team engagements, web app pen tests, fat client pen tests, infrastructure pen tests, all that kind of stuff. And then I do a lot of teaching and content dev too. So a lot of the techniques and just the content of this course is covered in our offensive development course that we taught a couple days ago at NorthSec. So if you want like 10 hours of this content in expanded form with code and all that kind of stuff, that's kind of where we really dive deep into it. It's not meant to be a sales pitch, just it's relevant. We already talked about my certifications and nobody really cares. So the contents that we'll talk about today, I'm going to kind of blitz through OS architecture review because we just don't have a lot of time to cover it in depth, so bear with me as I try to like cover that at a really high level. We'll just talk about like basically user versus kernel mode, and then EDR architecture, and most exclusively kernel mode. We're really just going to focus on kernel mode today because there's just a million other resources on user mode and so forth with function hooking DLLs and all that kind of stuff. So we're just going to focus on kernel just to scope the discussion. Then we're going to move on to exploitation for EDR evasion and how we can use kernel exploits or driver exploits. I'm going to say kernel exploits, really it's not just for the Windows kernel, but it's also for like a driver that's running in kernel mode. So if I don't say driver, kernel just covers everything. But anyways, we'll talk about vulnerabilities that could give us interesting power in attacking the EDR. And then we'll do a demo with CrowdStrike and Falcon. There's no particular reason I chose CrowdStrike. I've tested it on a bunch of different EDRs. It's just the 800-pound gorilla in the industry, right? And so everybody knows Falcon. And so we're going to do a demo with these techniques on that, and then we'll talk about defense and what SOC teams and defenders can do to defend against this type of attack. Okay, so real quick, OS architecture review. I'm terrible with slides, just threw a couple things here. User mode versus kernel mode. User mode is typically referred to as ring 3. Kernel is ring 0. Another side note, this is all Windows x86. So that's, you know, again, the scope of the discussion. So there's user and kernel mode. Ring 0 is the privileged core of the OS, right? So memory management, scheduling, TCP/IP, security enforcement, all that kind of stuff is done in kernel mode. We don't see any of that, right? Ring 3 is where we live for the most part, unless you're a kernel developer or a driver developer. If you're clicking anything, if you're running a command prompt as administrator, if you're a power user on a system, you're still all going to be in user mode, right? Kernel mode does all the stuff under the hood, so we don't actually have to deal with a lot of memory management. That's going to be done from the kernel. Same thing with like dealing with interactions with hardware and all that kind of stuff. I like to think of it in terms of web APIs because a lot of us in security or technology in general kind of just, you know, you hear a kernel and you're just like, okay, I just don't really want to don't really want to think about that too much. But I like to simplify it because web APIs is something that a lot of us connect with and understand really well. So I like to think of user mode as like the client. So sending like a web request as the client, and then kernel mode as the API server. And so as the user mode client, you're going to send a request just like an API request with arguments and, you know, session data, all that kind of stuff. And then the server is going to see that. It's going to perform an operation on the back end that's opaque to the user, and then return whatever the result is from that specific request. So on the right here, you see I have the N64 emulator. So if you have a program running in, that's an N64 emulator because you want to see you want to run Ocarina of Time ROM hack or something like that, and you want to create a window for your Ocarina of Time ROM so that it starts running it, and you see that very nostalgic splash screen of Legend of Zelda. To create that window, you're going to run a create window API. Eventually, it will sync to a syscall that's going to have information about like the size of the window and all that kind of stuff. And then it will send that syscall to the kernel mode, basically like the API. And then the kernel is actually going to create that object in kernel mode, and it's going to have a reference to it. And it is an opaque reference or obscured reference in kernel mode that it returns to the user, which is a handle. And so then the user mode has a reference to that window in user mode that it can then destroy or do whatever it needs to do with that window, and it can reference it by the handle. So yeah, so that's just a quick review of some topics that we'll be covering a little bit more. There's the Windows kernel, right? The NTOS kernel.exe image that's going to be loaded. So that's the actual kernel image. But then there's kernel drivers, which are typically .sys files. And they're also portable executable. They're just a little bit different. It's the same file type. But they're interacted with slightly differently. Typically, there's IRPs, input-output request packets, and you pretty much send a control code that will hit a certain code path in the driver, as on kind of the server-side API, so to speak, using our analogy. And then you send a buffer of data, which will essentially be the arguments or the data that you want to send to it. So it's oversimplified. We could spend 4 or 5 hours talking just about this or more, but that's a fairly good overview. Okay, so this is all the user mode stuff that I'm skipping. If you want to talk more about user mode hooks and stuff like that, we can definitely do that. So we're just going to skip straight to kernel mode. So at this point, we're pretty much all aware, after July of last year, pretty much the entire world is aware, right, that EDRs have kernel mode components, kernel drivers. What happened in July of last year? The world died because CrowdStrike pushed out a bad channel file update. So it's kind of interesting. It kind of relates to some of the topics that we'll talk about today. I'll just do a quick aside. They wanted to get around some signing requirements to push out more agile updates, basically. And so they did that by pushing out these channel files that are referenced by the kernel driver. And so the kernel driver referenced a channel file, and it had an invalid memory access, essentially, and then it crashed. And if you crash in kernel mode, you get a bug check or a blue screen of death. And so that's essentially what happened. Again, oversimplifying a lot of things here. But anyways, so in kernel mode, there's certain protections in place. The only one we'll really talk about is process protection, or PPL. So how many have tried to dump LSASS and failed because of PPL? Yeah, a bunch of hands. Okay, so many of you will be aware of that protection then. So in Windows 11, and you can manually configure this in Windows 10, by default, Windows is going to run LSASS, by default in Windows 11, and you can configure it in Windows 10, LSASS is going to be run as PPL. And so basically what that means is if you have process 1, let's say that's LSASS, is running as system with a PPL setting, and then you have process 2, let's say it's malware, running as system, but there's no PPL status. Even though they're both running as system, process 2, the malware process, can't read, write, terminate, do anything to the other process because there's additional kernel mode kernel mode protections in place. And so you have to have a PPL status of equal or higher to actually impact that other process. So that's just a relevant protection that's in place, because if we try to, like, say, kill, I'm just going to keep picking on CrowdStrike, but kill the Falcon process that's running as an agent in the background, it's going to fail, even if we're running a system, right, because it's going to be protected by this PPL status. So moving on from protections, that's the only one we'll really talk about. There's then all the telemetry that is really where the magic of an EDR or AV is really implemented. So this enables it to gather all of the extremely granular telemetry on a Windows system. And so it's going to register, so when you load the CrowdStrike driver, it's going to register with all these different telemetry sources so that it can receive all of the events, it can correlate them, and then it can respond appropriately on that event. So the triumvirate of kind of very common ones are the process thread and image load creation events. And so they're all pretty similar. It's basically an array in the kernel that has a list of pointers to functions to run on one of these events. So CrowdStrike loads, and then it will register in the kernel, and then the function that it wants to run upon a new process creation is going to be added to that array in the kernel. And then you have a new process that's created, the metadata for that, the parent process, the arguments, all that kind of stuff is going to get tracked by CrowdStrike, and then it can look at the command line arguments, make a decision if it's malicious or not, etc. And also, that's how, when you're looking in the CrowdStrike console, you can see like process trees and all that kind of stuff, and you can see, you can trace things because it's correlating all that information using that. Same thing with thread creation, so it can detect process injection and different thread operations with that. And then image load notifications. So if you're trying to load in NTDLL to try to bypass user mode hooks, you're trying to remap NTDLL, it can see that image load and call it as malicious and, again, respond appropriately. I'll kind of skip over object manager notifications, but they're a little bit more complex, but basically it's a way that you can, kind of the inverse of that, you can protect a specific process or something. So you can see, hey, a handle was requested for the LSAS process, and then you can track that. So if for some reason you've evaded the process creation, notification callback, and the other things through some method, but you touch LSAS by requesting a handle for it, you can track it that way too. Okay, and then file system mini filters are pretty simple because we all are pretty familiar with that. If you write something to the file, a callback is registered to then do something with it, right? So file read, file write to a named pipe or the file system or something. If you write a file to disk, it can analyze it, it can send it to the cloud to do some AI/ML analysis on it, it can run it in a sandbox, it can look for signatures, all that kind of stuff. And of course, it can scrub it if it doesn't like it. And then event tracing for Windows, that has user and kernel mode components, but the kernel mode components is basically, it can group a bunch of events, and harkening back to our analogy before, it can essentially track things on the server side, right? So if you have a virtual protect call or something like that, if you evade some user mode telemetry detections, at some point it's going to hit the kernel land, and you can track it in the kernel. And some EDRs, like Elastic, for instance, will actually make heavy use of ETW instead of some other mechanisms here. So some EDRs will use more of one type of detection or telemetry source, and then others will use a lot. So actually, CrowdStrike is heavily dependent on the process creation notification callback, heavily dependent on them. And some of them work very similarly. Like I said, Elastic is less dependent on process and is more dependent on ETW. I think MDE is kind of like that too. So yeah, there's a lot more that we won't cover, but the ones that we've talked about thus far, it's going to get you about 95% or more there. So if you attack these telemetry sources in the kernel, you're probably going to be able to do just about whatever you want, at least as a red teamer. So, okay, so how do we attack these EDRs? Again, we're going to skip user mode attacks. Kernel mode attacks, there's basically 3 options that we have, at least that I could think of. Option 1 is find a vulnerability or weaponize a 0 or n-day vulnerability in the Windows kernel or a native driver. So that would be NTOS kernel.exe or something like TCP/IP.sys. There was an IPv6 vulnerability released 6 months ago or something, and nobody could really weaponize a solid exploit for it, but that would be a good example of something that you could leverage. If you could weaponize an exploit for a specific vulnerability, you could then use that natively without having to be an admin or something like that. You could just exploit the vulnerability, enumerate the EDR telemetry, remove it, and do what you need to do. So option number 1 is great, and it's obviously the most powerful. It's also the most difficult. So if you can do that, call me, and I will do a little, we're not worthy kind of thing, and you can maybe make $1 million if you want to sell it to some shady dark web site or something like that, which I don't recommend. Option number 2, you can write a malicious driver and load it. Has anybody tried to do this before? If you write a driver, you can't just load it, right? So if you go to Visual Studio, you write and compile a kernel driver, and you try to load it on a prod system, it's going to fail because Microsoft has what's called driver signature enforcement, which requires not only an extended validation cert, but also for it to be cross-signed by Microsoft. So these days, if you want to load a kernel driver in prod, you have to submit it to Windows Hardware Quality Labs, and they'll do a bunch of testing, and then they'll give you a yay or nay, and we're actually in the process of doing that at White Knight for our red team engagements, and we're about 3 months in the process at this point. So it's not fun, and obviously it's not something that like a threat actor would want to submit their rootkit to Microsoft. So anyways, option 3 is what we're really going to focus on today, which is bring your own vulnerable driver, which is we're just going to load a known vulnerable driver or an unknown vulnerable driver on the system and then exploit it to then be able to manipulate kernel memory. So we find a signed vulnerable driver, and then in some way we have developed an exploit for it, and then we enumerate and dismantle it. It does require local admin. That's the biggest downside. So if you find a native driver or kernel vulnerability, you might not need local admin because it's already on the system, it's already loaded, it's already, you know, being, you don't need any special permissions in most cases, with some caveats. But with option 3, you do need local admin privileges to load something in the driver, or like an NT load driver privilege or something like that. But so that's the downside. But if you're a red teamer or a pen tester, you are probably well aware that it's not an uncommon situation that you find yourself with local admin, and then you're really frustrated because you have local admin, but you can't get your malware on the system still because you're fighting the EDR. Okay, so weaponizing vulnerabilities. So what are we looking for with kernel vulnerabilities? We're looking to get read-write in the kernel. So it's a little bit different than your traditional exploit development. A lot of times in exploit development, you're looking to run arbitrary code. We don't care about running arbitrary code. A lot of times you use read-write access to get to the stage where you're running arbitrary code. But really, we just want read-write. That's all I care about. I just want to look at memory in the kernel and manipulate it if needed. I don't need to like have a token swapping shellcode or something run. We don't need that. So, oops. Skipping the techniques and going to the vulnerabilities real quick. Usually that's an arbitrary read or write. So if you have like an arbitrary mem copy, mem move, that type of thing, that's going to be really powerful. An arbitrary increment or decrement can be weaponized into read-write with a little bit of work. And then callback function overwrites, physical memory mapping, those types of things are the type of vulnerabilities that at least I'm looking for when I'm looking at driver code. The techniques that we can use to get, for instance, an arbitrary increment or decrement to arbitrary read-write is something like the previous mode. So this is remediated in 24H2, but in previous versions of Windows, there's in the K thread, which is the kernel mode representation of a thread, there's an attribute called previous mode, and it's basically tracking whether or not it's a user mode thread or a kernel mode thread. So we find our kernel thread object, and then we manipulate previous mode to say, hey, I'm a kernel thread, not a user thread, and then it will let you read and write to kernel mode, which is pretty awesome. It only works on some versions of Windows at this point because 24H2 is, you'll get a bug check if that happens. There's a couple others, but I don't have time to talk about them all. So basically, as a summary, load the driver, exploit it to get read-write, enumerate the EDR telemetry, remove it. And then optionally add it back in right at the end. So you could run a payload, for instance, and then restore the telemetry. And that would be a lot stealthier because then the operating system or the EDR will actually see future events, and so to speak. So I liken this to, so I'm American, right? So I'm from Pittsburgh. Americans like Nicolas Cage, and they like the Declaration of Independence, right? So if you've seen National Treasure, there's a scene where he's stealing the Declaration of Independence, and he's running through a hallway with it, and his compatriot has looped the feedback, the surveillance feed, so that it's just the guys in the security center are just looking at an empty hallway. But he's actually running away with the Declaration of Independence. So that's essentially what we're doing here. We're looping the feed for the EDR, so it's seeing situation normal, right? But we're running away with the goods. Okay, so we're going to do a quick demo here. Okay. Hold on a second. Trying to make this bigger. Okay. That's about all we got. All right, so we have a system with CrowdStrike Falcon running, just kind of default, and we have a share that we're going to copy unobfuscated. This is just downloaded from GitHub Mimikatz, and we're going to download it to the desktop. So this is like the most common malware, right, ever at this point, probably. I don't know, I'm just guessing. And so I'm copying it to the desktop, and you see CrowdStrike's going to scream at us in the bottom right. So we got caught, of course, and that's a little bit of a combination between the file system mini filter, right, that saw the file write to the desktop, and then also the process creation notification callback. So, you try to start Mimikatz, it's going to see Mimikatz in the command line, and, it's going to scream at us. So the next thing that we're going to do here Hopefully this is big enough so you guys can see it, but we're going to use a Microsoft tool, ProcDump, which is part of sysinternals. Well, it's Microsoft's. And we're going to use it to dump LSAS, right? So this is an LOL, leaving off the land tool, right? It's not malicious, it's not malware, but we're going to use it for malicious purposes, and CrowdStrike's going to scream at us again. It sees ProcDump in that process creation notification event, and it also sees LSAS, and then it kills it, because it's like, somebody's trying to dump LSAS, that's bad, right? And, sorry, I know we're moving really fast through this, but we don't have a lot of time. So now we're just looking at the kernel driver that is loaded, the vulnerable kernel driver, and the service is running, so we can interact with it. And then we'll see, we're running an exploit here. It's a custom exploit that uses that previous mode technique. And we have to run it a couple times, but basically it's writing null data to the kernel. That's the nature of the vulnerability. And so starting off, it just removes the process notification callback by zeroing it out for CrowdStrike. And then we run it again, and then we can enable that previous mode to impersonate a kernel thread and read and write to kernel data. And then we just enumerate all of this telemetry. So you can see, WD filter, that's for Windows Defender. Even though it's not active, it's still loaded. So we just remove Windows Defender and CrowdStrike, and then it's starting to enumerate the file system mini filters, which is a little bit more complex. It's a lot of kind of like reading pointers and then dereferencing them and all that kind of stuff. You have to be very careful. I've blue screened many boxes developing these tools, so you have to be very careful before you run it in prod and do lots of testing. But yeah, so at this point, it's essentially removed all of the telemetry we talked about in the talk. And then at the end, it's elevating PPL status and we can organize it in Process Explorer and see that our malware process is actually running as a higher PPL than CS Falcon there. And so if it wanted to try to kill it, unless it does it from the driver, it's not going to work. So what did that do? Now we can rerun the same techniques. Really basic stuff, right? This is OSCP level stuff. We're just copying over Mimikatz and dumping LSAS. We're starting with ProcDump, but we can see we get our EULA, and we get a dump no problem, and we don't see anything from CrowdStrike. It's just yawning at this point. It doesn't notice it. And then again, we paste in Mimikatz here, and to the tools directory, it again yawns. It doesn't care because it's not doing anything. The CrowdStrike functions aren't being run when we do a file write. And then we run it, and we do our privilege debug in Secure LSA, log on passwords, and we get all of our goods. So that's the end of the demo. And the last part is, right from current slide. The last part is just blue team notes. So how do we detect and prevent this? It's pretty difficult because a lot of this, for instance, the driver used here is an unknown vulnerable driver. So it's not commonly known. That's why I'm not releasing it, because I don't want any ransomware actors to start using it. But basically, you find an unknown vulnerable driver, something that's not tracked or known, weaponize an exploit, and then dismantle the EDR. So restricting local admin access will do wonders, right? It's just basic security hygiene, because you need local admin to load a third-party driver. So that's a major thing that you can do to defend against this. And patch and vulnerability management for those end days, if you have a vulnerability in the kernel, those types of things. Then also newer is better. Windows 11 has a lot of protections enabled, some hardware and software protections for the kernel. And also has the vulnerable driver block list enforced. So if there's a ransomware campaign that's using a specific vulnerable driver, it's added to that block list, it's pushed out, and it's no longer, it's not something you can load unless you disable that. And then finally, if you're a SOC, you can write some rules to detect driver load events and kernel service creation. And that's really the last thing that I'll say. It's pretty effective. Actually, I did it with a SOC a year or so ago, and it was pretty great. So, yeah, that's it. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you very much, Jake. Jake will be available at the panel to answer any questions, anything. Feel free. Again, a warm thank you. Please stay because after the pause, I think there's a 5-minute pause, we're going to have Charles Frederick talk about .NET exploitation. And right after this, physical security testing and social engineering, you want to be there for that talk. So please, let's get back in 5 minutes, and thank you very much. All right, everybody, thank you so much. You know him, a star. Like, he's been presenting at NorthSec forever, been a challenge designer, now director at Cypher, founder of the Ring Zero CTF, has a Patreon that is well known for giving red team training. Charles-Frédéric Hamilton is going to talk today about executing shell code without changing memory in permission in .NET. So please give a warm hand of applause to Charles-Frédéric.
Good morning, everyone. As usual, if you've come to some of my talk, I have like an hour of content in 30 minutes, so it's going to be a bit of a speed run. As Laurent mentioned, I'm Charles Hamilton, director at Cypher. I do red teaming, intrusion testing, and other funny things like that. I also have been doing training for years. I also publish terrible toolings on my GitHub. I also have my online platform. If you're interested, feel free to give it a try. I also used to run Ring Zero CDF, which is now owned by NorthSec. So thanks, NorthSec, for keeping that thing alive. So today's talk is about executing shellcode in .NET. That's probably something that you've done multiple times if you do red teaming or malware development. Of course, there is some downside of doing such a thing. For those of you that are familiar with this, you've probably seen code like that in the past. So what we're going to look at is C# today, which is .NET. .NET, when you write C# code, actually get translated into CIL, which is the opcode language associated with .NET. So technically, you can convert C# to VB if you really hate your life. But just know that this is the opcode language understood by the virtual environment. The thing is that your computer and the CPU does not understand that language, which is the CIL. So this is an example here of C# code. Under the hood, it actually gets converted to those instructions here. So the opcode associated with it is like 037EC4 and on and on and on. Of course, processor don't understand that. So they had to have a middleware that's going to end up converting this into something that your computer can actually understand. And this is actually what we're going to leverage today to get the shellcode running. Speaking of that, for those of you that have run shellcode in the past, you are probably familiar with a code like that. So you're going to have a method that allows you to allocate memory, and you're going to allocate your memory. Typical memory allocation will be page execute read write, which is a big flag from an EDR perspective. This is exactly the kind of stuff that they're looking for. They know that you should never allocate such kind of memory permission. And then you're going to create a function delegation, and where you're going to basically create a function pointer that points to your malicious shellcode. And you also have a DLL import, which is called PMVote, which allow you to use Windows API within .NET. So you're leveraging external features that are not native in .NET to actually get to that. Just out of curiosity in the room, by raising your hand, is this the kind of code that you've seen when it comes to shell coding in .NET? Okay, so there's a couple of hand raising. Well, today we're going to go somewhere completely different. So one of the reasons why you want to get rid of all of this, as I mentioned, the virtual protect is something that you want to avoid. You're changing memory permission to something that's considered to be highly malicious. And you also have this concept of import table with .NET, where you have a lot of information about what's going to be imported within your simple. For example, here you'll notice that you have thread allocation, and all of these methods are obviously tied to all of these really bad methods that you're using. So you want to stay away from it. Just a side note too, when you compile your .NET, by default, you're going to have the path to the debugging symbol. Make sure that you remove them, because they can also use them against yourself. So if you leave your full name in there, you literally just sign your malware with your own name, which is something that should be avoided at all costs. So back to square one. We want to execute shellcode. What we're going to do is actually have the shellcode itself. This is not something that I covered today, but you have to find a way to either hard-code it in the binary, encrypt it, fetch it remotely. Tomorrow I have an actual live workshop where I'll do 2 hours of live coding, and we're going to re-implement all of this. So if you're interested in learning more, feel free to stop by at the workshop tomorrow. What we need is a read-write executable region. The reason why is that we need a location where we're going to be able to write the shellcode. We need write permission. We need to be able to execute it, so we need to read it and execute it. That's why we need this kind of memory region. And a final point is to find a way to actually get to that code. We need to execute that code somehow. Usually, previously, it was done with a delegation pointer, so creating a function pointer. In this case, we'll go somewhere else. Another thing to start with is handling the shellcode itself. So make sure that you are not trendy. I've been saying this for years, but when you actually trying to encrypt your shellcode, don't use everything that you see online, because everybody does it. So the good old use ARC4, AAS, or anything like that, it's going to lead to bad entropy, which will get you detected. And these patterns are well detected because everybody do so. So just be creative. And one example is fetch the code from a web API, for example. So what you'll do is a simple loader that will allow you to get the payload from a JSON format, XML format, whatever makes you happy, really, and you can obfuscate it that way. Here's a simple example. For example, in your .NET binary, you can have this download method that actually just remotely fetch an XML document and build the shellcode back based on the XML format. In this case here, there's no encryption, so your final binary, the one that's going to be dropped on your target, doesn't have any kind of encryption, which is likely not going to get you detected. This is just standard web, like a web API that fetch XML. So there's not much to see here. And in terms of API format, here's an example. Let's say that in this case, the shellcode is 00, 01, 02, and 03. What you can do is use an XML format. Obviously, I wouldn't call the structure shellcode, but in this case here, you're going to have your structure and a bunch of bytes in there. The idea is that you're going to assign your byte with an index. So in this case here, index 3 contains the byte 3. So this is just plain text, and you can be creative. You can shuffle the array to render it in a random order. It's really up to you, and all you have to do on your malware is to actually get those data with the code that we previously saw here. So we're going to fetch the XML, and then in the for each loop, you pretty much just split the whole thing and rebuild the shellcode that way. So at this point, in your binary, you have your shellcode, the piece of code that you want to execute on the target. The next step is to actually take care of the read-write executable memory region. To actually do that, what we're going to do is we're going to slightly misuse .NET. So there's this thing called runtime method handle, which allow you to actually create some information regarding the method. Keep in mind, as I mentioned earlier, when you write .NET code, you write C#, for example, once you compile it, it gets converted to CIL, and eventually at runtime, it's going to become assembly. So there's all these steps that's going to happen in the background. Runtime method handle allow you to kind of force the process to happen in a moment that you decided as a malware dev. Here's the idea. You have this method called prepare method, which allow you to force .NET to compile your method right away. So you can ask kindly to get your method compiled. In this case here, if you actually look at Microsoft documentation, it tells you that it's going to prepare the method to be included in the CRE region, which is constrained execution region. Simply put, this region is designed to be secure and prevent exactly the use of read-write executable memory region. But just prepare it, doesn't put it in there. That's the important part. You should never probably use that kind of method in a real piece of code. But just know that we have the capability to actually get that memory region prepared. And the keyword here is really just in time. So if we take a look at this piece of code here, at the bottom we have the runtime method handle, which actually retrieve an handle to a method. We're creating this little helper here that will allow us to get the method address. And we're going to actually prepare that method. So the runtime helper allow you to literally prepare it. So at this point here, you now compile the CIL method into assembly. So it's ready to be interpreted by the CPU. And eventually, you just retrieve the function pointer. So this whole helper will just return the address of that. If you look at the main at the top, you'll notice that the first part, method info, will actually just collect the method information. So in this case here, we have this other method that is called do something that actually does nothing really interesting instead of printing something. So we're going to retrieve the address of that one using the get method. So at this point in the address variable, we're going to have the address of that specific method. Here's the funny thing about all of this. Because you actually have the runtime environment to create that code for you, it has to find a way to actually write this in memory. And to be able to eventually execute it, it also need read and write. So actually, .NET ended up creating a read-write executable region for you. And that's exactly what you get presented with. If you look at real-time debugging, you'll notice that the address variable is located at 2700440. And if you actually inspect the memory region within the binary, you'll notice that that specific region is now marked as private data, execute, read, write. So we actually ended up having a pointer to a memory location that is exactly what we're looking for. It's readable, executable, and writable. So to me, it sounds like we are ready to go. Just a side note too, because I did the presentation, I had to run this multiple times to capture a screenshot. Notice that the address will change, but the concept remains the same regardless of the address that you're going to see. So look like we are able to actually get a read-write executable predictable memory location. All we have to do now is find a way to actually get the shellcode at that location. So how can we achieve that? Well, it's fairly simple. We have a pointer, we have a shellcode, we can just literally use what we have and write it there. The thing is, if you actually run this in Visual Studio and you look at the memory address that you get, so the equivalent of the, remember, the 440 that we saw earlier, you'll notice that we see a jump instruction. That's definitely also a good indicator that we're dealing with CPU level assembly, not CIL. That means that this is going to be executed at the CPU level, which is good for us because shellcode is also using the same kind of architecture. So something important to notice, we have the address of not the method itself, but a jump to that method. A jump is a CPU instruction. It's use the opcode E9, and the rest afterward is actually the offset where it's located. So if you want to calculate where the actual function is, what you need to do is extract those bytes, do a bit of math, and you'll be good to go. And this is what it looks like from a code perspective. You're going to get the address that you recovered. You're going to calculate the size by reading an int, aka reading 4 bytes, which is the offset next to the jump. And you're going to get the information. Notice here that we're reading address +1 because we want to get rid of the first opcode, which is the actual jump instruction itself. And then we're going to do the math. So we're going to get the address itself that we already know, plus whatever the offset +5. The +5 is because the instruction itself is not included within the actual jump. So by doing this, you're going to end up getting a specific value. And if you look at it from that perspective, as you can see here, the jump instruction is 5 bytes. That's what you actually have add 5 to it. So at this point, you now have the real address of where the function and method is located. So if you actually do the math, you're going to end up with something like real address 80E68. And if you actually look at this from a disassembly perspective, Visual Studio is kind enough to tell you that, hey, what you're looking at is the actual do something method, but here's the code that's going to be executed. This is not CIL anymore. This is the compile CPU version of the actual method. So this is what's going to be executed on the processor. So why don't we just actually modify that? Remember, we know that this memory region is actually read, write, and executable. So this is exactly what we're going to do with the next step, which is pretty straightforward. In this case here, I use dummy shellcode as an example, but all you have to do is a little loop where you're going to copy each byte of your shellcode into that location. Because you have write permission on that memory location, you are actually allowed to do so. And the funny thing about that is .NET allow you to use a keyword called unsafe. Unsafe is always nice because it allows you to do stuff that you're not supposed to. For those of you that are not familiar with higher level language such as C#, you're not supposed to be allowed to use pointers. If you use unsafe, you can actually use a pointer. That's why there's a byte pointer in there, even if it's C#. The idea is that I just want to make sure that I have the raw pointer pointed to that specific location because pointers are fun. So why not using them? And then you have your loop where you literally simply just copy each byte of the shellcode to that memory location, aka the assembly code associated with the do something method in C#. So if you look at it from a disassembly perspective, on the left, this is the modified version of it. So as you can see here, the first byte of my shellcode was actually C3, which is a return instruction in assembly. Now do something has been replaced, the first byte with return. So once you're going to call do something, all that's going to happen is that you're going to end up calling what you put in there. If you look on the right side, you have the original version. So you can definitely confirm that you tempered the way that the method will behave within the .NET framework. Next step is to pretty much just combine all of this together. So if we call do something at the beginning, it's going to end up just calling the do something method that actually does nothing interesting, aka showing something. Then you do the byte replacement. Remember, we had it a return. Return just means that once you're done, return from that function call. So it's going to go back to the rest of the code. And then you call do something again. And after do something, I had it a verbose process complete, just to prove that we reached the end of the actual code. So at this point, if you actually run that software, you will probably expect to see do something appearing on your screen. But because we've modified do something, the second one never appear. So you only have one something, which confirms that you successfully actually modified the behavior of the .NET application with your little piece of code without having any kind of p-invoke, d-invoke, or memory allocation. You just rely on what the framework offers you. That's basically what this slide is summarizing here. At this point here, what we have to do is test this in production, right? If you actually run this in production, you're going to end up with an access violation exception. Same program, the only difference is that you're not running it within Visual Studio. The reason why you get that access validation is fairly interesting. Remember earlier when we actually collected real address and it pointed to a specific memory location, there's a bit of an issue if you run this in the debugger. The jump does not exist in production. This is hidden by the debugger. So once you run your application in there, it kind of gives you a big hint, right? It says that you attempted to read and write to protected memory. So somehow, what we expected to be rewrite executable is not anymore. The reason why is probably because we're pointing to a location that makes no sense. So if you look at what you would expect in a debugging environment, on the left you get the address, the jump size, which is something about 10,000 bytes or something like that, and the math will end up with a address that kind of makes sense. If you look on the right, the standalone executable, you get the address, the jump size, which is an absolutely big number. But if you have a trained eye, you may realize that this number kind of looks a bit familiar. These looks like the byte associated with the actual do something function. So of course, if you're trying to do address plus whatever jump size, you're going to end up with an offset that makes absolutely no sense. But if you look at 83EC8B55, and you look at the bottom, this is actually the code of the beginning of the function. Simply put, in production, you don't even have to do none of the calculation of the jump because they don't exist. They just get added when you are in a debugger. So the actual production code is simple. You want to fix your code? Sure. All you have to do is remove 2 more lines. And at the end of the day, when it comes to EDR evasion, the simpler the better. And this is exactly what's happening here. The actual code that you're going to use on the target is even simpler. All you have is a piece of code that fetch your payload. Then you take care of overriding the actual method with the shellcode that you put in there, and you get it run it. You don't even have to have any kind of magical thing happening, because remember, all you did is modify do something. So in your code, like we saw earlier, all you have to do is call do something, because do something is now executing whatever code you provided in there. So that's also extremely beneficial in terms of code perspective, code pattern, and code detection. And then, for example, here, if you put like a calculator shellcode in there and you run your program, it's going to exit
Okay. I don't know introduction. Okay. Yeah, I can start because I have yeah.
Thank you, Jen. So I present you as Dorota. All right. We already have a packed room. Thank you so much for being here. So, famous author, well, published author, named famous 40 before 40, social engineer, physical pen tester extraordinaire. Dorota, also known as a Woman in Red, works for Black Hills, is going to talk to us today about social engineering for physical pen testing engagements. Please give her a warm welcome and a round of applause.
So, my name is Dorota, and I have a YouTube channel and a Twitch channel, so you can see it down below. Talking about myself will help me to relax, so let's start with that. So, I'm a penetration tester and social engineer at Black Hills Information Security, and I work there at the anti-SOC. So, it's a red team operations center that is offering continuous penetration testing. So, we just penetrate the client's infrastructure all the time, so that's really fun. And I have a podcast called Ethical Hacking Guests and Wholesomeness that is streaming on Twitch, and then I put it on YouTube as well. I'm certified as a cover access specialist, physical auditor, and elicitation specialist because that's kind of like my thing. I really like it. So that's why all those certifications and not OECP or something else. And I received some awards. So I have a Woman of Hope award from CEFSIS that I received in Paris in 2023. And I was one of the 40 under 40 in cyber in 2023 from a top cyber news magazine. But we have in the room someone that is like the one on the 40 on the 40 under 40 for this year is Adrien Lassalle here, third row. He's, yeah. And yeah, and I jumped out of the plane because I was afraid of heights. So yeah, that's I like cycling too. So yeah, that's yeah, okay. And if anyone is interested in those certifications that I mentioned, then if you want to buy one, then if you type Dorota 10, then you will get a discount. So okay, let's present here. So objective is to use social engineering for physical pen testing, and the end goal is to plant a flag into a server room of the clients, so using your social engineering skills. And what are we going to talk about is, yeah, I'm going to explain a bit what is social engineering, give you examples, introduce you to 4 stages of social engineering, then what are the tactics, what is physical pen testing, and some examples. And we execute a plan and gain access to the server room. And yeah, I'm mentioning at the end of the post-engagement reporting. So, but this is presentation for 1 hour, and I have 30 minutes, so it's going to be a bit rushed. I'm nervous, so I apologize in advance. And disclaimer, all the things that I'm going to talk about, please just use them for educational and business ethical purposes only. I know we can do bad things with that, but please be nice here and yeah. So social engineering, what's that? It's manipulating people into performing actions, divulging confidential information, and into granting access. And the most popular social engineering tactics that are mentioned on the slide, I will not talk about those, just you know what is phishing probably. And as an example, typical components of a phishing email here on the side, but just that exists, I will not talk about that. And an example, MGM Resorts in 2023 was attacked with a phishing attack. And so the attackers impersonated employees while contacting IT help desk and convincing staff to reset credentials and provide access to internal systems. And that helped them to deploy ransom on their systems and gain 100 million payout because they paid. So that's what happened here. And there are 4 phases of social engineering. We have reconnaissance, engagement, exploitation, and execution. And I will go back to this slide. So that's why the numbers, so you kind of can find yourself in my presentation. And the first one is reconnaissance. So that's the information gathering phase. Details collected include personal information, organizational structure, online behavior, and potential vulnerabilities. And the purpose of this phase is to understand the target's environment, identify potential entry points, and plan an approach for the attack. And for example, an attacker might scan social media profiles, company websites, or LinkedIn to learn more about the target's job, role, interest, connections, like gain as much information as they can so they can create a better attack. And in the reconnaissance phase, we want to understand the company's structure. So with OSINT, we look for like what is the hierarchy of the organization, who is the employee, what are like the vendors that they use or in business with, and who is the contractor of this company. And that's like, we can use sources like LinkedIn, social media, I already mentioned that a bit. And now it's like a bit like of a walk around side quest here because I will explain purpose of physical pen testing and then I will go back to reconnaissance again. So physical pen testing is a real-world threat scenario where the malicious actor attempts to compromise businesses' physical barriers to gain access to infrastructure, buildings, systems, and employees. And therefore exposing weaknesses and vulnerabilities in physical controls like logs, barriers, camera sensors, so that the flaws can be addressed by the client and like patched, so no one could bring in like gain access to important information. And before we start anything, we need to get out of the jail free card. And that's pretty much a clearly written authorization letter from the client's leadership with contact numbers to people that, if we get caught and like, I don't know, they call the police or something, they can pull out the document and like, or maybe they'll tell us to keep our hands up. So then tell them that we have it in our back pocket, for example, please don't shoot. And so, we need that document before we start to not get into trouble, not go to jail and things like that. So that's very important. That's why I'm mentioning it. And so method used during physical pen testing. So we are mapping entrances and perimeter. Dumpster diving could be on the menu as well. Lock picking, shoulder surfing. So we just, if we look through what someone is like doing on their laptop maybe, or things like that. Gaining access in a physical way, tailgating, so walking behind someone. And breaking tags, encryption, social engineering, employees, accessing sensitive information, checking meeting rooms, and server rooms, wires and cable. We need to like test if like we can access those and like play with cables, for example. And testing fire and cooling systems and intercepting waves, testing network jacks, things like that. And let's get back to reconnaissance again. So you have like basics of understanding what physical pen testing is. So for the engagement, you also have to look for information like what is the entry point, what surveillance cameras they use, where they are placed in the building. You need the floor plan probably to know where you're going and like tag where the cameras are placed and like what is the coverage of, because maybe cameras have blind spots, so that's useful information for you. What security systems are used, maybe that will give you information how to open the doors, and maybe they use motion sensors or things like that. Employee badges, maybe you want to scan, copy a badge of one of the employees and then gain access that way, or maybe they share it on LinkedIn, so you can just print it and use it as a prop to enter the building. This way, if you don't have access to actually clone one yourself. And yeah, you want to know what restricted areas, such as server rooms, where they are placed. Everything is important. Reconnaissance, in my opinion, is the longest phase of the engagement, and you have to prepare really well to just go in and do everything on one go and then go out and write the report and hopefully not get shot. So you also need a solid reason to be in the area, like cover story. So, for example, you might be inspecting security systems or checking the server racks for overheating or whatever that a pretext would be for that story. Just prepare it before, and it's important. And dress code is important because then you want to blend in and dress like other employees, like the same fashion. Business processes, security protocols. So maybe they use a third-party cleaning service. So maybe you want to be one of the employees of that cleaning service, and then you have a good pretext and keys, and everything is for you on the platter. Okay, and what are the employee habits? So maybe they open doors for each other, and then you can use their kindness and good manners, and you gain access this way. And necessary props to make you look like you belong there. Badges, uniforms, like clipboards, maybe work orders, maybe laptop, something that will make you look like you belong there. So the next phase is engagement, and involves establishing communication with the target. So the attacker might initiate a conversation, send an email, or create a situation where the target willingly provides information or access. So in that phase, you build trust, rapport, and sense of urgency to make the target more susceptible to manipulation in the next stage. And for example, the attacker might send a phishing email that appears to come from a trusted colleague, and then you could ask to click a link, but I don't know, everyone is pretty suspicious right now, so I'm not sure if anyone clicks a link, but just as an example, you can maybe download an attachment or provide credentials under the guise that, or you need to fill out this form for, I don't know, HR or something like that. And then how to build a rapport. An example of that is, I wanted to mention example from the training that I took with Brian Harris' Core Access team, that he, during his engagement, just spent a lot of time in a hotel lobby, or was it like a office lobby, and after a few days, just sitting in that lobby, working on his laptop and drinking coffee, the security guard didn't see him as a threat. He just was part of the environment, kind of blending in, and therefore, just by being there on consecutive few days in a row, he gained trust of the security guard, and he didn't see him as a threat anymore. So, and then he went on and did his engagement. So that's an interesting example of building rapport, but it's also mutual trust that makes communication possible and easy, friendly, harmonious relationships. So you may also talk with the person, maybe mention they are doing something cool on their laptop, or I don't know, you want to ask what brand that is, or anything about them that you think it's cool, or maybe you want to pretend that you think that, and then therefore they will like you more if someone thinks I'm cool. Oh, that's great. So that's an example of building rapport. And then the next phase is exploitation. So the attacker leverages the information or access gained during the engagement phase to carry out the attack, and manipulating the target into divulging sensitive information, granting access to systems, and performing actions to compromise security. And the purpose of this phase is to access the systems, maybe data theft, or facilitating a further attack. And the example here is if the target falls for the phishing email, the attacker might get login credentials and therefore access secure systems and download files or maybe install something there. So yeah, okay, let's move along. In this phase, you might want to try elicitation. And elicitation is subtly extracting information from a target in carefully crafted conversation in a way that it doesn't raise suspicion of the target. And for example, maybe you want to start talking about a mutual interest or something that you found out about the person during your OSINT, like reconnaissance phase. And maybe I like The Office, so I always say that maybe they like The Office. So you might start with like, oh, their favorite TV show. And that's a good conversation starter, in my opinion, if that person really likes something a lot. And then you might, like after a while, you talk, and then you may mention, oh, I'm working on a project similar to yours, and how do you deal with like a complex situation like that or complex system? And then maybe they will feel like obliged that, they already have the rapport built, they trust you, they think you're cool because you like The Office as well. So they might mention something that they maybe shouldn't in like the, in the moment, like being, in the conversation there. So that's example of elicitation. And the fourth phase is execution. So we are finalizing the attack, achieving the intended damage, or maybe theft or disruption without detection. And that's pretty much like where we complete the objective and cover our tracks. So maybe we want to erase logs or like, cover that we did something there. So that's what we do in this phase at the end. And pretexting is what I mentioned before, that you have to create a scenario that looks like you belong there. So that's pretexting, and that's crafting a fabricated scenario where the attacker is impersonating someone with authority or business within the company, as an example. And maybe they will wear a wig on the first day of the engagement and then dress totally differently and without the wig on the second day. So that's like, you look like a totally different person. So that could be also a pretext, like you use it this way. Yeah, so for example, I don't have my phone with me, but in this stage, for example, you want to wear like this helmet, for example, and a clipboard. And if you go around with your phone like this, or I will use my stickers, I have them here. So if you go around and talk on your phone like this, then maybe you want to record with your camera what is happening in the building. Maybe it will be like suspicious if you look like this, but maybe you want to record something and like use it as a part of the pretext, and like maybe you're arguing with a contractor or something like that. Yeah. So let's move along because not much time. And to execute the plan, that's a very, actually like a cool box. So you can probably guess the combination without it being exposed above, but on the arrival, on normal business hours, maybe you want to blend in. If asked, confidently state your pretext. And you want to leverage human psychology. So if you act in a very confident way, then probably you will not be questioned, because that's human nature, that we don't want to get in trouble. We don't want to interfere with someone that is officially looking, and maybe that person belongs there. So that could be one of the things. And I have an example here.
Understand, most of these people are not ready to be unplugged. And many of them are so inert, so hopelessly dependent on the system, that they will fight to protect it. Were you listening to me, Neo? Or were you looking at the woman in the red dress? I was... Look again. Freeze it.
So why do you think that works? So in nature world, red color is a color of danger, but also for humans, interestingly, that's a color of love. So maybe if we combine those two, definitely you can stand out in the room full of people dressed in a very official way. So now I wanted to teleport you all to a bank lobby. and you walk into that lobby. Everyone is dressed business casual, black and white, ties, stuff like that. And in the bank lobbies, usually you have like a coffee machine that you can get one for free. So you maybe go to the coffee machine, take the coffee, look around. What is the security guard? What is he doing? Where is the camera setting? What kind of a gate are they using? And you just like casually drink your coffee there. And then your friend comes in, and your friend is wearing a red dress, you know? And she's pulling all of the attention towards her already because she's pretty and has a nice dress on her. But then suddenly she acts in a very chaotic way and drops her documents, so everyone is looking at her. So that's a perfect moment to jump the turnstile and without scanning your badge and use it as a distraction. So another thing that I wanted to mention here, it's good to work in pairs. So the other person can do some distraction and like be maybe a burner member, do some chaos, and then you will do your job. That way. Remember to document your findings during the engagement. And here I'm posting some print screens of my friend that work on many engagements, and he's like sharing his advice with me. There'll be a few of those, so a lot of reading. And he mentioned here that you need to take a lot of pictures, or maybe you need to take camera feed. But it's important to discuss with the client and ask him, is that allowed to record voice, video, and take pictures? Probably pictures, yes, but like the rest is better to ask. And what he's doing when he's like shimming doors or like lockpicking, sorry. He's putting his phone with camera on in his front pocket, and that's like, you know, like already recording all the time, and that's a good idea. And if you're moving through the building, so it's important to get the document that I mentioned before, get out of the jail card, avoid unnecessary conversations. But if you're being like addressed, then improvise and like be nice and act confidently. Move in pairs, that's also like a good idea I mentioned before. Act confidently, very important, that's why it's already like a few times in my presentation. And try to blend in, like use the pretext dress in a way that everyone else is, the clothes, and to blend in. Use distractions, so maybe the second team member is a burner, but like, pulling the fire alarm, please don't do it, it's not advised. It's going to get you in trouble. And then you are exploiting opportunities, so maybe you want to look for unlocked workstations, and then gain access to files on that workstation. Maybe there are like restricted areas that you can gain access to, and maybe there are like doors slightly open, and then maybe you can glue them with duct tape so they will not close again, and no one will notice that because it's not. We don't look like this at logs. So that's another tip from me. Dumpster diving, maybe you want to look for sensitive documents this way, or like maybe, I don't know if passwords are still like dumpsters, so probably not, but it could happen, so that's why I'm mentioning it. Maybe employee list, to check them on LinkedIn and like gain more information on those people. Maybe you want to use like some of those employees as an excuse why you are in the building. Oh, the Brian from accounting invited me to do this, this, and this. And then, it looks more probable because you just gave his like name and surname. Shoulder surfing, so observe login screens, keypads, desk notes, documents. And gaining access to server rooms. So for that, you definitely already mentioned that, but you need the floor plan. So knowing that layout is very crucial, and you need to prepare very well. And then on the floor plan, you find the location of where are the key cards placed. Maybe they use biometric systems, physical locks, or other methods of securing the building, and carry tools and devices. And another example from my friend. So maybe you want to install a fake badge reader, and that way gain access to badges from the employees that will think, oh, that's another badge reader. Okay, let's do it. but actually it's a fake one, so it's like a tricky way to get some badges from the people that work in the building. And what he said, like all the things, all the shenanigans he did inside, but exiting was never a problem. So he just walks out and like all is good, you know. Okay, so gaining access to the server room, another slide. You want to use, for example, engineering tactics to trick employees into granting unauthorized access and reveal sensitive information. Physical access techniques, like maybe you want to play with the locks, or maybe sometimes when they have like security systems on the door, you have to look at the door because maybe they have like a lot of, you know, like electric devices there that you have to put like a pin and stuff like that, but you actually can shim the door and no need to guess the combination. Maybe you want to establish communication with the IT to understand what are like the systems and security controls. You want to maybe use exploits or like some kind of a privilege escalation method. And maybe if that's in scope of the engagement, you want to conduct post-exploitation activities such as data exfiltration, persistent and post-tunneling, but probably it's not in the scope, so just mentioning like that. Another example from my friend, you can also install a sniffer on the reader in the server room, so it will get you codes for whatever, like codes with permissions for the client to mess with their equipment, since it's, that's like his way of speaking there. But as I mentioned before, maybe you just want to like avoid doing all of the like shenanigans and like bells and whistles there, and just shim the lock because it's like they think it's secure, but actually the door is like easy to open in an easier way. So maybe you don't want to spend too much time on the door. And that's an example from Darknet Diaries. I'm sure you know the podcast, and that was episode 40, no parking. And what they did, actually, they gained access to the server room by just lifting the ceiling with, janitor's broom, So they just lift the panel in the ceiling and just walk above, and that's how they went to the server room. So I think that's pretty interesting. So how to get floor plans? Another idea is to maybe use pages like web pages like LobNet, or like pages where they show you how the building looks inside, what are the floor plan for people that would actually want to buy one. But then you can gain more information, what I don't know, what kind of locks they use, maybe what kind of a door there is, where is the like, that's a really good information. Maybe not everything what I mentioned is on those pages, but it's a start. So inside of the server room, you want to just probably want to plant the flag and exit. Most likely, client will not ask you to hack the mainframe or like anything like that, but just mostly you just have to put a sticky there or like a picture with yourself with I don't know, maybe Flipper Zero or something prepared to plug into their servers. So that's all they will probably ask for you, but maybe they will ask you to do some other activities. So it depends on what is in the contract, what is the scope of conduct, scope of the engagement. And how to secure your server room, like all of this. But actually what I wanted to mention on this slide is like don't let cleaning stuff in, because some cases they have access to all of the rooms in the building because they have to clean it, but they are low security. They have low security awareness. They are not supervised during off hours and can enter most rooms. So that's also actually like a good pretext if you want to maybe be one of them, like hire yourself in the company. And on the picture on the right, there is an example from Brian Harris from his training that one of his engagements that he found all of the keys to all of the rooms just hanging there on the rack of the cleaning person. So that's an interesting find that end up in the report. So yeah. The exit strategy is that, there is no need to run. Just leave as discreetly as possible, but leave no trace, avoid triggering alarms or causing unnecessary disruptions that could raise concerns. If your pretext involves a time frame, for example, I'm just going 10 minutes in that room or something like that, then stick to it to not raise suspicion. And if questioned, then act composed, confident, and just, maybe I'm in the wrong department, so like figure it out on the spot. You have to be flexible with that, but just leave casually and don't make a commotion, don't look, I'm surprised, and then a curse word, for example. After that, you have to clean and do some reporting, so just don't leave any gear on the site, so unplug everything that you plugged anywhere in the building, so don't leave your things there. And in the report, put the tactics that you used, what vulnerabilities was found, and then you probably have pictures or material that is audiovisual, so add this to the report as well. And recommendation on improving the physical security, social engineering awareness, and access control measures. And some tips and practices that are good to follow. So be very in order with the rules of engagement and legal agreements. Very adapt on the fly, life happens, so be flexible. A lot of things you have to improvise. Sometimes maybe with a friend, that would be useful if the friend sees that you're in trouble, he can pull you away or create a false scenario that is urgent and you need to take you somewhere else. So that's a good, have a friend with you, that's a good thing. And the success of the social engineering tactics relies on your confidence, how confident you are. Probably if you act like I'm a bit nervous, so if you talk like this, maybe that's suspicious. Why are you so stressed? What's happening? And then, risk awareness. If you're questioned or challenged, have a plausible backstory ready, and you know how to abort if things get too risky. If you get caught, then it depends on the situation, but you probably have to come forward and say, okay, this is a pen test. Here I have a document. It's your CEO signed. So it depends on the situation, but sometimes you're just caught and you cannot continue. And conclusions. Thank you for listening. If you have any questions, then I will be in the Read Team Q&A. And you can also catch me after the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'd like to remind you there's a Slido here for questions. We currently have a total of 0 questions. So either it means that for all the previous talk you didn't know about it, or everything was so clear that you don't have any questions. But by all means, we have amazing speakers. Ask questions. You can have a piece of their brain that's really rare. So please, by all means, ask questions. Use the Slido and talk to you in 5 minutes. Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. Thank you again for being here. Last talk for the red team group. Thank you again. Very important subject today, ethics. So for all you ethical hackers, you should know that ethics is as important as the hacker part. Just as a reminder for the criminals out here. Today we're going to have Jeremy Miller, who's a senior manager, content strategy development for OffSec, formerly known as Offensive Security. So all you OSCPs and OSCEs know them. Jeremy spent the last decade helping individuals and organizations improve their security skills, mindset, and understanding. Prior to jumping into penetration testing, Jeremy was a martial art instructor and philosophy student. Furthermore, he studied philosophy as well, so that's why he's the best to talk to us about this subject. So please give a warm round of applause for Jeremy Miller. Thank you very much.
Okay, mic check. Thank you so much, Laurent. All right, so the agenda for today, we're going to be talking about something called meta-ethics. Meta-ethics is a part of philosophy that deals with the idea of how do you know what is actually the right thing to do. And the reason we're going to talk about this in the context of AI is because a lot of people who are asked to red team AI are a little bit confused about how to engage with it. Why? Because the thing that they are asked to do is to engage with something that is being referred to as safety, not security, not can you exploit a system, can you find vulnerabilities, can you trigger them, but is this thing reliable? Is it fair? Is it providing a good user experience for people? It's not the kind of thing that security professionals and red teamers have been engaged with, and so this talk is meant to think about how we can bridge the gap between what we know and what we're comfortable with and what we're not. After we talk a little bit about the problem statement, we'll dive into what's called epistemology. That's a form of philosophy that is primarily engaged with the concept of knowledge. How do we figure out what we know? How do we figure out why we know it? And how can we think about probabilities and uncertainty? I'm going to argue that security professionals are experts at epistemology. You just don't know it yet. Finally, we're going to apply this to AI, and we're going to think about what happens in the present right now, but also what's going to happen or can happen in the future, and why these skills are so critical for us as a security community, an industry, to really cultivate. Okay, just to set a little bit of context, I'm going to go on this side of the room because everybody's neck is probably crinked from looking there all day. So to set a little bit of context, I studied philosophy in 2010, and I wanted to be a lawyer. Then I didn't want to be a lawyer anymore, and I found my way into AI. This was way before it was cool. I really wanted to go deep into AI, but I was informed that I really needed to learn a lot more math. And I didn't have a math background at all. The most math that I did was, intermediate logic in philosophy, which was really my love. But I didn't want to do another degree. And so somebody who I interned with suggested at a machine intelligence research institute, they suggested that I go into security. And that didn't make any sense to me. I didn't understand the connection between AI and security. And they said, well, in security, you're thinking about other people who have different motivations, might be smarter than you, might have goals that are alien to yours and counter to yours. And so if you can think in that way, then you can think later about AI. And so that hooked me. I loved it. I jumped into OffSec, into the OSCP, PWK, and after graduating, after obtaining my OSCP, I actually ended up working for OffSec, and I've been there ever since. Now that AI is so central to the world, I find myself turning my attention back to it, and that leads me back to philosophy as well. So everything has really come full circle for me, and I hope that perspective is able to help you today. Okay, so let's just start off with a couple of graphs and images. These are both from Microsoft. On the left is Microsoft's responsible AI framework. These are terms that they're using to try to describe what it is that we mean by safety. What is it that we want to get out of our AI systems? On the right is a really interesting graph because the Blue indicates how many safety features the Microsoft AI team, Red Team for AI has tested over the past 4 years, and you can see a sharp increase. And the security features have, well, they haven't quite decreased, but they decreased a little bit from 2023 to 2024. So they're very interested in making sure that safety is paramount, and Microsoft is only representative of all the big AI labs and AI companies right now. Okay, so here's the argument, and it is a semi-formal argument. There are definitely holes here. If there are any philosophers in the room, don't point, don't at me. But here's the general argument that I've heard from a lot of students, a lot of clients, trying to wrap their heads around what's going on. So traditional pen tests tend to deal with objective facts. Can you actually get root on a system? That's a fact. Yes, you can, or no, you can't. Can you disclose information through an LFI? Yes, you can. No, you can't. These are things that we're comfortable with because we can get a result. And I'm going to say as a security community, but what I really mean is as pen testers, we have engaged with those kind of subjects for a very long time. But moral judgments, which we're going to talk about, are in some sense subjective. And there's a fancy word here, normative. That means that we're dealing with the word should or ought. Should you do something or shouldn't you? Must you do something or mustn't you? These things are not descriptive, and as we'll see, there's an argument that you actually cannot get from the world of descriptive sentences to the world of normative sentences. Many AI safety concerns, we're on number 3, many AI safety concerns are moral. Fairness is moral. Justice is moral. Reliability, partially moral. Trust, moral. So how can we, as people who engage with technology, engage with the computers and networks and systems that we're used to engage with, be the arbitrators of what is fair and just and reliable and trustworthy? Okay, in philosophy, it's very important to define your terms, and really each of these can be its own 30-minute talk, but I don't have 30 minutes for each of these, and you probably don't want to listen to me drone on about it. So we'll try to keep it to 30 seconds. Each word in the title has an intention. By navigate, I really mean the first step of the journey. The goal is to be able to open the map and figure out, hey, where are we going? I'm not trying to provide you with a guidebook. I'm not trying to provide you with an algorithm to follow or a playbook. This is really to pose the question, what do we do now? Security we've talked about, and I think I've defined well enough. Same with safety. Meta-ethics is, again, the concept that there are things that we might want to do, things that we think that we should do and that we shouldn't do. But then a level above that is, how do you know? How do you figure out what it is that you actually are allowed to do and not? AI, by AI today, I mean both the systems that we're presently dealing with, so LLMs, but I also want us to glance a little bit into the future and try to intuit or try to imagine what is going to be in 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. And this term red team is kind of important because it's caused a lot of confusion for people. It causes confusion for people traditionally. You hear definitions of red team like, oh, if it uses Active Directory, it's red team. If you're doing physical engagement, it's red team. And I think it's one of the most catchy and used words. In the context of AI, though, what companies like OpenAI and Microsoft and Google DeepMind have been trying to use it as is exactly this. You're not just tasked with testing security, but you're actually tasked with testing for safety as well. And in response to that, security practitioners are like, ooh, that's kind of scary. I don't know how to do that. All right. Let me introduce you to David Hume, one of my favorite philosophers. He lived in the 18th century, and he was the first person to observe that if you get a list of sort of descriptive statements about the world, that you cannot actually get from there to any sentence that contains the word should or ought. And what he observed is that every philosopher who seemed to come before that he was aware of smuggled in this idea of should when they were making moral judgments. In Hume's view, moral judgments come from sentiment. This isn't to say that he didn't believe there was such a thing as morality. He just didn't think they were objective facts out there in the world. Rather, they represented the consensus of what people believe when they get together and they talk, when they think about what it is that makes a good life, what leads to human flourishing, what leads to harm. So he's not saying that there's no such thing as right and wrong. He's saying that those things cannot be known just by looking at the world rationally. And that is the point of this argument where he would jump in. He would say, okay, moral judgments are subjectives, and so that's where you get stuck as red teamers. In any logical argument, there's two ways really to knock it down. Either you say, well, one of the premises that came before is wrong, or you say that the conclusion doesn't actually follow from the premises. Premise, by the way, the first three things are premises. They're the precursor to the conclusion. We're saying because 1, 2, and 3, therefore 4. And the conclusion is 4 in this case. And like I said at the start, each of these 3 statements you might argue with. They're certainly not flawless. I think that all 3 have their points of contention. But I would say 90% of the time they're probably right. And so today what I want to knock down is number 4. I want to knock down the idea that this conclusion actually follows from these premises. Okay, so why is it that I think that you are already skilled enough to do this, that you have the traits, the qualities, the propensity to be able to do this, because of this other fancy term called epistemology? I said before that it deals with knowledge, and it asks the question, how do we come to know what we know, and why do we think we know it? 4 claims. Number 1, security is not really about systems and networks. I mean, it is day to day. You're sitting there typing at the computer. When you do your CTF on tomorrow, you will be absolutely engaged with computers and networks, and you cannot win, let alone get points in the CTF, if you don't engage with systems. By system, I'm including humans, I'm including hardware, but the things that you engage with in the world, right? My claim is that security is really about knowledge. We'll get into why in a second. But I'm going to show you that you're already really excellent at seeking knowledge, and in fact, that is all that you do when you are engaged with security. As a red teamer, I think that the argument follows for any role in security, but for today, we're going to just really try to constrain our talk to the red team. So even if you follow Hume, these subjective aspects of AI safety are still knowable because we can engage with the kind of questions that we need to understand how to deal with safety. Okay, so 2 questions for you. The first one is rhetorical. I'll answer it. The second one, get ready, is going to be an audience question, so prepare yourselves. So what if you knew everything there was to know about a machine? For those of you, I see faces who were here 2 hours ago when Charles gave his talk on shellcode. That's a complex program that he had to write. At least for me, it's complex. But every single part of the program is made up of some character, some string, and each of those things can be known. And so if I took all that information and shoved it into your head right now and gave you the program and said, okay, here's everything about the app, the vulnerable app that you need to know, and here's the exploit, would you have any work to do? The answer is no, because if you knew everything there was to know about the machine, you would just press enter, and boom, you're done. This is true generally. Take a web app vulnerable to cross-site scripting. There's some particular string that's going to trigger an alert. If you knew that string and you knew all the source code of the web app, there's no more work for you to do, you're done. So all the work that you do in security is trying to figure out what don't I know, and how am I going to get that knowledge so that I know enough about the program to exploit it. Second question for you. If you were a video game class, which one would you be? So actually, think about World of Warcraft, think about your favorite video game, and you think about hackers, you think about the way that society sees hackers or penetration testers. What class are we? Rogues. Absolutely, 100% we're rogues. If you Google for hacker, this is what you get. A bunch of people in hoodies. I'm disappointed there are no black hoodies today. I guess it's too hot. But black and green hoodies, everybody's face except for the poor guy on the right or left. Everybody's in hoodies. Everybody's a rogue. But I think that we need a new color scheme. This is much more appropriate because I claim that what we really are explorers. We are looking out at the world, we're engaging with it, we're trying to understand it. And the whole point of security is to spend 99% of your time figuring out what it is that you're dealing with, and then the 1%, really, it's infinitesimally small. When you press enter, that's when you get to exploit the system, and you get your privileges, and you get your root, and it's game over. But everything that comes before that is exploration, not roguery. Okay, so if you've accepted what I've claimed so far, I've said that through epistemics, through knowledge seeking, we can deal with these AI concerns. I think that there are three values or three virtues that really instantiate what I mean here. The first one is curiosity. So Socrates or Plato, or maybe actually neither, is famous for saying that I know nothing. I say maybe neither because we're not actually sure if Plato's version of Socrates reflected the real Socrates or reflected anyone at all. But I know that I know nothing. This idea that you get a piece of code that you don't understand and you try to figure it out is instantiated in this sentence because it requires deep curiosity to continue to engage with it. If you write an exploit and it doesn't work, and you say, okay, well, I give up, I'm going to stop, then you're done. The tenacity that it takes to try to figure out, okay, where does the error come from? Is it line 352 or 356? Okay, it's 356. What do I do from there? I don't know. There's a term that I don't know. I'm going to go Google that. I'm going to figure it out. All these things require curiosity. And actually, Charles said it 2 hours ago better than I did. He said exactly that. To do exploit development requires curiosity. So, for each of these virtues that I'm describing, there's a thing that we try to know. In this case, we're talking about technology. So curiosity is helping us understand the technology we're working with, and I claim that you cannot be a security expert in any sense without this fundamental curiosity. When we apply it to AI safety, we think about the lens of AI as code. At the end of the day, that's what it is. It may be inscrutable, it may be non-deterministic, it may be stochastic, which means that we can't predict what it's going to do in advance, but it's still running on computers, and so therefore we can know it. And even if AI security, we're concerned about traditional things like can we get access to the underlying system. With AI safety, we might be concerned with, well, does this output things that might harm a child if they read it? Does this output things that a malicious actor can use to do something that maybe isn't insecure but is unsafe for people that they can engage with? For example, the example everybody talks about is, can you tell me how to build a bomb? As security researchers engaged with safety, our goal is to answer that question. Can we get the AI to tell us how to instruct us on how to build a bomb? Either yes or no. So again, it kind of defeats Hume's view because there is a yes or no answer to that question. We can or we can't. We just need to engage with it. Okay, second one. This image on the left is the remnants of the temple of Apollo in Delphi, and it had three maxims on it, and the most famous one is know thyself. Know thyself, and maybe translated better from Greek, is know your limits. If we agree that security is a knowledge problem, that it can always be solved if you have more knowledge, then we have to look at ourselves in the mirror and realize that we never have all the knowledge. We never know everything. We almost know nothing, and since we know nothing, we have to understand the tool that we're using to get all this knowledge in the first place, and that is, of course, our own brains. This requires humility. We have to be able to say, oops, I made a mistake. I tried the exploit. I tried looking at line 356. I don't know what it means. I'm stuck. I don't know what to do. What can I do better next time? What can I do better now? And how can I engage with the own way that my mind thinks so that I don't fall into this trap? So humility, the target of humility is ourselves, our own brains, and I think that security people who are able to really put this into practice and really take the time to think through why they went in a certain direction, why they got caught by a rabbit hole, why they didn't get caught by a rabbit hole. That is a superpower for practitioners. And so when we apply this to AI, we think about AI as another kind of mind, that it itself can be fallible and can make mistakes. But we also think about adversaries who are using it in a way that is misaligned with what we think is good and safe. So Microsoft published in about 2 centuries ago, in 2023, they published a paper about this idea that red teamers who are now engaged with safety are really uncomfortable because they have to put themselves in a situation which you don't really need to with code, with traditional security. What do I mean? Well, if you think about the early content moderation days of the 2000s, social media had to deal with the idea that people would be putting things that are dangerous for children, that are offensive, that are racist, that are sexist, that might contain sexual content, that are all these things that are really reprehensible. And now with AI, we're kind of seeing the same type of behavior from malicious actors. So as red teamers, we need to put on that hat, and that can be really, really uncomfortable. Trying to put yourself in the mind of somebody who wants to be an abuser, that is not the same type of thing as somebody who's trying to exploit a web app. It's a different mindset, and it's a mindset that most of us are probably reasonably uncomfortable with. So we need to be humble here too, to understand that our minds have limits. There's a limit to how far we want to go, and that's okay. As a community, we work together to try to figure out how do we properly emulate the malicious entity if it forces us to do things that are reprehensible. Hugo, I know cybersecurity conferences are contractually obliged to have a Sun Tzu quote, so there you go, you can check that off. We've talked about knowing ourselves, we talked about knowing the tech, but the other thing that we need to know is the adversary. We always talk about how you need to know the enemy. The reason why blue teams should learn penetration testing is because you learn how the attacker thinks, the attacker mindset, the security mindset. Attackers should learn about defenders, so they learn the defender mindset. We talk about this all the time. But this was said in 500 BCE, give or take, around the same time as a little bit earlier than Socrates, actually. When it comes to AI, we talked about the threat actor as the malicious human using it, but there's also AI itself as a threat actor. Because maybe not today, you might argue with this point, but at some point in the future, we're going to have systems that are capable of pursuing goals that we just do not want them to pursue, and they will pursue it at all costs because that's what they're programmed for. If the AI itself is the threat actor, then we need to recognize that we need to have a certain sense of empathy for that AI, just like we do with regular human adversaries. To understand the adversary, we need to get in their head, we need to understand how they work, we need to understand their motivation, we need to understand their fears, their desires, what makes them tick. Same thing if we think about AI as a threat actor. Okay, so where are we now? We've made the argument that you all, whether you're a red teamer, really a blue teamer, no matter what you do, you're engaging with the world through experiment, you're trying things, you're learning things over time. Maybe it's one character at a time, maybe it's one byte at a time, but golly gee, you're going to figure it out because you're tenacious and you're an explorer. Traditional security focuses on answers that seem to be true or false. And AI safety introduces these moral components. And so that's the problem. But we can bridge the gap, and I claim through these virtues that we are already very good at. We're already curious, we're already hopefully humble, and we have empathy. We have empathy for our adversaries, and that helps us understand and get in their heads. And these are exactly the kinds of things that we need to do to engage with safety, AI safety. All right, this very self-explanatory slide. This two concepts here, they're both spectrum of belief, where you may fit somewhere on the first line and somewhere on the second line. Maybe you don't fit anywhere at all, but let's talk through them. So the first one, dollars to donuts. There are some people who believe that AI today is hype, that it's a bubble, that it's going to pop, that it's NFTs, that it's snake oil, that it's not real, and that the AI companies, the labs, they aren't going to be able to turn a profit. They're not profitable now. They're never going to be profitable. Don't worry about it. Okay. There are those, of course, people who work at these AI labs and many other people who believe that no, this is going to be the next big thing since the internet. It's going to be a revolutionizing technology that changes everything. Those are two extremely different views, and you might fit somewhere on that spectrum. If you are on the dollar side of things, you think that this is going to go super crazy, that AI capabilities are going to increase well beyond their current state today. Maybe you think that they're going to be at human level, whatever that exactly means. Maybe you think they will be beyond human level. Then we get to the second axis over here. So doom on one side, or demigods. If we create AI systems that are more intelligent than us, that are more powerful than us, there are those who believe that inevitably that'll lead to demigodery. Humanity will be as if we were gods. Everything will be sunshine and roses because AI will be able to solve all our problems, solve global warming, cure cancer, do everything that you want to do as a human to make your life transcendent, your community's life transcendent, your country's life transcendent. The whole world transcends because we have this super intelligent demigod. Or there are those who believe that actually leads to doom, that unless we do this very safely, that we get some entity that has alien goals that we cannot control, that does things that we do not want. I'm going to misuse this quote, but I still think that it's appropriate, and I really like the image. I also want to give a shout out to Philosophize This, which is a podcast. If you don't have time to read original text, but you're interested in the things that I'm talking about today, this guy is super, super good. One of the most eloquent solo podcasters that I've ever heard. Really, really encourage you to check it out. Nietzsche said that beware fighting with monsters, lest you become a monster yourself. And if you gaze for long into an abyss, the abyss gazes also into you. I'm going to go back. Unless you're a donut, okay, I don't mean to say you're a donut. Unless you believe that AI doesn't go anywhere, that it's just hype, then you believe that there will be some explosion of capabilities. Maybe you think that those will be superhuman capabilities. Maybe you think that they will be just really, really powerful at what they are already doing. No matter the case, there's a ton of security and safety work for us to get from wherever we are today to wherever we're going to be in 5 to 10 years. And if there is a chance that you fall in this doom category, that there's a 1% chance, a 0.1% chance that AI can lead to huge harm, then it behooves us as a community to engage with it and engage with it now. We as a community have been stewards of being careful, of putting up guardrails, much to the chagrin of business sometimes. And if we don't do this today with the current capabilities that exist, we will be left behind, and we do so at our own peril. We do so also, maybe, potentially, at the peril of the entire world. Thank you.
Thank you again. See you in 15 minutes. Questions, if you got any questions for any of our red teamers for the panel, it's in 15 minutes. Everybody's going to be here. Please, thank you, and let's see you in 15. Have a great day.
Lots of prep, so we appreciate the opportunity.
All right, everybody, thank you so much for being here. We give you like 1 more minute to enter your questions in the Slido. Please enter as many questions as you can, and we'll be starting in 1 minute. So thank you again and have a great day.
C'est une bonne question.
All right, for the sake of time, we're going to start now. But if I'll be monitoring the questions, so if you have further more questions, by all means, feel free to add them. I'll be reading them. Oh, now we got even more now. That's amazing. All right. First and foremost, I'd like again to thank our speakers. They were amazing. Great presentation, a varied subject on Red Team, going from ethics to driver research. I'm really, really thankful. So again, thank you very much. So we have a few questions. The very first one I had was for Dorota, and the question is as follows. What is the situation where you were more nervous to get caught, but you were able to get away during a physical pen test? If you want to share, if you can share.
Okay, so full disclosure, I only went on one pen test and I wasn't caught then. But if you get caught, you just come forward and create use a situation to maybe answer in a way that would keep you still in the engagement. So you have to improvise. So I'm not really answering the question because I've never been in that situation, but you just have to be flexible and
All right, that's good. I understand. Like sometimes confidence and being able to think of your feet is super important in physical. So I really understand. Yeah, and not looking nervous, I think, helps a lot. I have a question. We have a few questions aimed for all of you, and then I have a few questions that are aimed for everybody. So let's start first. Regarding driver security, how much research goes into finding an unknown but publicly available driver? Either in time or in methodology, or if you can walk us through the process.
Okay, I'm on. Yeah, it depends. You have to find the drivers, and then you have to research the drivers and try to look for. I mean, there's. At some point, I'd like to do a talk on finding vulnerabilities in a driver because it's related and it's a super interesting thing. So I appreciate the question. But for me, one thing I did is essentially used CrowdStrike to the RTR console, and I used it to just essentially exfiltrate every driver in our environment. Back when I was in a CrowdStrike environment, so basically any driver that wasn't in the default directory, so it would be valid third-party drivers essentially. So if it was in program files or something like that, just transfer all of those drivers over, and then you have a massive number of drivers to analyze with, so a large data set means you're probably going to have a better chance of finding vulnerabilities, and then kind of feed that into some scripts to try to load the drivers to see which ones have valid signatures or which ones are expired, those types of things. And then kind of just have a shorter list of potential candidates, essentially, and then go from there and just look for, I mentioned in my talk a couple vulnerabilities that are useful for this purpose, so that would provide rewrite access. So look for APIs and so forth that would provide that type of opportunity for that type of vulnerability. So like an arbitrary increment or arbitrary decrement or something like that, or a mem move type operation or something to that effect. So you can kind of look at it by the type of vulnerability and then look at that sample size, try to find that vulnerability. I did a bunch of training to try to understand how to reverse engineer a driver and all that kind of stuff. So there's a lot of different stages, but my recommendation would be try to find a large number of drivers if you're starting out. A really great resource is the LOL drivers that I mentioned in the talk. So you can learn how to find vulnerabilities, how to reverse them. There's lots of write-ups in how to weaponize an exploit for that. But if you're looking for something that's unknown, try to find a large sample size and then look for kind of take a specific vulnerability that you understand, that you know how to weaponize, and then target that rather than looking through each individual driver for whatever potential vulnerabilities are there. Kind of start with one vulnerability type and then look across a large sample set.
Thank you. If I may add just a bit of a self-promotion here, Marc-André Labonté is giving a workshop on bare metal emulation for driver fuzzing tomorrow. So you might want to check it out. If you're into driver reverse engineering, I think you might want to check it out.
What was that? What was it called?
It's bare metal emulation for driver fuzzing tomorrow in the workshop area, I think. Oh, it was this morning. Oh, sorry then.
Okay.
So first step, get a DeLorean, and then go back in time. Sorry about that.
And just a quick follow-up regarding researcher. I think you want to research on something that is actually meaningful to you and have an actual purpose, right? It's cool to present talk and stuff like that, but at the end of the day, if you have no need for that, it's kind of pointless. And to his points, right, you have a lot of EDRs, they have drivers, you want to try to kill them at the kernel level. In the case of what I presented earlier, I wanted to find new ways to actually get the shellcode execution within .NET, and this is something that I do daily. So having a new way of doing it was actually quite useful for me in the context of being part of a red team practice. So I think finding meaningful subject will definitely help.
Thanks. Question for you, Charles Frédéric. Question about .NET. Do you feel that .NET is still viable in a modern environment to execute malicious code?
Definitely. And the cool thing about .NET is that it's actually shipped with the OS. And there's a lot of cool technology and research like stack spoofing, for example, which are highly complex. They're super interesting from a technical perspective. But the thing is, at the end of the day, they start detecting the actual code to do the stack spoofing instead of the actual malicious activity. And the reality is I love .NET because it actually takes care of all the obfuscation for you. Everything you write ended up being obfuscated by the framework itself. So it kind of keep the code simple but efficient. I've been using .NET as red teamer against pretty much all the vendors for, 6-7 years with extremely limited detection. So I guess, at least for me, it's definitely working. So why not stopping using it?
All right. Now we have some questions that are way more general. I would really like to hear your piece of your mind. The first one is, and it might be a bit depressing, so I apologize. How often are your findings fixed? Do you check if the following year your findings are fixed, and how can you deal with them not being fixed if that happens?
Can I go first? So for me, I'm a penetration tester. That's a bit frustrating because you spend your time, you give your all, and then you give the report to the client, and then after a while you get a retest, and all of the vulnerabilities come back, and they're the same, not fixed. So that's pretty frustrating for me because I give my all, and I hope it's going to fix, and it's not. But I just realized that I cannot take it personally, and my work is done after I give the report to the client, and it's out of my hands. And so I'm just like with the good faith giving the report, and my work is done, kind of. So you cannot take things personally and like mix personal life with like your work life, I think.
But if I may add, I think there's a lot of education that has to be done with customers. I'll give you an example. One of my favorite is Petit Patam. I think it's a 2023 or 22 CVEs. And Microsoft actually issued a fix, but the fix is a mitigation. So even if you apply the fix, you're still technically vulnerable. And a lot of companies don't understand that. So to your point, you provide them a report, apply the fix, but there's more to it. So educating your customers about the impact of what they're actually putting in place and make sure that they also test it. Okay, we applied a patch, but hey, it's still working. Why? And they start reading the documentation. This is going to make them better as a company in terms of cybersecurity. So I think there's a bit of extra step. Like as you mentioned, once you deliver the report, your job is done. But I think education is also important in the industry.
Yeah, explaining to the client why they should fix it.
Exactly, that too.
Yeah, it can be an opportunity to build a good relationship with the client. So sometimes, when you go in and you trash a network or something like that, and you have like, a couple dozen findings or something, it can be a discouraging thing for them. But then you have an opportunity after that, especially if we have plenty of vulnerabilities where we'll go in and do a retest, and maybe they're half fixed, like you have a list of 20 systems, they fix it on 10 of them and the other 10. So I like to use it as an opportunity to interact with the client and to build a relationship, build some trust there, and help them understand, because usually it comes down to like assuming you communicate the findings, the risk and the mitigation well enough in the report and the readout and everything like that. There's probably the client didn't understand the vulnerability very well, or they didn't understand how to fix it properly, even if you communicated it well. So then it's a good opportunity just to like kind of ask them some questions like, hey, what did you do to mitigate this vulnerability? How did you approach this? And then like help them understand how to better fix their vulnerabilities. And usually it's like a good education opportunity essentially. And then you have a happier client because they have a better understanding and more trust in you.
Great. Amazing answers. I have an AI question that I think is really interesting. So during the last talk, there were discussions about like where you stand on dollar to donuts, and do you feel like the AI is out to get us and everything. So the question is like, is AI coming for all our jobs? Is it a tool? Is it like a threat? Where do you stand on AI and red teaming? And that's a question for all of you.
Is it coming for all our jobs? I don't think it's coming for all our jobs today. But given enough time, then yes, because if you believe that intelligence is infinitely scalable and that if you have a ton of hardware, you can continue scaling, then there's no at least intellectual job that is going to be beyond it, and physical jobs will be solved once we solve robotics. So eventually, sure. Today, no. I think even pen tests, never mind red team engagements, still require a human to make some judgments. Laurent and I were talking about judgment before. Judgment is something that AI doesn't quite have yet. So I think that there's still a very large aspect of cognition that we haven't solved. Will we solve it eventually if we keep going in the direction? Sure.
Yeah, but I think we already have this situation when, with the help of AI, malware is learning, so it's changing in the systems. So that's an example. And I think AI, I don't feel threatened. I think it's a tool. If you use it well in engagement, or like, I don't know, just maybe to learn new things. I think AI is very useful, even to help you understand things, or maybe get resources in a faster way, or help you maybe with your code, not to write it like the full thing, but maybe help you with like a concept or something. So I think it's a useful tool, and we should, it's not like we should, but it's something to use, and not, I don't think we should be threatened by AI.
Yeah, I mean, if you read the book of Ecclesiastes before, it says there's nothing new under the sun, and I subscribe to that. There's nothing new, right? And 20 years ago, 30 years ago, you know, it was the internet is, you know, the big thing. And it's like there's always some big new thing, you know, smartphones, social media changing our world. To me, there's nothing new under the sun. So it doesn't mean that there's not going to be major changes and things that we'll need to adapt to. So in my opinion, if you're not using AI and if you're not learning it and having some sort of understanding of how it's going to and does currently fit into our lives and help us, then you're going to be really behind the ball. So, you know, we have to learn and adapt, but I don't think that it's really going to meaningfully replace us. I mean, like, you know, think about, like, the internet is why we have jobs here. It's why we can have conferences and why we can have, like, thousands and thousands and thousands of jobs. So, you know, that only helps, in my opinion. So I'd imagine that more jobs will open up and so forth because of AI, especially in security, but we'll have to stay ahead of the ball game. So to make sure that we're not falling behind.
I guess from my perspective, it's just another tool in the toolbox, right? It definitely helped with the skills gap. I'll give you an example. You can be the best hacker in the world. If you're not capable of providing a decent report to your customer, whatever you did has no value. So if you can leverage AI to produce better report, that will definitely help. I see it more as a skill gap kind of tools. I highly doubt that we're going to see AI building custom stuff that we've never seen before yet, because it has to be trained on the actual information that know how to do it. So from my perspective, it just helps everyone be better at their job. But don't fall for the laziness of just asking the AI to write the whole blog post for you. You can feel that there's no human aspect to it, right? Come with your idea, write it as bad as you want, ask the AI to polish it, sure. But don't just, you know, ask AI for a hot take. It's pointless to do that kind of stuff. And unfortunately, especially on LinkedIn, we see way too many of those. So just look for the long dash, the way too polite tone and all that stuff. And you're going to realize that at the end, there's like nothing in the article, unfortunately.
Come on, Charles, you got a vibe.
Yeah, vibe coding. Yeah, you have to enjoy yourself while doing code that you don't understand yourself. That's right.
Well, there's a silver lining. Vibe coding is very very good for IT security expectancy. I think we're gonna have job for a long while, guys.
For sure.
And I wanted to add something, like at the end, that you asked the question and then you said, like with the internet was the same. So I think it's a very human thing that we are afraid of something that is new, we haven't experienced before. And it's also like how humans are designed, that we look, for example, we are in a new situation that we weren't before and we don't know how to behave. So what we do, like as a human beings, we look to like what is happening in the environment, how others are behaving. So I think it's a very human thing to be a bit maybe afraid of something that is new. But I hope that it's not like a paralyzing fear, but something that will motivate us to do better, like learn things and like, yeah.
All right, thank you so much. We have one really interesting question, again, for all of you. What's the worst advice you were given when you were starting in IT security?
I can go first. So when I was starting, someone told me that, actually, it was told to me, but I also saw it in a lot of job advertisements. So apparently, when you enter cybersecurity, it's important to have the CISSP exam. And that was the first thing that I started to learn because I was confused. I didn't know where to start. And then I learned all of the material, and maybe that was like maybe not the best way to do it. And then at the end, I read, how to maybe... I already know all the stuff, so how to pass the exam. And then I found out, it's for management people, and actually I have need to have 5 years of experience, and like people, saying that, she's in cyber, or like I know her, you know. So maybe don't start with that exam, but maybe Security Plus from CompTIA is good enough to start with. And yeah, you will figure it out, but that one might be not the good time.
So do you hold your CISSP certification?
I don't feel like I really need it, but maybe, I don't know, it looks cool on LinkedIn. Apparently, a lot of people have it.
Yeah.
So.
I guess in that sense, terrible advice is probably some advice that I gave to people, telling them that cybersecurity is fun and it's not going to make your life miserable. That's probably it for me.
Honestly, I haven't had any advice I can look back at, like where I asked somebody or looked to somebody for advice and they just like gave me terrible advice. So, I mean, I probably heard a lot of, if I thought hard, I probably could think of a lot of things that I heard that were just terrible. But as far as like mentors or people that like gave advice or when I asked for advice, I didn't take much. One thing on the positive side, if I would give advice as from a learning perspective, for me, something that I tend to, if somebody asks me for advice, usually the first thing I think of is like learning and approaching learning. There's so many resources and it's so overwhelming. Like every day, like I know very little about AI, and so like all of this movement around AI is like really overwhelming for me because I'm still trying to learn like assembly and C and like drivers and like all this stuff that's been around for 20 or 30 years, and so I feel like I'm still trying to learn this, and then like all this cutting edge, state of the edge cutting art stuff is just like it's really overwhelming for me. So I always tell people like find one thing that you're focused on, something that you're interested, and find a goal associated with it, whether it's a certification or you want to give a talk on it or something like that. Focus on the goal, achieve the goal, and then that will usually open doors for like the next step for something that you can pursue. But it helps kind of keep blinders on so you're not overwhelmed with all the massive amounts of information that you could pursue. So.
That's really wise, Jake. I think I'm with you too in that I can't remember a particular piece of advice that I look back and say that was bad. But something about advice in general is that it is always from somebody's perspective. And that perspective is, by definition, not going to be your own. So if it's coming from an expert, they have all this latent knowledge and understanding that you may not have. And so the advice that they gave you might be the precise opposite of the advice that you actually need. So just take everything with a little bit of a grain of salt. Obviously, if it's a mentor or a friend or somebody who you respect, be grateful for that advice, but just make sure to take the step of considering, does it actually apply to you? And if they said the opposite of that, would that actually be better?
I know it's unusual for like the host of a panel to answer his own question, but nonetheless, please bear with me. When I started, there was a rumor that the government only hired hackers that got caught. So I was told like, do crime, get caught, and get hired. I would not recommend, speaking of ethics, like please do not commit crime. And do not get caught if that happens. So, yeah. So very bad example, if I may say.
Yeah, actually, I had that reminded me of an advice that I actually got from someone that if you hack this company, then they may hire you later. I said, yeah, no, I'm not doing that.
Yeah, that happened. We have one more question. I think it's again an open-ended question. Really, is. What do you believe is the next major evolution in defensive capabilities that will significantly challenge current offensive strategies? That's something that appears. There's a lot of upvote to that question. So, like, people are wondering, from your perspective of being part of the red team, what do you see as the next blocker, next challenge? Like, what
I
do you
guess
see?
from a red team perspective, shutting down the internet will definitely make my life a bit harder. But joke aside, that's a cat and mouse game, right? So they always come out with new strategy. For example, EDRs, we used to take care of the hook on the user mode. Now we move to the kernel side of the house. After that, there's not that much. Maybe they're going to start virtualizing module in the kernel and have some limitation in there, but someone will come up with an example. And for those of you that were maybe here last year, I did a talk on stealing cookie and stuff like that, which was nothing new. But now, a couple of weeks after that, Chrome released a new technique to encrypt their cookie. And it took literally, I think, 24 hours before someone published a new way to still get to the information. The thing is, there's a lot of researchers that are extremely creative and they have way too much time on their hands. So there's always a solution. And I believe that from a red team perspective, eventually we're going to have to come up with a solution because we're just writing tools that break all those billion-dollar tools. And it gets to the point where real attackers start to learn from us because we're forced to do it as part of our engagement. So eventually we're going to have kind of a ticket for red team that allow us to not have to defeat everything, because every time we have to defeat them, we have to come up with the tool sets, and we make that tool set available online, or either EDR solutions see it, they publish information about it, so it ends up being public, to the point where it kind of defeats the whole purpose of this ecosystem. We're technically there to emulate, but we have to do it for real against those security products, so it kind of creates a weird ecosystem in my perspective.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull out another philosopher for you. When I wrote my talk, I gave it to a friend who looked at it, and this is his idea. He probably doesn't want to be named, so I won't name him. So to Charles' point, the idea of cat and mouse, the philosopher Hegel put forth the idea that when you speak and you utter something in the world, you're putting out some thesis, and the role of philosophy is for somebody else to put out an antithesis, some idea that counters yours. And in some sense, that's exactly what this cat and mouse game does, and it makes the defender and the attacker better over time. The defender puts out a system and says, this is secure. And then you, as the attacker, put out an antithesis to that statement and say, nope, it's not. And your thesis is saying that it's insecure. The defender comes back and they say, nope, I've plugged your vulnerability, you can't hack it anymore, and so forth and so forth. And everybody just gets stronger over time.
I'm not going to read the tea leaves and think, say what the next big thing is, but I will say what I'm kind of scared of as a red teamer is advances in identity protection, particularly with Active Directory. So I do a lot of internal pen tests and offensive security engagements. We're mainly attacking Active Directory, right? So once you're on an internal network, most of them, if they're a reasonably large enterprise, it has to do with Active Directory. So half my day is usually something involving AD. So there are certain tools that are doing a really good job of detecting Active Directory attacks, and those are getting better and better and better. And then things like enforcing MFA on certain protocols. So for instance, there's certain solutions that require MFA for RDP. Okay, that's cutting off essentially a lateral movement technique. Or at least making it very, very difficult. Now, there are some protocols that you can't really do that with, but still, okay, if you want to do a shadow credentials attack, that's actually not terribly hard to write a detection for. So, vendors are starting to do that kind of thing and putting more controls, detections, and response for identity. And then that extends to other identity providers and systems as well. So for me, that's something that we've kind of had free reign with for a long time as attackers. You could be on a pen test or something, and you could not touch a system. You could just have a Kali Linux box on the network, and then you could completely compromise the network and just escalate without even running code on a system. And that's through attacking AD. And so with more detections and preventative measures in that space, there's some tools that I've seen that definitely have me shaking in my boots a little bit as far as okay, I might be able to still attack this, but maybe not as stealthily. The blue team will find out. So.
Yeah, and for me, I'm kind of interested in how we can teach malware with the help of AI and with so that's interesting for me, and I think it's kind of scary that's already out there to deploy ransomware. It's used by threat groups successfully, so I think that's is going to be even worse because it's kind of like a time game, which threat groups teach us the AI faster and creates better malware, creates better ransomware attacks. So it's big money on the table for that. So I think that's kind of scary for me personally, and also a bit. I had my first keynote as a presenter, as a speaker, was about ransomware in healthcare. So that context also is a bit scary because human life is on the line as well there. If threat groups go after hospitals, then yeah, that's a scary scenario for me.
All right. Thank you very much. I just want to reiterate how amazing we're lucky to have all four of you here. You submitted a CFP. You traveled here. Some of you gave training here. It's very humbling. It's very nice to have all of you again being here and being so generous, sharing your thoughts. So again, please give a warm round of applause for our speaker. I'm very, very thankful to have you, and thank you again.
Thanks.
I know, but it's for me. It's for choose. Okay. I'm definitely going to 40 minutes. Definitely. Je l'ai fait comme 30 fois en pratique, c'est pas possible. Je vais le faire encore 40 minutes. Mais 40-45, ça va dépendre des jokes. If I'm doing unnatural and like a robot.
Hello, hello, hello. So, welcome everyone to the last talk of the first day of NorthSec 2025. So, if we can please listen. Thank you. All right, so Pierre-Nicolas Allard-Coutu is a senior penetration tester and offensive security R&D lead at Bell Canada. Also part of the provincial community as a challenge designer at ACFES. So please help me in welcoming Pierre-Nicolas.
Oh, yeah. Hello, hello. Thank you. All right. Okay. So, hello, NorthSec. It's great to be here. We're going to dive right in. And as we say in French, attachez vos tucs, because this is going to be a little bit fast. We're going to go from zero to modern tactics against laptops very quickly. Okay. So the purpose of this talk is to familiarize you with modern TTPs that you should be using as pen testers against stolen laptops in what I call stolen laptop scenarios. So we're not going to go over this because you're going to experience it. So who am I? My name is Pierre-Nicolas. I am a senior penetration tester at Bell Canada, and I have 2 cats. I do payload and exploit development, red teams, internal penetration tests, and of course, physical penetration tests, which we are going to see today. So what do I mean by stolen laptop scenario? Okay, Basically, this is a pen test service offering that you're either purchasing as an organization or you're providing as a pen test service provider. And the idea as a attacker is to gain maximum realistic impact against your target organization. And there's a couple of assumptions that come with this scenario, okay? The first is that we as attackers have unlimited physical access. So if you're not opening the chassis of your target computer that you're pen testing against, you're doing it wrong, okay? You need to be voiding warranties up in here. Now, also, you have reasonably unlimited time to perform the attacks. So that's, of course, within the context of what is economically viable, but you should be taking your time, and if you fail something, you can do it again. That's basically what that means. The computer has been previously used by a real or simulated employee, ideally real, okay? This means someone has logged in with credentials that belong to the target organization at least once on the laptop that you're attacking. There are a couple things that are things we assume are not going to happen. One is brute forcing encryption keys. We're not doing that. That's out of scope for this talk. And the computer being on when it's stolen is also something that's out of scope for what we're going to talk about today. We're not doing cold boot attacks or anything like that. So what do we get if we succeed? We're going to start at the end. Why do we care about this as an organization or as a pen tester? If you manage to compromise the stolen laptop, you get code execution as system. That means you have access to everything on that computer. You have access to the files, you have access to recon data like emails and stuff like that, but also, very importantly, you have access to credentials. Okay, so you can expect the same sort of loot you would get from typically exploiting a Windows computer remotely. Whether it's a server or a workstation, you're going to end up in the same position. That means you can extract things from memory, and you can extract things from the computer. You can get Active Directory credentials, which leads to a scope change. You can get cloud credentials, which leads to a scope change. You're going to get things like DCC hashes, NTLM hashes, Kerberos tickets, stuff that you can crack or replay. And all of these allow you to move into a different scope of your target organization and give you access to various systems that you otherwise might not assume you would be able to get access to if you're just compromising a stolen laptop. So those are kind of the reasons why we care about this as a pen test service provider or as a person purchasing this sort of service. And let's not forget about local accounts. A lot of organizations are not using LAPs, and so either they have third-party IT providers or they just use the same local admin password on every computer. You're going to get those too if you manage to compromise the computer, and you can do lateral movement or privilege escalation with those creds as well. So that's why we care about this. Now, some people are probably thinking, what about my antivirus or EDR product? AV is essentially defeated as soon as you have administrator-level physical access to a computer. As an example here, I have a little extract from CrowdStrike's website. This is concerning the little incident that happened in 2024. Some people might remember. But I find it fascinating because they've basically published a run book which has a list of steps that you need to do to remove any EDR from a computer if you have physical access to it, and in this case, without BitLocker recovery keys. So the idea is you're going to boot the computer into recovery mode, and then you're going to enable safe mode from there, and you're going to reboot the computer and then delete whatever EDR drivers are responsible for making the EDR work, or you're going to rename the program folders. And if you can't do that, you can always log in as admin, suspend BitLocker yourself, and then use Windows Recovery to mount the C drive, delete whatever EDR drivers you want, rename program folders however you want, and now there's no more EDR. You can do the same thing with Defender. So once you reboot this guy, there's nothing that's stopping you from running whatever offensive tooling you want, including Mimikatz, whatever. So we're going to forget about EDR for the rest of this, because once you have admin and physical access, EDR doesn't matter. So what are the countermeasures against physical access attacks? We're going to start at the beginning. We're going to get more and more complex, okay? Basically, we have to talk about encryption at rest. This is the go-to, right, in terms of physical protection. And I can't tell you how many times I've heard organizations say, we don't care about someone stealing a laptop because our stuff is encrypted. This is not enough. In 2025, there's a lot of interesting things that you're going to see in this talk that, you know, this is just not a high enough bar, okay? So what is encryption at rest? It's, you know, it's encrypting your drive. The most common implementation on Windows is called BitLocker. Most people should be familiar with that. You need decryption keys to decrypt the drive. So you can't just mount it into an arbitrary third-party computer like we used to do 10, 20 years ago and do your sticky keys trick to get a command prompt. That doesn't work anymore. The most common practice for decryption keys is to use something called a TPM. A TPM is either a dedicated chip or a firmware-based chip, more and more these days, that holds very large decryption keys that you would never be able to remember in your mind, okay? So it's stronger than a typical PIN that you would use yourself. And this is a best practice that most organizations are using because operations typically wins over security, as a lot of us know, and the user experience is much better when you have just a TPM doing decryption. You power on the computer, and you don't see any BitLocker screen at all, but you're encrypted when you're not powered on. So as a user, you just press the power button, and Windows decrypts automatically, the computer boots, and you as a user, all you see is a Windows logon screen, okay? This is something we should take interest with, right? No action is needed when booting. That is very cool, and it gives us a large attack surface that we're going to explore a lot today in this talk, okay? Essentially, you still have all of the protection of encryption at rest that you would expect with regards to the drive, but the fact that Windows is going to decrypt automatically and run is something that we want to exploit, and we exploit it with a type of attack called a DMA attack. So DMA stands for direct memory access, okay? It's when a peripheral device wants to read or write to system memory without passing through the CPU. So why do we do this? Because peripheral devices these days are extremely high performance. You can think of things like GPUs, SSDs, WAN cards, LAN cards, whatever. They're all very fast. And so reading and writing to memory, passing through the CPU every time and passing through the traditional bus network is going to become a bottleneck. And if you want to optimize the performance of these devices, which obviously vendors want to do, they need to bypass this process. So essentially, DMA was conceived to help make this process faster. And so the device can read and write directly to memory without passing through the CPU, using a technology called PCI Express. And I'm only going to say this once, but it stands for Peripheral Component Interconnect Express, okay? So PCIe is a technology that enables direct memory access. It's a high-speed serial expansion bus system. Essentially, it allows a peripheral device, when connected to the computer's PCI Express network, to have a position, and then it can issue signals, which are called TLPs, or transaction layer packets, and they basically have a specific structure that lets them read or write to an arbitrary memory address, and that's essentially how it works. And all of this doesn't pass through the CPU in the traditional sense. So if reading and writing to arbitrary memory addresses made you feel a little bit excited, it should, okay? So essentially, a direct memory access attack leverages this technology. We connect a malicious device, which we call a screamer, to the target computer's PCI Express network, and then we read and write to the kernel. And we're going to do things like write shellcode. We can drop arbitrary processes like LSAS or whatever we want. Basically, this instant pwns the computer, okay? So that's the theory. How does it work in practice, right? These are your typical PCIe ports. They have 1x, 4x, 8x. This is all the same, okay? They're forward compatible. If it fits, it works. Essentially, the amount of X is just describing the amount of data lanes that it is, so how fast it is. But they're all functionally equivalent. And you will not find these on a laptop in 2025. What you will find is one of the various PCI Express form factors. In this case, what we're most interested in is a form factor called M.2, okay, or M2. So these are all different flavors of M2 ports. They're used for different things, but it's not really a rule. It's just most of the time, an SSD is going to be M2B. If you have a random arbitrary device, it's going to be M2M. But all of these are intercompatible if you have the right adapters. And don't let anybody tell you otherwise. If you look at this on the internet, some people say, oh, no, it doesn't work. If you have the right adapters, you can use it to attack. All of these are interesting for us as attackers. They count as an access point to the PCI Express network. There's also Thunderbolt, which many people might be familiar with, and is another form of PCI Express form factor. We aren't going to talk about Thunderbolt during this talk because it deserves its own talk. It's very complicated subject matter, and it's typically hardened a lot more against these sorts of attacks than what we would see in form of M2 ports, okay? But it is interesting and it is relevant, but we won't talk about that today, okay? So forget about Thunderbolt for now. We care about M2 for this talk. So this is a modern laptop, and this is what it looks like when you open up the chassis, as you should be doing if you're doing a laptop pen test. As you can see there is an empty M2 port, which we can identify very quickly once we get used to it. And you have unlimited physical access if you're doing a physical pen test against the laptop. So you should be doing this, okay? If there isn't a free port, disconnect something that you don't need and get that port. If there's more than one SSD, for example, one of them has Windows and the other one is just like a random drive, disconnect the other SSD. Sometimes there's a Wi-Fi card that's plugged into an M2A or an M2E port. Disconnect the Wi-Fi card. You don't need Wi-Fi while you're attacking this thing, so use that port. Basically, you'll always be able to get one on most laptops, all laptops that I've seen, 2024, 2025. etc. So what do we connect with? We know what we're connecting to, but what do we connect with? This is an FPGA, or a field programmable gate array. It's not a microcontroller, and I'm not going to spend enough time talking about the distinction between those two things, but essentially it's a very fancy calculator, okay? And it's very good at parallel processing large volumes of data. We're going to take one of these, which is low cost. We're talking $200, $300 max. They're making even cheaper ones now. And we're going to use this to attack the computer. We are going to need to do a hardware setup, which is going to look something like this. Obviously, this is not an M2 male adapter, so we're going to need a series of adapters, which honestly altogether probably cost $5, $10. You should just buy a whole bunch of adapters at one time, and then you'll have everything you need, okay? But basically, we need to make this guy fit into that port that we see all the way at the end there in that last picture. Once we're set up, we need to have the right software and firmware, okay? Now, the de facto industry standard for DMA research and exploitation is called PCI Leech, okay? It was created by a brilliant security researcher whose name is Ulf Frisk. I recommend everybody check out his blogs. He's talked at various conferences. And of course, he maintains this open source software and firmware, which is the thing that we need to be using, okay? Now, it works in the way that we take the firmware and put it on the board, and then we take the software and put it on our attack computer, and we use it to control the board remotely and do things on the target computer that way, okay? It comes with a bunch of modules that are able to do things automatically without much pain, okay? There's already going to be code execution capabilities. There's going to be the ability to patch Windows logon function to remove the password. There's going to be the ability to do memory dumps, all sorts of stuff, okay? So check out this project. It's a very interesting, community and project, and it is the tooling that we need to do the majority of this sort of stuff. So basically, in our scenario, if we have a stolen laptop and it's got BitLocker, which unlocks automatically with a TPM, as you would expect today in 2025, you turn that on, you look in the back for an M2 port, you plug in your screamer board, and we win if the computer so much as boots. That's it. And of course it's going to boot, right? You don't need to there's no pin, right? So the TPM is going to decrypt, it goes to the Windows logon screen, we do our DMA attack, and we are a system. And that looks like this, okay? So typically DMA attacks come in two stages. The first part is going to be implanting something called a kernel module, which is, you can think of it as a beacon, if you're familiar with that terminology, but it's basically a shellcode handler, which is going to go and be written into the kernel, and it's going to wait and respond to subsequent shellcode that you send it. So you can then send it modules to do stuff. And it's going to sit there and listen, and you send it additional commands through the PCI Express network. So that's what we do in the first portion up here, and we get successfully loaded at some address. Then, when we want to call the modules, we're going to reference the address that the main kernel module is written to, and it will do whatever we told it to do, because we're sending shellcode into the kernel. In this case, I'm listing processes. In this case, I'm creating a process. Now, this is a little bit more spicy. I'm going to create a CMD process as a child of spoolSV. It's going to be created as system, which is what spoolSV is running as, and now I have a shell as system on the attacking computer, which controls the victim computer. So it's literally this easy to pwn a computer when there's no additional defensive technology in place. Is that it? No, this is a 45-minute talk, so no, that's not it. Okay, we're going to talk about modern DMA countermeasures, and then we'll talk about what we do about them. So basically, hardware vendors know that this sucks, and they've invented a lot of ways to defend against it. There are three main flavors of countermeasure against DMA attacks in 2025. There's the IOMMU, kernel DMA protection, and hardware whitelisting. We're first going to talk about the IOMMU. It's basically analogous to a regular MMU. If you know what that is, it is a way to translate virtual to physical memory addresses. And what's cool about this is you can apply access control to this table construct, and it can determine whether or not a peripheral device is allowed to learn the actual address of a place that it's trying to write or read from. And this allows us passively, let's say, to limit what a device can do when it's connected to PCI Express. DMA protection is more of an active countermeasure. It's going to restrict the ability to perform DMA altogether. It's going to be integrated with the OS, and it's going to block peripheral devices from using PCI Express if they are not authorized. And if unauthorized DMA is detected, it's going to cause a blue screen, and then you get this lovely message from UFI which says the device tried to read memory it wasn't supposed to, or something like that. So those are, we'll talk about hardware whitelisting later. Okay, for now, let's go back to our scenario. Okay, we have a stolen laptop. It's a modern 2025 laptop. It's got BitLocker and it decrypts with the TPM. But now DMA protection is enabled and VTD is enabled. VTD being the Intel implementation of an IOMMU. Okay, the most common one you're going to see. There's also AMD VI. Mac has their own implementation. Phones have their own implementation. But the idea is the same. We're going to use the IOMMU. So in this case, we're talking about VTD. Now, if this is happening, we can't do DMA, right? We're like, that's what these countermeasures are for. So what do? Do we give up? No, we do not give up. Okay. Where are these countermeasures going to be configured? The answer is UEFI. So if these are configured in UEFI and an attacker has unlimited physical access, why don't we just enter UEFI and disable these countermeasures, right? If they're right there, just go and turn them off. So it's usually not that simple, although you should probably try before you do more stuff. Now we need to talk about UEFI security. So I'm going to use BIOS and UEFI kind of interchangeably in this talk because they themselves use it interchangeably in the public documentation. I'm aware that they're not exactly the same thing. I am, of course, referring to the pre-boot environment, okay, the self-contained, modern pre-boot environment. It's used to load the operating system. Here's a message from UEFI calling itself BIOS, okay, so it's fair, all right? Now, if you want to stop someone from just deactivating DMA countermeasures by going into UEFI, you can use a BIOS password. This is shocking because not a lot of organizations are doing this. I understand that it can be annoying to implement, but you really, really need to be doing this if you are in charge of IT security, okay? Now, what if they are using a BIOS password? Is that it for us? Obviously not. So let's talk about how BIOS or UEFI is implemented. Basically BIOS is firmware data, okay? And it's stored independently on a dedicated chip. On modern computers, there are 2 chips, and these chips are called EEPROM chips, or electronically erasable programmable read-only memory. They're physically located on the motherboard, and there's the main one contains the actual copy of the firmware, and the secondary one is called an embedded controller, and it contains redundant copies of some firmware data, and it also has some special information in it, like security validation checks. It's used to ensure that corruption doesn't happen to the main BIOS, and it's also used to ensure that like security features are implemented so you cannot change certain things, okay? Here's a picture of a modern laptop with the 2 chips identified, and here's a close-up of a chip. They will almost always be in SOIC8 or WSON8 configuration. The number at the end stands for the amount of feet that you see, and the letters stands for how those feet are connected to the board. In this case, it's SOIC8 because we see the feet. If it was just little dots, it would be WSON8. It's just a complicated way of saying that, okay? Most of the time, we're talking about 8-foot chips, and most of the time, it looks like this in 2025, okay? Things can change, and there are variations to this, but it doesn't really matter, because the idea is the same. When the computer boots, the computer reads data from this chip, and an attacker can do this as well, okay? So remember, we have unlimited physical access. I'm going to keep saying that. So there's a lot of ways you can read data from these chips. One way is you could desolder it, but that sucks. I'm not good at soldering, and it's probably out of scope with your pen test service purchaser. So what we do instead is called ISP, or in situ programming. You can read and write to this chip directly while it's connected to the board. You're going to disconnect all the power, and I really mean all the different power sources, but then once that's happened, you can just connect a DIY chip adapter or prongs or whatever, even just wires, and you're going to use a device called a universal programmer, which we have here in the middle, which costs like about $100, and you can go and do what I'm doing there all the way on the right, or the left, my left, and you literally connect these pin probes to the feet of the chip, and then you run the program on your computer to read the data from the chip, and you can do the same thing to write data to the chip. This is how we interact with BIOS, okay? Now, there's a couple of pro tips. One, you can use Microsoft Voice Assistant to give yourself an extra hand if ever you need. So you can use both hands and press Enter on your computer with Microsoft Voice Assistant. And then the second tip is don't drink too much coffee when you're going to do this because you need steady hands, okay? So let's assume that we've read the data from the chip, and now on our computer we have a dump of the BIOS, okay? Basically, the firmware dump is almost always going to be corrupted because we're doing in situ programming, which is we're not supposed to do in situ programming, okay? So you're going to need to take the dump like 50 times. And then what I do is I run a checksum on all of those binary images, and I just wait until I get 3 that are the same. And like statistically, the fact that there are 3 that have identical checksums means that they are the same. And if there's corruption occurring, the chances that the same corruption occurred 3 times is almost insignificant. And so that one is going to be your uncorrupted, correctly dumped firmware image. Once we have that, we can put it in an open source software called UEFI tool, which allows us to parse the binary data and display structures in human readable format, okay? And this is a really cool open source program. Now, what we want to do is get around the BIOS password, okay? Now, I can't explicitly tell you how to get around BIOS passwords from particular hardware vendors for legal reasons, but I can give you a very good idea of how. So basically, there are a number of ways that this is being exploited in the wild, either by people who have bought a stolen laptop and they didn't know it, or secondhand laptops, and there's nothing malicious about that, but they want full control of their device. IT administrators have to deal with this problem sometimes because there's a UEFI password on a corporate device and they don't know what it is. And of course, malicious threat actors are dealing with this. And so there are resources online like badcaps.net, which everyone should check out, which are dedicated to dealing with BIOS security bypasses. Essentially, we need to look at the different portions of the BIOS and treat them differently. Some of the parts of the firmware dump are immutable, okay? They can't be changed. If they are changed, there's an integrity validation process that's going to trigger, and it's going to tell you that this is not an okay image, and it will not boot. But some parts of the BIOS dump they can't be immutable, because they need to change by definition, okay? Certain settings are always changing, and that is in a section called NVRAM, or non-volatile random access memory. So these sections have basically key value pairs. And changing those values and then flashing that firmware back onto the chip you took it from can have very interesting results. So again, I can't give you explicitly how to do this, but for instance, I found in a previous engagement an NVRAM variable that if you put a specific non-printable character hex string as a value for that variable and then flash the modified firmware back onto the chip, it would boot the computer into something called manufacturer mode, and now you have extra menu options which are going to allow you to reset the security settings. And so you can get around the password this way. There are other techniques, but essentially a strategy as a pen tester should be one of these things. You want to locate and remove the password data, either from the firmware dump or the EC dump. You can also corrupt the password data to make it get skipped. Most of the time, the default behavior will be just to boot. And you can also locate and modify settings that let you bypass the need for a password altogether, which is what I did. If and when you brick the computer, flash the original firmware back onto the chip, and 99% of the time, it will boot, and you can restart. So what about patches? To their credit, hardware vendors do sometimes patch UEFI implementations, okay? Depending on the firmware version that you're pen testing against, there might not be a vulnerability. You have two solutions as a pen tester. You can either discover a new 0 day, which is like, okay, lol, or you can exploit the lack of rollback prevention. This is often disabled by default or intentionally by IT administrators in order to have some sort of safety net against possible corruption to the firmware. Now, what that means is that you can flash a previous version of the firmware onto that chip as long as it matches with the correct model of laptop, and you can introduce vulnerabilities that were previously patched onto your target. This is a downgrade attack, and then you exploit those vulnerabilities to get around the password. This is something that not a lot of people are thinking about. So basically, countermeasures are use a BIOS password anyway, even though there are obvious ways that I can't tell you exactly what they are, but that you can use to get around them. Consistently use the latest UEFI firmware version available, configure rollback prevention, and ultimately don't rely just on this because it's a single point of failure, and we want defense in depth, and we'll show you why. So what about hardware whitelisting? I talked about that earlier, and now we're going to go into a bit more detail. Hardware whitelisting is a lazy way to restrict PCI Express access to a device from the firmware. It's very anti-consumer, and I'm not a fan of it. Let's talk about how to get around it. So hardware components will advertise something called the PCI ID, okay, for identification. It basically tells the computer, hey, I'm this device, and you need to use XYZ driver for me to work properly, whatever. It takes this form, and it's going to be a hex string. You've got an example there with the PCI 8086 and all that, okay? So typically, if you want to implement a whitelist that only allows certain devices to connect to your computer, you're going to need to have a list of these things to compare against somewhere in the firmware. And when you boot the computer, this logic is going to be programmatic. That is to say, it's coming from a program, okay? Like it's not coming from Windows, because Windows isn't loaded yet. So this is going to come from something called a DXC driver, which is basically a firmware program. Let's go to our scenario just for a second. You have your computer, you got around the BIOS password, you plug in your screen board to your target laptop, and then you boot it, and you get this ugly message that says, unauthorized network card is plugged in, power off, and remove the network card. Well, that sucks. And like I said, Windows isn't booted yet, so obviously this isn't coming from space. This is coming from a program that is included in the UEFI. Now, we're going to want to look for that program. We have the firmware dump, because we're good physical pen testers, and we took that firmware dump from the chip. So we can search in UEFI tools for the Unicode string that we saw in the previous error message. It said unauthorized network card is detected. Okay, let's look for the word unauthorized, and we can do a Unicode string search through this whole thing, and we'll find the section which is the actual DXC driver that is responsible for this. And now, luckily, these sections, which you see in yellow, they're not modifiable, okay? You can't just go and swap out drivers in UFI. That would be a huge problem. But we don't need to modify it. We just need to read it. So what's cool about UFI tool is you can extract the body of this section once you identified where that string is, and what you get is a PE32 executable. And like any PE32, you can yeet this into IDA or Gidra or whatever you want, and you can decompile it. And so we're going to do the same thing. We're going to use that initial string, unauthorized or unauthorized network card, whatever. We're going to do a string search now in IDA with the PE32 we extracted from the firmware. And we find in the data part, right there, there's a string. Now I can go back and use cross-references to find the logic where this is being called. And it's right there. And I can follow that logic up with a little bit of reverse engineering magic, which is not too hard. And I can find the offset that it's being compared against. And if I follow that offset, then I eventually end up with, in another data part, the actual list of PCI IDs that are authorized to connect to this firmware. And so now I have a list of whitelisted PCI IDs. I can go back to my PCI Leech firmware, which is open source, and in Xylem Studio, I can input those PCI IDs here, and I can recompile my firmware, flash my board, and now it's going to spoof an authorized PCI ID. I can plug this into the computer, no problem, whitelist is defeated. So whitelists suck. I'm not a fan. I don't believe that hardware should be restrictive like that. I believe you should own the hardware once you buy it. But yeah, this is not something that people should be relying on as a security feature. Let's talk about the interaction between BitLocker and UEFI. Okay? Let's assume with our initial situation now, we've bypassed the BIOS password. We are spoofing the correct PCI ID that we're allowed to connect with. BitLocker is still enabled. TPM is still enabled and used to decrypt. We want to do a DMA attack, but we have VTD and DMA protection enabled on our target. We go into UEFI and we turn those off, and then we reboot. We get this. Okay? BitLocker needs your recovery keys because unexpected change. Why does this happen? Okay, this happens because a TPM is more than just storing decryption keys. It has things called platform configuration registers, which store and track various settings that the UEFI has configured. And if those settings change, it's going to trigger a BitLocker recovery. And that's a very good feature, okay? Now, we need to find a way to trick this, but this is, in and of itself, a great idea. All right, so the behavior can be controlled via group policy with something called a TPM validation profile. And by default, that validation profile is going to track IOMMU and DMA protection. So what do we do? Well, there are ways. Okay. So not everything is tracked by the TPM. If there's something that isn't strictly speaking a security feature, there might be a way to leave VTD or DMA protection nominally enabled so the TPM is happy, but not functioning correctly. And that's what we want to go for. So consider the following from Microsoft concerning what the TPM is going to flag on with regards to DMA protection. What we see here is that the TPM is going to flag, basically trigger a BitLocker recovery screen, when VTD is disabled or kernel DMA protection is disabled. Okay? But then let's look at, also from Microsoft, the requirements to enable DMA protection. We have a little extra thing here, right? We need to turn on virtualization technology and then VTD. So this one is called VTX, and it's not something that the TPM is going to flag on when you turn it on or off. So the idea would be, let's go into UEFI and turn off VTX without turning off VTD. That's a good idea. Let's go into a different vendor's UEFI implementation. Same thing, we can turn off Intel virtualization without touching VTD. This is a problem, okay? So this is one way you can get around VTD. It will not trigger BitLocker recovery. Now what about DMA protection? This depends. It's supposed to flag, but it won't always flag, okay? I've seen it. I won't say which vendors, but sometimes it doesn't flag. So try it, okay? Just try turning it off. If you don't get BitLocker, then you know, go ahead and hack the computer. If you do, if it is being tracked, there's no trick that I'm aware of to get it disabled. But the TPM is not tracking the specific subsettings of DMA protection. So what are those subsettings? Maybe there's something spicy there. Well, yes, there is. There is something called pre-boot DMA protection, which is a subsetting of DMA protection, and the TPM is not tracking this. Now, we can't just turn that off. There are two options, really. All PCI Express devices or Thunderbolt only. Remember I told you Thunderbolt is more hardened than everything else? Yeah, they really care about Thunderbolt. But you can change it from all PCI Express devices to Thunderbolt only, and that's not going to trigger BitLocker recovery. So if we do this, it looks like this. Now, if we do that, what we're going to end up with is a situation where BitLocker has not triggered, the TPM is being used to decrypt, VTD is still on, DMA protection is still on, but we've made this computer vulnerable to pre-boot DMA attacks. Now, let's talk about pre-boot DMA attacks. PCI Leech comes out of the box with 2 modules that let you do this. One of them is UFI exit boot services, and the other one is UFI winload NTOS patch, okay? The UFI exploitation module, the first one, is basically used to, you run it against the computer when UFI is on screen, okay, like when you're in UEFI. And it's going to parse memory, it's going to find the EFI system table, it's going to find the offset there, it's going to look through it, it's going to find exit boot services function, and it's going to patch that with a jump to some implant code that you've put somewhere in the memory that you can write to. And that way, when you exit UFI, or you let WinLoad continue and boot Windows, it's going to hit your code first before booting Windows, and now you have access to this implant, which is a special kernel implant that works during UEFI. So that's what this looks like when you use it. Basically, it's going to say waiting to receive execution, and then when you hit exit UEFI, or you quit, or save and exit, or whatever thing you use to leave UEFI, it's going to say successfully loaded at some address. So this is a really interesting position to be in. Basically, the operating system is not loaded yet, but the integrity checks have been performed. NTOS kernel is in memory. We have limited code execution. We can do certain things, not OS commands, but we can do certain things with what we have in memory. And did I mention the NTOS kernel is in memory? This is interesting. So out of the box, PCI Leech has this guy here, UEFI winload NTOS patch, which is used to exploit this scenario. It's going to find NTOS kernel in memory from our UFI implant, and it's going to find 4 code caves that exist inside NTOS kernel. It's going to put 4 different shell codes into those code caves. One of them is the main Windows implant, beacon, whatever you want to call it, and the other ones are support modules. And then it's going to hook PS create system thread, which is a Windows API, a kernel API call, and when it hits, basically when it hits PS create system thread, it's going to jump to the main implant and give us a KMD during Windows. So if we do this, and then we, it looks like this. At first, we run our UFI implant, and then we use it to patch NTOS kernel, and then we let Windows boot. And now we have a KMD in Windows from UFI, but there is a problem with this, okay? This is all very cool, but it comes from like 2015. This is like not pertinent to our situation, because remember, we have DMA protection enabled, okay? So we can do this technique where we implant a kernel module into Windows from UFI, but we can't talk to it, because we need to send it commands, and we need to basically use DMA or PCI Express to send it commands, to get it to do stuff while Windows is running. And if we do that, we get a blue screen, because this is what DMA protection is for. And we never turned off DMA protection. We just turned off pre-boot DMA protection. So I was sure that this situation was exploitable. We're able to write shellcode to the kernel. There's no way this isn't exploitable, right? But the current tooling was not enabling us to do an exploitation of this particular scenario. So I said, I'm a hacker man, let's go. Let's figure this out. So I'm going to show you First Strike. Now, First Strike is a PCI Leech module that I developed to extend its capabilities to exploit this particular situation. Basically, I've automated all of the exploitation tasks that the kernel implant needs to do. Instead of it waiting and receiving, information from us over DMA, over PCI Express, it's going to do things automatically via a timer mechanism, and then it's going to call a modified implant itself and run basically a modified version of the PS create process module that I've placed in there as well. So I've changed 2 things really: the main implant and one of the support modules. And the support module, once it's called automatically, is going to do these things. It's going to spawn a CMD. It's going to use the C flag to issue commands to that very simply. It's going to create a new user called demo with a known password to the attacker, so p@ssword123, and it's going to place that user in the local admin, then it's going to pop a message on screen so that you know you are not crazy and that something is working. Okay, so here's a little flow chart of where you would use this. It's all the way there at the end. If you are getting, after you've, made your changes to VTD and DMA protection and all that, and you've done all the things that I just talked about, which are very hacky, this is where you would use it, after you've got your pre-boot implant. Now, talk is cheap, so I'm going to show you a little demo of this working against a computer that has BitLocker enabled. It's using BitLocker with the TPM for decryption. VTD is enabled. DMA protection is enabled. So hopefully this works. Yes. Okay, so we have a fresh Windows install. I'm going to narrate a little bit. We have a fresh Windows install. There's no demo user yet. Now remember, I said the procedure in UFI is to turn off VTX and to change pre-boot DMA protection to Thunderbolt only. So this is what we're going to do. There we go. We turn that off, and we change this to Thunderbolt only. And we leave VTD on. We leave DMA protection on. We save and exit, and I had to censor some of the logos. I'm sorry. Okay. But this is not vendor specific, okay? I want to emphasize that. It's really not. And here we go, okay? No BitLocker recovery. There's one user on this computer. Let's get physical. So now, this is what you should be doing if you're doing a physical pen test, by the way. Open that guy up, and we're going to take this card here. There's a Wi-Fi card connected to this M2AE port, or it's an M2E port. I'm going to put an adapter. Then I'm going to take my Screamer board, the FPGA. I'm going to use an adapter for that, an M2M to PCI 4X, so those two connect together. I need to give it power externally, so I'm going to use a SATA to Molex for 12 volts to give this thing power from a PSU. And plug that in right there. And then I connect it to my attack computer with a USB-C. That's not that hard, right? And now we are in UFI, and we're going to start our attack. So we're going to use the built-in UFI exit boot services PCI leech module to parse memory and find the exit boot services function. And now we need to trigger it because we've patched it. So it's waiting to receive execution. I trigger it manually, and here we go, successfully loaded. This is where we use First Strike. So we're going to execute that, run it. We give it the address of our UEFI module, and the other option is the amount of threads to skip. It's okay, that's in the documentation. So we run this, and success. And now we need to exit the UFI implant that we've written so that WinLoad will continue and Windows will actually boot. So we've actually run our malicious code already. There we go. We exit, and now boot resumes. So our entire attack is finished at this point, okay? Everything is done. We did the whole attack during pre-boot. So we could turn off, I will turn off in the video the Screamer board. I could unplug it even at this point. I just, honestly, I wasn't sure it was going to work, so I waited a little bit. But Windows is loading at this point, and everything has happened. Our code is in memory, and it's going through its loop, its timer. So I turn off the Screamer board here. And now there's a little time skip because it took 2 minutes. I thought it would take 30 seconds. And at 4:29, we get the detonation. So when the detonation occurs, you get the message, which tells you that you're not crazy. And here I'm going to unplug the Screamer, and so I can use the laptop. Oh, okay, a little lag, whatever. And also, the mouse stopped working, so I couldn't get rid of that. So there's a new user now. You see demo with a known password. I'm going to put that in, and I log in for the first time with the demo. And thank you. And so now demo user is admin, and I'm going to verify that so we can go ahead and run a CMD. And I eventually figured out how to close that. So who am I, demo, and then now I close it, I think. Yeah, net user demo, and we can see we're in the administrators group. There it is. I think I'm going to point to it, yep. And if we check the timestamps for the password last set and basically the account creation, it was at 4:29, and it's 4:31. It's taken about 2 minutes for this whole process to go through. So this is pwned, and now what we're going to do is we're going to sanity check the countermeasures to make sure that we're not talking, I can't say that, so that we're telling the truth. And so just going to quickly go to BIOS again, and we're going to check the advanced settings, and we see DMA protection is still on, and VTD is still on. So this shouldn't be possible, but there you go. Okay, and a little point. Little flex. Okay, so that is that's essentially what First Strike does. You can find this on my GitHub if you want to mess with it. It's public. I updated it a few days ago, so it should be nice and fun to use. Use it at your own risk. It's a little bit hacky. Okay, it doesn't always work. Sometimes the shellcode gets corrupted in memory, and it's not incredibly stable, but it does work consistently against many different types of laptops. Okay, so what can you do to stop this? I'm sure some people are interested in that. Use an aggressive BitLocker policy. Microsoft recommends that with attackers with skills and lengthy physical access, so I guess that's me, that you need to be using multi-factor authentication with your hardware encryption. And I know nobody wants to do this. Your users don't want to remember another password. They don't want to be inputting anything when they boot their computer, but you need to be doing this these days to mitigate against I wouldn't consider this to be particularly advanced. Like, yes, it's complicated, but once you have the equipment and you're familiar with the process, like, anybody can do this, okay? Especially since the tool is public. But yeah, so basically, don't use TPM only. That's the takeaway. If you want to disrupt this entire kill chain, don't use TPM only. Use a third-party pin or a YubiKey or whatever other thing you want to plus the TPM and enforce a complex pin with your BitLocker policy for decryption. Also, another thing that you should be doing is keeping BIOS up to date. I know it's hard from a fleet-wide perspective, but you should be doing this. Also, track UFI settings with TPM. You can customize what is tracked through the TPM validation profile. It's not as granular as I would like, but you can make it a little bit better. And of course, I think it's worth saying again, TPM plus complex pin, that's the way to go. Perform regular pen tests, including stolen laptop scenarios. I want to thank everybody for listening to this talk today. And yeah, some people will understand that joke, but thank you very much.
All right, so thanks everyone. There's a podcast right now in the other room, and there's going to be lightning talks in the other room as well at 6. And there's a party in this room at 8 with a ton of fun activities. So see you later.